disk is out of the drive. So I'll go to drive, go ls. Sorry. And it didn't like that. I can even go status. And it shows me the status. And then I can put that back in again. And then if I press up, it'll give me the last command, just like on DOS. If I go dir, again, it'll give me a directory because I have aliases set. So if you see here, I have an alias for directory and ls and delete and rm and all those different ones. What else? I can run a DOS command. I know there are lots of other tools that do this way better than this. No, I don't want to do that. I forget how to do that one. But, oh, I can do, here, this is fun. I can go, well, here, I can go restart. And I'll go like that. And now it's reloading. And there you go. Now it's loaded up again. And it detects. Oh, sorry. And that's the chirp. I recreated the chirp from the PET on the C64. What else? So you can go into directories and you can mount disk images. You can copy individual files from the SD card to the floppy drive. You can't do a bulk copy yet. I have to write a routine for that. I might get around to that. What else? You can do sys commands, poke commands. Ooh, I can do a shutdown. And it gives you that. And the funny thing is you really can shut down the computer because it really is at the thing. I just have the program when it shuts down, send some commands that I push onto the key buffer so that it positions the cursor right there so you don't notice that it's the cursor. So I thought that was cute. I'm trying to think of what else. Any questions?
I think it's fantastic. And how do we get it?
Yeah, you can't tease us like this, Karen.
Well, it's not that useful, and it literally takes up all of the memories. It takes up all of memory. Yeah, like I'll put it on GitHub at some point. I will put it on GitHub, I promise.
You've been busy.
I worked on this a couple months ago. It's all programmed in C, no assembler, including detecting what kind of SID chip you have. So that really is detecting that SID chip and the graphics chip. And like if you run this in a 128 in C64 mode, it'll know that you're doing that and it'll show the right information for this stuff. What else? So it'll identify the machine. So if you're running a newer Commodore 64 with the SID chip 85, 85, 81, or 82, or whatever it is, it'll show that you're running a 64C and know that you have the different VIC chips and all that.
Will it scan any other devices other than 8 and 9?
Yeah, it attempts to. I have to rewrite the code. It's a little wonky. It detects all the drives, and then it only shows you what it's detected. But as soon as you change the drive letters, it will. It can't check without crashing the program. So I wrote a routine to have it not do that, but it's not quite right. But yeah. So for example, here, if I go ls, here, I'll show you how you can launch stuff. So it fills up the screen. I'll go Control C to stop it. And then I'm going to go like this, like you would in Unix, chi CLI, and this will just reload it. And so that's actually running that from disk again. So it's very much like the way MS-DOS works, except, obviously not as in a lot as much. What else? So help, about, version, system info. alias, hotkey, I showed you that. Profiles, color set if you want to manually set it. Clear is like CLS, like clearing the screen. What else? List is just directory. That's changing drive numbers. That's changing directories. That's running. That's the same as run. This will let you delete files. This will let you rename files. This will let you copy files. And it'll detect if you're trying to copy just a file within a folder on the SD card, or if you're copying it from the SD card to the floppy drive. It'll let you rename, format. Yeah, if you need to format a disk, you can do that. And it's very much like DOS, like you can go format like that. Oh, or not. I forget now. Sorry, I worked on this a couple of months ago and I forget all of the things. What else? It's got the built-in date time thing, which takes up like 4K, which is brutal. So I might strip that out because I want to have it copy, like I want to be able to take a disk image, throw it on the SD card, and then copy all the files to the floppy disk in here. So I want to be able to go like copy, star to the 8 drive, assuming I'm in the 9 drive. And I just don't have enough room in memory to write any more code. So I'd have to strip something out and start optimizing my code, which I can do, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Oh, key codes. That the reason I wrote that was because I wanted to do different key combinations. So if you're going to go like here, key codes. So, okay, that's what the space bar is. But then if I go like control C, that's actually 3, which is just like run stop. So if I run it again and I hit this and then I go run stop, you'll see it's the same key code. So I use that to figure out key codes and figure out, like, can I do control Z? Yes, I can. And can I do, Commodore Z? Yes. Can I do control Z? Yes. And so you can see the results here. So now I know when I'm programming something like PetSynth, what the codes are. Because I was always doing stuff like this. Like I was always doing all these annoying little one-off programs to debug what I was working on. Sorry, I hate the flickering here. Let me see if I can get rid of the flickering. So I decided to kind of do it this way. And it ends up being kind of fun and useful. So at least I think so. Yeah, I think that's about it. Sys is just like if you want to, it's like the Commodore DOS command. Drive set. Okay, so if I go, so right now I am in drive 9. So if I go ls, you'll see all the files on my SD card. So if I go drive set, whoops, 10. What? How did I do? I don't remember how to do this anymore. I wrote this a few months ago, so I think it's maybe like that. There we go. So now if I go ls, no, I forget. I'll have to look at the code. I literally forget how that command works. But it lets you change the drive letter in software of both the SD card, like this guy. Y'all have this one. You know what I'm talking about. And as well as this, you can change this drive assignment through software. And so it actually supports both, which is why I have to be able to detect the drives reliably. And then as soon as you change the drive assignment, there's like a bug and I have to figure it out. It still works, but if you do a status, I don't know. I don't want to get into it because it'll get really, really a lot of detail that's pretty boring. Oh, here's another, this is fun. Okay, here, maybe I can show you this here. Watch. One sec. Okay, hockey. Okay, so I've set hotkey 2, which is F2, right? You know what F2 is, F2. So that when I press it, now It doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Oh, crap. This wasn't intended to be a demo. I was just showing you my screensaver.
It's Shift F1.
There you go. Okay. So now, no. So now, whenever I hit the F3 command, it's echoing Chiron. So that might not seem like a big deal, but eventually it'd be nice if I could actually have it run batch files or something like that. Anyway, so that's it. I'll put the stuff on GitHub and hopefully work out some of these bugs. But there it is. And the SID detection routine is written in C, not in assembler, which is either impressive or horrific, depending on your perspective.
CC65?
That is correct. So there we go.
That's some impressive stuff there. I like that.
Oh, thank you. I think it's a bit of a mess, to be honest, but I appreciate
these
it.
machines live. That's the fun of it.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too is there are some really good file management utilities out there, but so often I'm like, I just want like DOS. Can it just be like MS-DOS? Can we do that? So that's why I did it.
I missed part of it though when I was moving my computer. Are you planning on releasing that into something like a cartridge that could be used as a plugin?
That could be cool. I don't know. Maybe.
You know, like my VIC-20 here, I bought the penultimate cartridge finally, and I'm loving it. I love the fact that all the utilities there are at my fingertips. Something like, there's different operating systems or whatever would be useful in that sense too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The one thing that would be tricky is there's a bunch of directions it could go. So here are the directions it could go in. It could, I could make it strip down in terms of what it does, and then take the functionality I've stripped out and turn those into little files. So as you saw with CC65, you can write a program that takes command line arguments. And in my environment, what I would do is write all these commands, like let's say an xcopy command, and I would do it in such a way that it would, in my terminal, you could write, like copy everything to the floppy disk, and it would send those arguments to the file, run it, and then have the file automatically call the Chi CLI program, and you get back into your terminal.
Like
So
overlays or modules, right?
Sorry?
Like in the sense of using overlays or modules like they do in the DOS world to add functionality within limited memory or resources.
Yeah, except in this case, it's like just a bunch of programs sitting on disk that automatically always call the like CLI when they're done.
Okay, that makes sense. Still, it's cool stuff.
Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, Karen. All right, we're going to be ready for the 8-bit symphony with Chris Abbott in just a couple of minutes. Breakout rooms are still giving us trouble, it seems. But for now, we're going to, if you want to watch the presentation, stay in this room. And if you just want to have general chit chat, go to the lounge and we'll work on opening up the others.
These boxes are getting heavy. Get me to my table.
Okay, so I figured it out here. That's what you need to do. So here it was 10, the 1541. I did a directory. Here's what was on the disk. Now I'm going to say drive set 1541 to 8. Now if I do an ls, it doesn't work. I go to drive 8, and now it works. Well, that was the drive working, and that is really screwed up. I don't know why that's screwed up, but it works.
Cool. Thank you, Karen. All right, we're going to get ready to queue up the video from Chris Abbott.
Rock and roll.
So yeah, just reminders for everybody. So please mute yourself unless you're asking questions. We're hoping to get Mr. Abbott to join us for a live Q&A at at the end of the video. And so if you're not following the presentation, want to have some side discussions, please head to the lounge. You'll have a button for a breakout room and an invitation to the lounge. Zoom is still being weird. We're working on the other breakout rooms, but for now, let's use this main room for presentations and the lounge for side discussions and chit chat.
Sounds great. Awesome job, guys. This is fun.
Okay, so I'm just going to mute everybody. Here we go.
These boxes are still getting heavy, though.
Everybody, please give Joe some attention. All right, I'm going to queue up the video here. All right, can everyone see that?
Looking good.
Okay, and please let me know in the chat ASAP if you can't hear.
So, good morning, World of Commodore. Welcome to 8-Bit Symphony Talk. This is Chris Abbott.
Hello.
Chris is probably well known to many of you. He helped establish the SID remix scene in the 90s. And more recently, he's been working with well-known Commodore composers to bring our beloved childhood tunes to the symphony. I'm David Youd. I'm 8 time zones away in California. I've had the privilege of doing behind the scenes stuff with Abbott over the years. Mostly I just stay out of the way and watch him pull off the seemingly impossible. This is Yuri. Can you wave? So Yuri is our other interviewer. This good friend of mine, also from California. Yuri has mad Commodore skills, but I don't want to say what those are because he'll start getting emails from all of you if I do. But it's safe to say that he's an inquisitive person, and he has the advantage here of being largely uninitiated in the ways of symphonic Commodore music. So he'll be asking many of the questions of Chris that you're likely wondering about as well. This talk is pre-recorded, but there will be a live Discord-based Q&A that follows. So good morning for us, not for you, Chris. Thanks
And
all
we're in
for...
the evening. And it is good he's asking the questions because you know far too much.
Oh yeah, I'm just going to try to duck out of this as much as possible. So, Chris, can you kick things off with maybe a quick overview of what are you doing right now and how did you start on this journey?
The journey to making Commodore 64 music into bigger than Commodore 64 music in the remixing came from my mum. Because I had to prove to her that the noises I was listening to on the TV weren't actually ear-ripping articles of horribleness, but were actually decent compositions which were meaningful and full. You have to get that. Well, when you're a teenager, it's easy to get that from the original material because the original material is suggestive as opposed to complete. The original material is just 3 voices. And with that, it has to hint at violins, it has to hint at guitars, it has to hint at basses, it has to hint at flutes. And sometimes it hints at notes and musical content which simply isn't there. In fact, sometimes it does that so well that 2 people could listen, could have entirely different mental pictures of the pieces. Some of the pieces that were done back then were... seemed to be naturally orchestral. They seemed to be trying to be orchestral. They seemed to be trying to burst out of the chip, such as Kentilla. And even some of the early American things, what Paul Norman did, Forbidden Forest, Aztec Challenge, Super Huey, they were all quite obviously trying to be a big 80s film score. And it was obvious from it's very clever how he did it, because he had literally 3 sawtooth waves. And yet somehow he managed to convey all of that by choice of composition, structure. We're usually very short though, so there were more jingles almost, but lots of them, so there was a lot to work with. And
that was quite a privilege meeting him at your whole performance, which you'll probably describe here soon. I was able to talk with Paul and just say, it's just, as adults, many of us are trying to figure out how the ancient ones did these things, but in a really short amount of time in the 80s, he just took on the task, taught himself assembly language, learned Commodore internals, played on his guitar and entered them as hex codes and made these wonderful tunes. And it's very impressive.
And he was a rock musician, and also writing things like progressive rock musicals before he ever touched a computer. And the one key thing about all of the composers, pretty much, that we featured in 8-Bit Symphony, is that the composer themselves had a musical background beyond other computer music or 80s synth. Rob Hubbard had a background in jazz and classical music theory and rock and roll. He spent a decade pretty much gigging around doing tribute bands where they had to play everything. It was the typical turn up to a pub, play on stage, hope no one threw a glass at you. It's like in the Blues Brothers.
Country and Western.
In this case, it was rock and or pop. And Martin Galway had musical talent in the family, and so a background of syncopation, and because his uncle was James Galway, the famous flautist.
Oh, yeah.
And Paul had his background. An exception was Mark Cooksey, who did Ghosts and Goblins and Storm Warrior. He started off as a programmer and found he could compose a little bit. I think he was more of a musical sponge, because once he started programming music, he started absorbing lots and lots of influences from, say, Klaus Wunderlich and Bach, and all a mishmash of influences which went into what he eventually did. What he does now is he does music for slot machines.
Oh, yeah, actually a lot of the 8-bit people have gone into the slot machine realm, yeah. And
they ask him, can you do something which sounds like Raiders of the Lost Ark? And he's got these BP sets saying, okay. And
as I drink out of this mug, which is from one of your Kickstarters, even I, who have been following what you've been doing, sort of get lost in the sheer amount of activity that you produce. You've had lots of Kickstarters. Can you tell a little bit about, help people to differentiate between these individual efforts and how it's different from what you're doing now?
If you squint, it tells a story. In 2015, in 2015, I'd already been remixing for 20 years and producing various different types of stuff. In my third album, I did a concept album of Commodore 64 remixes, which was essentially part Jean-Michel Jarre and part John Williams and part New Age. And what happened is those 3 parts of that album all splintered into 3 separate projects. One was a New Age album I did when my children were born back in 2003, which was to send them to sleep, basically. One of them went to Marcel Donnet, who did Project Sidology, which is Jean-Michel Jarre and Vangelis meets Commodore 64, and that ended up on an insane 7 CDs and a DVD on the end, which had the surround sound mixes, which themselves took a year to mix because they were manually hand done. It's the best use of surround sound you will ever hear. When you're looking at in the shop and you listen to the demo, and then you listen to films and you've got a few sound effects here and there, but other than that, it's not particularly noticeable because they don't want you to notice the surround sound because that's not part of the, that would distract. But with this, it was all the way round, sensible artistic decisions. And the John Williams stuff went into, was put on, kind of put on hold until the technology and the opportunities came up to actually kickstart doing some scores. And then, so there was a Kickstarter was where my pitch to everyone was, okay, if you give me the money, we'll do the scores. I'll do computer renders of them as best I can, because it raised like 36,000. In orchestral terms, that buys you nothing. And I didn't know what I was letting myself in for, because it was like 3 albums of Commodore 64 music, not just a single album, but 3 of them, eventually ending up as like 40 tracks, which took 5 years to completely finish, with lots of detours along the way. And that's where it started. It started because we couldn't sell sheet music, because not enough people will buy it. So you can't raise the money you need to start doing the sheet music. So we had to sell renders and then go from there. Luckily, those renders were good enough to be able to persuade Hull Philharmonic Orchestra to actually devote one of their guys to help bring the scores into a proper formatting and sanity checking and whatever. And then the team kind of congealed around the concert, so that all the stuff, it's a case of cometh the hour, cometh the men, really. So the surround sound that we did on 8-Bit Symphony was taken from Project Sidology. A lot of the team was taken from the live events. Then Rob Hubbard got involved when I did a Kickstarter concentrating on his stuff, to get him back into doing new SIDs and doing remixing and taking a lot of his archive stuff. It was called Project Hubbard. And that re-engaged him with the scene after he'd been semi-retired. And that gave us the opportunity to finally give him what he wanted, which was 80-piece orchestras, and to indulge his, because he'd been doing these orchestrations over the years. He'd had something performed in Leipzig in 2005. Which is international karate, and he loved that experience. And the reason an international karate, which I think was, what was it called in the US? Karate. It wasn't Karate Champ, was it?
There's a number of people shouting the answer at the screen right now.
Yes. I grew up with international karate.
Anyway, so the reason the international karate is not a very orchestral piece as it stands, but Rob used that as a jumping off point to exercise as many different styles as he could in this thing, because he said, I might not get another chance to do this. Eventually they truncated some of it, but when it was scored, he was like, okay, and you can hear that because it's like about 5 kung fu movies at once. And then it all went quiet. There was some odd orchestral performances that were done, like Video Games Live or Score or Play, but only like small medleys. And quite often, Rob didn't like what they'd done with them. It was like they were usually done against a time limit and against a budget. And he didn't, and sometimes it was just that he didn't think they'd put enough effort in. So, you know, they'd done what they needed to do to get a performance on stage, but sometimes only you need an amateur or the actual person who wrote it originally to say, okay, this is what I'll do with this. And Rob he doesn't feel necessarily very constrained by his original material. So he will take it into areas where I would not dare if it was with my arrangements. My arrangements tentatively go new places and then hope that they don't upset anyone.
But when he does when he does it, it's canonical.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. With Monty on the Run, there's a thing at the beginning there's a segment at the beginning on the SID, and he listened to that and he said, "That's wrong." I said, "How can it be wrong? It's like it's the official release version." No, that's a typo. And he changed it in the arrangement, so the arrangement is more canonical than the actual canon.
I think that happened with the Archon theme as well when they discovered the original sheet music for it. There was that discrepancy, but if I'm remembering that correctly.
So he felt, and there was a bit in quite a lot of Monty on the Run is not orchestratable at all unless you're doing it very. I mean, I did it because I do that sort of thing, but it wasn't very interesting for an orchestra.
Sure.
So because it was based on a guitar solo and drum solos, and it's a repeated 4-chord riff and improvising over the top, and that's not very orchestral at all. I got over that by doing it with a saxophone riff, but the orchestra is going to get very bored. And Rob said, "Okay, jump that out and slip in a kind of Return of the Jedi, John Williams extended motif developing the themes that's informally known as Monty on the Spliff, which is Monty on, what do they call it?
Weed.
Monty on the Weed, yeah. So it's like a dream sequence. And that's, if you were imagining that in your head, that bit would be Monty on the Run in various Monty Mole in various situations, like being an Ewok in Return of the Jedi and looking around confusedly, or suddenly popping up in other films and just before impending doom, and then running away again. A lot of the process of doing the orchestration is actually coming up with the visuals or the idea to hang everything on. Otherwise, what you've just done is you've taken one set of notes and made them sound slightly different with different instruments. So sometimes you have to stylize it, or you have to say, okay, I am going to make this emotional statement and then follow it through.
So Chris, can I take you on a rewind? Can I take you on a rewind from a little bit? Because we're now with an orchestra. So you started off, you've had this Commodore 64. Your mom probably has been, like my parents would have been, screaming and yelling, what is this horrible sound coming out of the telly? And you call that music, and you're trying to prove a point here. You were a young lad by that time. How did you even go about on just getting into remixing, because we had no internet. It's not like you just pick up the internet, get the tools, and here you are, you can start remixing something.
Well, I started programming the Commodore 64 when a sequencer came out for it in 1987. So I was already programming covers of things on the Commodore 64. And there was a tape called Data Hits, which was released in 1986, I think, which had, they'd taken the Commodore 64 recording into the studio, and they'd added some drums and added some other instruments, not very many, and it wasn't done that well, if we're being honest. But it was mind-blowing. And then Rob Hubbard himself did a synthesized version of Sanction, one of his most famous pieces. And that appeared on the cover tape on the most popular Commodore 64 magazine, Here's Up 64. And that also blew everyone's minds. And at that point, that kind of put remixes on the map. That made studio CD versions of the Commodore 64 tunes a goal. After my parents bought me a synthesizer, I did sort of as much as I could with the equipment I had, which wasn't very much, an Atari 800 XL, a MIDI interface, and a 4-voice synthesizer, and a 4-track. And I did some stuff, but none of it. I did get to program for some music for a software house, and only one tune ever got released, which was in a boxing game on the BBC Master Compact. But it was enough to put on my CV. But then you have to fast forward into 1993 when Creative Labs released the AWE32 sound card, and suddenly wavetable sound in a MIDI a general MIDI tune became powerful enough to be able to remember the tunes and put them in and add stuff, like add some chords or add some drums or add a harmony. And then
at that moment in time already thinking about one day I'm going to have a complete orchestra play some of this? Did you already have a dream or a vision of that at that moment in time? Because this is like, I'm trying to plot a line from someone that, you know, gets a comment by his mom to getting to this big thing of this fantastic orchestra piece that we have been able to enjoy in part one.
Well, in the 1985 review of Thing on the Spring in Zap 64, they reviewed the sound and they said perhaps the London Symphony Orchestra could do better. And that's the seed where it all came from. At that point, orchestra was kind of like the Holy Grail. So we get to 1997. I released the first studio CD. I've already looked up Rob Hubbard on the internet by emailing all the Rob Hubbards on the internet, which was possible then. It was actually CompuServe, so and he wrote back sufficiently puzzled. And after a brief detour through Filipino music and a very fat Elvis impersonator, we get to where we produced Back in Time, which was the first studio CD with Commodore 64 remixes. There was synthesized. Rob has contributed some extra parts for Delta and Monty on the Run and Crazy Comets. So there was that, and then for the second one, I was in contact with a chap called Peter Connolly, who worked for Core Design and did the music for Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6. Mm-hmm. And I asked him if he could do orchestral versions of Forbidden Forest and Aztec Challenge, because it had always bothered me that those were so obviously orchestral in my head and in his head too. And he seemed to be in a position to be able to do something about it because he was already doing orchestral music for Tomb Raider. Wow. And so he did. And the second CD had Forbidden Forest and Aztec Challenge. The third CD, I decided that I'd join in. And at that point, Ben Daglish came in as well. And his piece Trap had always been meant as orchestral. And he was like, hey, I want Trap to go, I want to be able to conduct it. And at that point, it was coming into focus which tunes were naturally orchestral. And at that point also, Rob Hubbard had taken to doing orchestral versions of his own tunes, such as Kentilla, which was the first one I ever heard. And so the whole thing kind of just congealed until it resulted in a CD which had around about a third of orchestrated remixes.
And then you made that a reality in Prague.
Yeah, and in the year 2000, I was already talking to the Royal Festival Orchestra and trying to price up how much a concert would cost. Although it's lucky that didn't go ahead because the music prep alone would have kept, Rob Hubbard would have had to do it by himself, or you would have had to pay tens of thousands of pounds, and that was never going to fly. So in the absence of being able to do a classical concert, we went to doing Back in Time Live, which was essentially a DJ set in a big club, eventually becoming live performances from various Commodore 64 rock bands, which was terribly difficult to explain because you've got a Commodore 64 concert with no Commodore 64s in it.
Yeah.
That was always difficult conceptually to people had a great time when they came, but to get them to come, you've got to persuade them what it's going to be like, and it's impossible to explain.
Right. How do you see the generation that is up here now, which has such easy access again to how we grew up? It's interesting, and we grew up either with the ZX Spectrum, the Commodore 64 in the US. The people had an Apple. Us in Europe, we would have likely have had a BBC or access to a BBC Model B or one of the others. It was a very creative time because you had to basically make a lot of this stuff on your own. We had fantastic documentation, and then we've had a long period of time that we had nothing. And right now we've got a new generation that's got their Arduinos, their Raspberries, and all of that, which is kind of bringing back some of that creativity, if you will. Do you see that audience, that newer generation, connecting to having a love for this space as well?
Well, my daughter loves this space. She's 18 now. She's been growing up with Thing on a Spring and Commodore 64 music. But she never really used the Commodore 64. Her path to creativity was programming stuff in Little Big Planet, doing stuff kind of in Minecraft. And then she started to learn Python and started hacking RenPy programs, hacking role-playing games to change the narrative structures. And now she wants to become a video game developer.
Right.
Along the way, developing illustration skills, which she's been using for 8-Bit Symphony. So she actually contributed the illustrations for that go on the screen during the concert and in the booklet.
Very cool.
I think Gen Z is very creative. I don't think they feel necessarily the temptation to go back to the old platforms because there's plenty to do on the new ones.
Yeah.
Well, part of that is because of people like you making this so accessible. I mean, there was, as I muse on this from time to time, the human race, unless we bomb ourselves back to the Stone Age, right? We were analog and then we were digital. And there's this very thin early 80s time period in which we made that change over. And that's where the 8-bit wildness and creativity all was. And lots of people like me try to preserve a lot of that stuff. And it is well preserved because there's lots of geeks out there doing that. But you also take that and through lots of those remixes and especially your symphonic conversions of these things, making it very accessible to the non-initiated. Because as you said, my parents would hear bleep bleep, and when they hear the symphony, they kind of understand what's going on. I do have a clip of one of your upcoming Dragon's Lair examples from Dragon's Lair 2 that is the SID versus the orchestral back-to-back for people that may not have heard some of your orchestrations before. So
Rob Hubbard's in this case. 8-Bit Symphony's in orchestrations, the organization.
Sorry, the organization, the greater umbrella.
I can't take Rob's credit away.
No, I'm not trying to do that. Let me pull the trigger on that real quick just to give people an idea of what's going on. Except I have to figure out how to share stuff. Share screen. Okay, this is a back-to-back comparison. And now 2020 Rob. That is an amazing conversion right there.
Yeah,
it's just awesome. It's awesome how you can still recognize some of the original, but then it became really, really big. It floors me how a beautiful mind like yours and Rob and everybody else that's involved in this can take something that simple that has these elements. And it's interesting, even I am now trying to think of some of these tunes I like so much and then blow them up to something like beyond imagination almost, and just get swept up by the music. It is really, it's It's amazing what music can do, and it's amazing how you guys have been working on getting to this far. It's brilliant.
Well, I don't know how Rob does it, but what I find is I imagine myself sitting in a concert hall, actually listening to it, and then write down what they're playing. So it's kind of cheating, really.
And just for clarity, you have no official musical background. It's not this is something it's mostly homebrew.
Yeah. Rob does. Rob is a doctor.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have no musical qualifications whatsoever. It was just I taught myself all of this stuff by just listening and doing.
It's amazing. What would you do? What would you do different if you wind back time? Would you have taken a different career path? I think I read somewhere that you're a programmer these days. Is that correct? You're a professional coder, eh?
Well, I am when there's work. I've spent most of the time for the last 3 months packing up the CD box sets and stuff to go to people who have paid for Kickstarters.
You're a warehouse worker.
Oh God, it was grueling. Because I delivered 5 Kickstarters at once, so people got this huge big box, like David did. Got a huge big box. It's like early Christmas present.
Right.
There was a lot of stuff in that box. This guy over-delivers.
A signed C64 Mini as well that we took all the way to Prague to get signed, and the customs people were very interested in what those things actually were when I was bringing them back. They was like, "What's that?" And they were sort of sniffing it for drugs and stuff. I said, no, it's a mini 8-bit computer with signatures on it. It's fine. And he was like, ha.
So since we're on the topic of Kickstarters, we're pre-recording this on a Thursday. World of Commodore is Saturday. When you're all watching this Sunday, you have a Kickstarter that's wrapping up. What time on Sunday? Sometime on Sunday.
10 GMT.
10 GMT.
Which is 2 o'clock Pacific time, I think.
So what are you trying to accomplish? How can people help?
We have previously recorded 20 tunes in Prague with the 80-piece Czech Symphony Orchestra, who are world class.
Oh, goosebumps.
And we want to do another 20. We're not finished. We did. There were 40 came out of the main project when I started. Some of them dropped by the wayside because Rob didn't want them in the project. But we've got another 20. We want to go there and record them. So we've got both halves of the project finished. Stuff like Defender of the Crown and Nemesis the Warlock, Master of Magic, Where the Exploding Fist 2, Wizardry. Not that Wizardry, the Wizardry by The Edge, TM. And people can help by going and buying, pledging for a CD, Blu-ray, digital download. And it uses Kickstarter's new add-on system, so you can add on lots of the other Kickstarters while you're at it. There's a shipped with your pledge later on to save postage. We're not quite funded yet. The more we can fund, the more we can do, because we need to. With the Blu-ray we did for this one, which you can see samples of on the actual Kickstarter. There's a half-an-hour showreel. We had one guy with a camera, and we managed to create a really good Blu-ray out of that because the guy is very talented. But with more money, we would have more. We'd have something on the brass and winds and something on the percussion. So we wouldn't need to continually reuse takes that weren't recorded with that audio. That was cheating slightly. Yeah, but yeah, CDs, Blu-rays, and people can even hire me to do an orchestration.
I think that's the big thing. Everybody should, if you haven't checked out the Kickstarter yet, go and check it out. It's constantly updated. The show reel that you've put up it is absolutely awesome. If you didn't back the first one, this is your chance to back up the second one. New things have been added to this. It is just awesome. If you already have backed it, go back, check it again, pledge a little bit more. You're so close to getting this done. Now, this is going to be something that we'll talk about 100 years from now, because it does preserve something that came from very little to something really, really big. And this is music that truly deserves an audience that's much broader than just those people that remember these tunes, and just, you know, a professional treatment that it's been getting. It's just, it's mind-boggling. It is absolutely, it's so worth backing.
And because no one in the project actually was paid commercial rates, it was basically everyone was pretty much free. The Blu-ray cost £300. It's like a surround sound Blu-ray, 2 hours, and the £300 was how much it cost, because the guy just had hotel and travel money to come and do it because he's such a fan.
Right.
And Rob's such a fan. He's doing this for, you know, it's all a passion project, and which is lucky because it couldn't survive if anyone turned around and said, I'm going to charge you 50 quid an hour.
Chris, not only that, you brought up something really interesting on the remark you made with Rob, where he heard his own tunes and he's not afraid to completely depart from them as well, much further than even a remixer would dare to do. It is, you can feel the love in the music. You know, I'm not a musical person, but I can get swept up in the music, especially in classical music. That's what you can hear. It is the passion for the end product that's being created there. That's what makes it so magical, and that's why it's so worthy of backing.
I think so. It's a lot of classical albums are done on a time budget and for a reason. And they're even like the composer, Commodore 64 composer Chris Hulsbeck was way ahead of us on a lot of this, because he was having symphonic concerts of his own stuff in a decade ago in Germany, because one of the guys who was doing orchestral concerts happened to be a huge fan.
Right.
But still, some of the arrangements were very good, and they were very professional. But they were very professional, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were done to spec. They had to be done in a short period of time, and some of it was almost too clever. But it's brilliant stuff. But the stuff we're doing here has had years put into it, years of thought, or not all of it. Some of it just comes out in a week. But I've probably been thinking about it for 6 years.
I can't figure out if you just create your own luck, or if you think like 7 steps ahead on the SID chessboard. You either have a master plan, but you definitely have momentum. I know that COVID-19 has probably eroded some of that momentum, like it has for I've been aware of lots of Kickstarters who have been hitting delays or funding participation because of that. But yeah,
we finished the mixing for the first volume the weekend before the lockdown started. And we're in Prague not too long before the walls started to come down, so we just really lucked out there. Now we're in the Kickstarter. We're hoping to go back in May, and even the people who can't go to the recording, they'll get an HD live stream of the recording, which they can watch on YouTube as it's going, with audio right from the mixing desk. And that's an upper level pledge thing, or you can add it on. But it's amazing watching it. Say over a period of 3 days, you get like about 6 concerts. Through 6 days, 3 days, 6 sessions. Each session is 4 hours. So that's an insane amount of stuff.
It's true dedication. It's true dedication of something that you've been working on with a large number of other people that have shown interest and passion in this for many, many years. And it's been built upon that basis, and it's truly remarkable. And when David came back from the first recording, he was like, he was over the moon, like truly over the moon, an experience that who would have thought? Let's be clear, you know, all of us that are going to be watching this are about the same age, grew up with the machine that brought us often the career that we're in or that we have finished. And here we are. We've got people that are still building upon that. it's fantastic. It really is nice, and we're all now in a position where hopefully, back in the day we had money to maybe buy Zap magazine, and that was about it. Maybe one or two games once they become on sale, but that was about it. We've got a little bit more spending power now. We should be able to back projects that think larger than we could even imagine back in the day. This is truly worthy. I really do think that this is something that really brings it to where it should have been. We couldn't have imagined a world like this back in the day.
Here on Thursday, there's a little bit more of a push necessary on this Kickstarter, and I've been watching, biting the nails, hoping that this will help get the word out and push you over that finish line. The last one was a nail biter as well.
Yeah, I wish people would stop doing that to us. There's a couple of whales that have been good to us.
Yes. Well, you're definitely giving our memories the amazing treatment that you have decided it deserves, and it has become so. So thank you very much for that.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Any final kinds of sentiment you want to send out there to the internet while we got you here, or did we pretty much cover what you want to say? We're supposed to make these things like 30 minutes. I'm pretty sure we've gone over time. I've not been watching the clock. Maybe we'll have to cut some of this out, but we'll see.
We'll be okay.
Yeah.
Well, the Kickstarter page, I think, has enough on it so that if you go there and you like what's on the page, you will love what's on the CD. If you go there and you don't understand quite what's going on, you can listen to the Tom Faker, and have a laugh and then leave. But share it if you do, because one of your friends might like the John Williams big romantic 80s sound that we're going for.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of it comes from the love of 80s film soundtracks as well. We all got swept up in Raiders of the Lost Ark, Star Wars, E.T., Back to the Future, all that stuff.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. And we'll be seeing you in the QA section, the Discord channel. And thanks for your time.
Chris, thanks so much. Take care.
Oh, thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye for now.
Okay, that's great. And I see we have Chris on the Zoom chat with us, as well as on Discord.
Can you hear me? I'm not at the keyboard, so I'll be quiet on Discord.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Nice.
So has anyone got any questions, either through the chat or ask them on Zoom or on Discord?
No, Rob Hubbard isn't for sale.
Bueller.
Chris, it's Yuri. Maybe I can ask you a question because I had so many questions left that were left unanswered. First of all, what is the most favorite tune that you got of the C64?
Kentilla, probably.
Kentilla?
Kentilla.
What is the one that you haven't been able to remix because you just can't add to it?
Cybernoid. Jeroen Tel's stuff it's complete in and of itself. It doesn't respond that well to being put into another envelope or jacket, if you will. It just sounds the same, but with different instruments. To stylize it or give it a 1980s film, it needs someone different to me to do it, who has a better idea, because I just can't get there.
Hey, and which is the song that you're working on and you feel it's still not ready or worthy for the concert treatment? The one that you've been working on the past 10 years and it's still not there? Your nemesis.
Well, there isn't. I don't think there is one apart from Cybernoid. Most of the things I had in my mind were done. one way or the other, either by getting in various amounts of people or just by leaving it until I had that bright idea. And I had the 3 or 4 years to have that bright idea. So
can you lay out technically what some of these steps are from how you get a SID to maybe its raw content and music notes to how that's put in Sibelius and what that process looks like?
you put the notes. You either listen to the SID and then put the notes into the string section in Sibelius, because you've got 4 types of string instrument and 3 voices, so it fits quite nicely. Add in a drum or something, and then you just methodically go bar by bar, putting the actual notes in. Sometimes you might use the SID to MIDI to get some complicated bits. And there's times when I've had to take a wave file into WaveLab and scrape each tenth of a second to find out what note it is, when you've got some of the more outrageous arpeggios. But once the notes are in, then that's when you expand that and then decide which bits are loud, which bits are soft, what textures you're going for in each section, and how you're telling the story. So it's notes. The notes. It helps if you have an idea of the feelings that the SID gave you, and then you can try and replicate that feeling in the score. Sometimes you're actually doing the opposite of that, in that if the original SID makes you feel sad and you do a ragtime version, you're making you feel happy, which is an artistic decision, but not necessarily one which will resonate with the people who are hearing the original. In general, it's best to keep the same soul of the piece, even when you're changing pretty much everything else about it, apart from the melody and the bass line. For something like Monty on the Run High score, I made it sound like Leia's theme from Star Wars, and that required. We go on.
Hey, speaking of some of the remixes and such, I think we all have our list of favorites. Particularly, I really, there was a really good one that I found for Test Drive 2, which I think was just absolutely awesome. I'm curious about which one you would say of the 80s, because we're all children of the 80s, most of us. Naturally, we all love the John Williams scores, but is there any in particular that you consider your favorite that you've worked on, or just any that has inspired you?
I guess Raiders of the Lost Ark and Leia's theme, Star Wars main theme, E.T., Jurassic Park, if we're going to go 90s. And from other scores, The Wrath of Khan by James Horner, is it James Horner? And yes. the Star Trek The Next Generation, Jerry Goldsmith stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just composers that just did all sorts of composers that always produced quality.
It's always been, it's always been magic to me. My daughter plays piano and she does it by ear, and that kind of stuff to me is just voodoo and magic, and it's amazing how you guys, when you think about like John Williams and the big composers, they sat there and thought about what every instrument's going to play of this tune, of this song, and how a person goes through that process is just, it's definitely something that is unique. You guys have seen some of the AI stuff they have that generate songs.
Mm-hmm.
This is something genuinely unique to humans, and I mean, people like that are just, they blow me away. So
quite often people like composers like John Williams have their own orchestrators, because obviously John Williams has got a lot of work to do. So quite often he'll do a number of themes, and then he has orchestrators who he's trained up to actually worry about a lot of the fine detail, because John Williams hasn't really got enough time to worry about sharps and flat correctness or this or that, and he's often working on a couple of things at a time. And in this project, we also had an orchestrator or two who would so there was someone who would take my stuff and make it so that it didn't make anyone vomit when they tried to read it or play it in the studio. And that's a very important part of the thing. There's all these layers because it's so fundamentally complicated. You've got an idea, you say, okay, it's got to sound like this, and then someone says, okay, that won't work because that instrument is in that range and it should be in this range, or that won't work because the fingering on the harp is going to fail at that point because you cannot play that. And all that technical stuff, which is you can only learn academically, really. And that's why the team is so useful. The people who do that are the people I needed at the beginning and didn't have and got.
And it's like a great painting, isn't it? Where it's never truly complete.
I think so. You've always, the more you finish, the more options you have, and at some point you've got to say, okay, that's the version. It's like Rob Hubbard said about his war orchestration. It's not necessarily the definitive version, but it's the version that came out that day. There are probably a million other versions it could have been.
Well, thank you, Chris.
No problem. Eat it, Joes.
Chris, you just got funded, but there's still time for people to add on. The more people add to the project, the more we can do, more cameras. So you spoke about that already. That's one of your wishes. So for everybody that hasn't done so yet, try and go out to the Kickstarter page.
There's a lot of rare and signed stuff there as well. That's only there for the Kickstarter: cassettes, LPs, box sets with new SIDs in. Signed sheet music that's actually conductor scores that are the same as the one they'd use in the studio, that kind of thing.
Chris, is there going to be a number 3?
Well, if there was,
if
there was, it would be called Encore, because. But I'm not saying I've put any thought into it. But we would be starting from scratch with the arrangements, whereas before we were piggybacking on the concert and the previous Kickstarters for stuff that was already halfway there. So it could happen, but it's more likely that there will be concerts based on this music that happen. And maybe then that will fund enough extra interest to make a third part happen. But we've already picked a lot of the low-hanging fruit here. Not everything is interesting to an orchestra. Some of it's too fast, too repetitive, too synthy. Some of it's just dance. And it's not all suitable for taking into the orchestral realm without doing something special to it.
Well, it looks like you've left us speechless.
Sorry. Well, perhaps we should just play Bog's Death or something. Did you ever hear that? The Mighty Bog. He did, one of his albums had a tune called Death that was purposely dissonant. It was very funny. I should really orchestrate that and sneak it in. So at the beginning of Prague, they start playing Death. Oh, I've got to do that now. Damn it! Keep it secret from Rob. Give him a heart attack.
Hey Chris, is there any volunteer skills that you're still looking for? If people want to be contributing in other ways than monetary?
We're always interested in people who know orchestras or instrumentalists who know orchestras, so we can get because we've generated a pile of scores, and to get a concert, an orchestra to perform them, you just give them a pile of paper, and that could happen anywhere. It's the ultimate transportable concert. So we're always interested in like making it really easy for people to do concerts worldwide, in Australia or Silicon Valley or wherever, and to say to an orchestra, look, here's some scores. Don't even have to pay us for them necessarily. We'll just bring some merchandise and sell that. Just do a concert and collect the box office. And that's kind of where that's going now. But contacts that would help, that would use the Kevin Bacon rule to get us to people who would be interested is another way. It's about evangelism, really. Of course, I could be wrong.
Okay, any last questions for Chris Abbott? Oh, I think we're good. Well, so thank you, Chris Abbott, and also David Youd for setting this up and arranging the interview, and Yuri for participating in that.
No problem. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, you're welcome to hang around. We're here all day.
I'll hang around on Discord for a bit.
Okay, and if I'll post the Discord link in the Zoom chat for anyone who doesn't have that link.
But I also have to clean a floor, so
yeah,
it's either or really.
Real life goes on.
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chris.
Cheers.
Okay, everybody. So we're that came out to just an hour. So our next formal presentation will be at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Scott Hutter talking about what's new in the world of GEOS, which will be pretty cool. So until then, we are still having trouble with the breakout rooms. It seems Zoom has hidden them somewhere, and so we're just going to roll with it. So we're going to keep this main room for presentations and chit-chat outside of the presentations. But there is a lounge breakout room if you want to get away from the presentations and have a bit more of a boisterous discussion. The usual reminders: keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking, to keep background noise to a minimum, but feel free to share cool things you're working on and do buy and sell. If you've got stuff for sale or trade, talk about it in the chat, share some pictures, and we'll just run it fairly informally.
Does anybody want to see more of my thing? My Kai Sielak?
No, I don't think that came out right, sir.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll pass on seeing your thing.
I am wearing pants. It's okay. This is not one of those internet Zoom calls from inappropriate land. So I forgot. So if you're interested, I'm just going to go for it. And if you're like, okay, I'm sick of this guy's voice, just tell me and I will stop. But what I forgot to mention was, and I can't believe I forgot this, but like I said, it's been a couple of months since I've even used this thing. So it can set the drive numbers, and I figured out how to make that work. But I can also type text files and program files. I can view memory, and it starts in hex. And then you can peek and poke in hex as well as in decimal, because I find that documentation, like, so basically when I was working on stuff like PetSynth, I would go and I would look up some memory location and it would be in hex somewhere, and then it would be decimal somewhere else. Like someone would have some basic commands and they'd be in hex, in decimal, and then some book would have a memory map in hex, and I just got annoyed going back and forth, and often I'm just poking around memory and prodding chips and stuff, and you know, I got annoyed doing all of those things or writing the little utilities. So that's sort of why this came about. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to mount a camera to show you. So you can see the whole screen. But yeah, let's see here. I'll get some tape here and tape it down. All right, there we go. That should work, sort of. Okay, so does this cable, did not anticipate any of this. I completely forgot about all this. And that looks really bad. I don't think you can see that. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Here, what if I do that?
No world of Commodore would be complete without duct tape holding something together.
Yeah. Yep.
And then we need WD-40 to undo it at the end.
Yep. Okay. All right. Cool. So I'm going to turn the machine off. So had some questions. So first of all, the machine is, this is the machine here. And so this is just, yeah, SD card. This is just an adapter that I made because I just wanted RCAs on the back here. And this is just a regular fast loader cartridge. This is an early Rev C64, but I've got the VIC-20 PET keyboard in it. So if anybody had any questions, other than that, it's stock. It's all stock. So I load it like this.
Okay, Kyron, I've spotlighted you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. It's ready to go. Okay. So now I'm going to do LS, and I'm looking at the files on my SD card, as you saw earlier. So if I want to switch directories, I can go CD misc2 and then LS, and then I can see what's in that folder. Now, if I want to read a file in here, if I want to go back CD ... Now I'm in the previous directory. Control C because I don't need the rest of the things. Now, if I type in chi-cli readme, that's, where is it? Right here. Chi-cli readme is a sequential file that's 1 kilobyte in, ooh, that's impossible to see. One sec, before we do that, I'm gonna try profile set 1. That still looks bad. One sec. I'm gonna try the brightness here. Okay, does that look readable now?
I actually think it was a little bit better before when it was a little brighter. I can read it just fine.
Okay, great. I'll leave it like that then. Okay, here we go. So I can type in the command type and chi-cli readme, and you can see here, chi-cli readme sequential file, 1 kilobyte in size, and it's read write. And now it's displaying the text file. So this is a text file that I wrote in Quick Write, and it outputs a sequential file, and it barfs it on the screen. And if I hit Control C, it would exit out of there, but there it is. Now, if I do another listing, and I want to view, go to Kyron. Okay. So that is a program file that's very small, 256 bytes. I believe that's just a regular basic program. So bear with me. I hope it is. So if I do that, it detected that it's a program, not a sequential file, and it mostly prints out the basic listing of the program. So I'm doing the I'm doing the symbol swapping so that it knows like what the commands are and output something that's almost what you would expect in BASIC. This is obviously a big mistake. That's just supposed to be by name there. I don't know why. It's a bug. This is like alpha software. So my apologies. But the point is, it'll detect if it's a sequential file, print out the text. If it's a program file, it'll print out the basic and when it is debugged exactly as you would expect it to. Now, if let's see here. If I want to do it in hex, I believe this is the command. No, maybe I go. Okay, so this is printed out the basic stub. Now I'm just going to pop back into the source code because I forget how to print in hex, but it will do that as well. 1 second here. Type. No. Here we go. Argument 2. That's it. Okay. So now if I press up and then I do this, now it's printing it in hex. So it detected what it was, and that's this. You can see there's the 2061. I'm going to Control C out of there. I'm going to type the other one because that'll be a little bit easier to follow here. So I'm going to type that one. In hex. It detects it. And now you can see here's the text of my name. And if you look these symbols up, these are the basic tokens. So there's that. So I didn't get a chance to show you that. So that was kind of neat. And then what else? I made some notes. View memory. Okay, so if I type in view mem and then hex 400, like 0400, it will start barfing out memory starting at 400. And here we are at 4B0. And if you know that that's screen RAM, then that's why you get this repeating like 30s and 32s, because it's just reading, and it's reading the screen, but it's outputting to the screen. So a bit of a feedback thing. But yeah, if you press any key, it'll keep barfing out what's in memory. So if I were to, I don't know, start at 0, then we see what's in memory there. Let's see here. I'll do a demo of the drive set command. So I'll go drive set. Now, wait, what I'll do first is I will switch to drive D8, sorry. And it's listing the drive there. You should be able to see the lights there, maybe, hopefully. Anyway, so this is what's on the disk. And again, I can go type chi CLI readme and see what that file is. You can hear it's loading it off the disk. And then here's the readme file. I'm going to Control C out. So there we go. And if I do a status, it'll show me the drive's okay. So now I'm going to go drive set, and it's 1541. See, I don't want to have to specify this. I want it to detect the drives and do the right thing at the right time. And this is the part I haven't updated yet. Again, super alpha software. But drive set, it's a 1541, and I want to set it to drive 10. So now it's on drive 10. So if I do this, error, because it's the wrong thing. If I go to drive 10, you can see it's now doing its thing. Now, if I go to drive 9, that's the SD card reader. Cancel out of there. I'm going to go drive set UIEC 11. Now, if I go like that, oh, doesn't work. Go to 11. Now it works. So what else can I show you? If I do this and then do what? Okay, now I'm going to go peak, and I'm going to go 1024. And so that's in decimal. So address in decimal is that, and that's the same character as that. And we're reading memory at that location. If I go peak hex, now again, I want to make this a command line argument and not a separate command. I just haven't gotten around to it. Super alpha software. Now I'm reading memory again, but this time I'm giving it in hex. And we can see again, now it's giving it to us in hex, and it's that character up there. And so if I were to add 2 to that, so if I press, oh, does this work? Is it Control I? Yes, it is. Another thing I did is if I turn this down here, I made a layout where if you hold Control, I, J, K, L are like the inverted T cursor keys. So now I hold Control and I can go J. Oh, you can't see that. Let me try. Let me do this here to show you that. Okay, so echo debug. Great. Now, if I go Control I, it repeats the last thing. Now I want to edit it, so I can go Control J. Now I'll insert 2020, and then I can go Control L. So now I can navigate back and forth. And I believe, is it U? Yeah, U and O go to the beginning and the end of the line. And you'll notice that this is not using the built-in kernel routines because they would let you move the cursor all over the screen. And I didn't want that. I wanted a command line input like you would expect from like a Unix console or something. And there we go. So back to this here. If I go peak and we go to, oh, whoops, sorry. See, here's what I could have done. Let's say I did that. So I go Control J, go back, go, oh, I wanted the hex command. And then I can go like this, go to the end, and then go and put in that. And we'll see, oops, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted 3. Ooh, that's a bug. I don't know what's going on there. Oops, that's not really what I wanted either. Sorry. I'm trying to, actually, what I need to do is clear the screen and echo hi. Now I go peak X 3. And it didn't work. Oh, I know what it is. Anyway, there's some bugs with case conversion and ASCII to PETSCII and stuff. Anyway, what are some other things I can show you? Set the profile back. I viewed memory. I can poke into memory. So if I go echo hello, and then go poke, this time hex, and then let's try character 64. And you can see it's changed this character. Actually, that's a bad example. Let's go 65. Okay, 66. You can see I'm changing the character up here every time I do this, 67. So yeah, you can peek and poke, or I could do the way you would do it in Commodore DOS, 68. And there it is. What else here? I can show copying a file. So hopefully this will work. There won't be any more bugs. Let's see here. So if I go to drive 10, that's our floppy drive. If I go to drive 11, that's our SD card. So why don't I go into, I'm going to try going into drive tester. So if I type in mount drive tester .d64, that should work. And there's drive tester, and there we go. So now I should be able to go copy to drive 10. Wait, what drive are we again? Yeah, so copy drive 10. Oh, why did I have to pick an annoying file name? Drive tester T. Hopefully this will work. It might not work because it might not like the file name. It should support this. Let's just see what happens. So that didn't work. And if I do status, oh, I can't. Okay. I can't do status because I changed the drive letters. So I'm actually just going to restart. Actually, wait. Here, I'll just do this. Like I said, it's buggy. I haven't worked all the kinks out yet. But I just want to show you the file copying here. All right, so I want to copy, let's try copying. Actually, is there another disk I can mount? Oh, that's going to take a long time. I want to do something fast. Okay, here, let's just go copy, go to Chiron 8. And that didn't work.
Hey, Sharon.
Yeah.
We have a question on from chat. They're asking, what's the circuit board connected to your user port?
Nothing. There's nothing on my user port.
Or maybe they're talking about something else.
There is the SD card reader. Nothing in the user port. That's just adapter for audio and video. And that's fast loader cartridge.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So, got a drive error, file exists. Okay, that's cool. Let's go to drive 8 and see what happened. That's weird. Okay, so let's go back to 9 and try that again. Copy. I think it's to 8. It's been a while. So that didn't work. Status, file exists. How about copy? No. Give me a sec. My apologies. Let me look in the source code again. Oh, right. Item 2. Okay, so I want it to go to D8. I forgot that I updated that. That makes more sense. And that's the file I want to copy. Still didn't work. Why is that not working? Sorry, it works. I just have to remember what the thing is. But here, let's go into here and I can delete a file too. So I could delete, I'll delete the README file. So here, delete ICLI README. Now it's deleted. I do a status. It says the drive's okay. I list. And the file's gone. So now, if I go into 9, I should be able to list it and see where is CliCli README. Okay, great. So now I should be able to go. One more time. There we go. Now it's working. There. If I do a status, it says the SD card drive is fine. Go here. It already says the status is okay. I do a list. You'll see the README file is back, and I can even type it and make sure that it's correct. And there it is. That's the file. So there, I proved the copy works. I just forgot the syntax. What else here? Set, make it a little easier to read. Number 1. And then if I do help, you get help. If I do date time, it shows the wrong time, so I can set it. And now 2020, 12, I believe it is the 5th. There we go. Yeah. It is 12/21. And now it shows the right date. And when I type in screensaver, it runs the screensaver and it shows the time. And here we go. Yeah, that's working. So if I go help, I can also do reversion, and it'll show me when I compiled this and pull this out of my source code, so I don't have to update that. There's a little bit of an about. Again, just shows me the version number. And oh, I can even rename files. So I can go rename, or even just ren ICLI readme to test. See, we can see it's test. I can type test. There we go. And now I can copy test to the SD card. There, so test is still on the disk. Go to the SD card list. And there should be a test in here somewhere. Yeah, right there. I can even type that version. And there we go. And I think that's everything. Oh, you can do it validate. Here, let's go to the disk drive, validate. You can also do initialize. It'll send the initialize command. What else? There's a time command. So if you just want to see the time, it'll show you that. And that's pretty much everything now. Any questions?
That's actually really cool software. This is going to be available for download somewhere at some point in time?
Yeah, I'll put it on GitHub.
That's really useful. Now, maybe I missed it, but can you just launch programs from here too?
Yes, yes. So
let's not just like a file copying, moving, and disk utility. You can actually execute files from here too. Okay.
Yes. So if you look, I've got DC64. So I could go run DC64. And I'm going to go no, because I can also do it Unix style DC64. And I could get rid of the yes, no thing if I wanted to. I happen to have it here for now. So now we're running DC64 here. And if I wanted to, I could go back in here and F7 to run. So now I can run KaiCLI off the floppy disk. Actually, that'll be really slow. Let's go this one. And now it's going to load my utility again. So that's kind of an example of what I'm talking about. If you wrote a utility to automatically load KaiCLI, then it would act like DOS, where you have command.com, and then you've got all the other .coms and exe files, and then you could expand it out that way. So,
did you also say that this can be used to mount D64 files from your SD card? I may have missed that.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Yep. So you go in here, do a little list-a-rooney. And then here's Berserker Redux. Actually, sorry, this is so hard to see. There we go. Let's try that again. So mount Berserk Redux. Not Berserker, sorry. D64. list. Those are the files in there. And now if I wanted to, I could copy like main to the floppy disk.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of fun. That's a fun replacement for a file browser. I like it.
Thanks. Yeah, I thought so too. So what I'd like to be able to do is type in copy star to D8. But the reason why I haven't been able to do that is, well, because I haven't done it yet, but I'll have to grab a file listing and then have it go through all the files in this folder, for example, and then run this copy command. And that's not hard to do, but this program is officially filled up memory. Like I can't add any more anything to it because it's pretty full. So I have to go back and optimize the code, like optimize the functions or convert some functions to inline, or like there's a whole bunch of things you can do to optimize C programming to make it smaller and to give me more RAM to work with. So once I do that, then I'll have the room to do that. Or if I just get rid of the time and date functions, that'll make up a chunk of room as well, because it's just having C standard library like time and date functions on an 8-bit machine is it's a lot of code and a lot of memory, and I noticed it was like 4K. As soon as I added it, my executable and RAM usage was like 4K extra. So yeah. But you can see I've just called the time function and then it's got the time there. I go screensaver. See, if I pulled out the screensaver and the time functions, I could in theory have a separate screensaver program that you run with this and then free up some memory in the thing. So that's why I'm saying I'm at the point where I have to make a decision on, do I try to optimize the program and add more features, or do I start pulling things out as separate files and turn it into more of an MS-DOS type of thing? So.
Another cool thing I was just thinking while you were like typing some of the long file names, in MS-DOS, you can like hit tab and then it'll try to like automatically, type what the closest thing is. That would be a cool feature, although it's more space.
Yeah, no, that's great idea. I actually had that idea, but the problem is I would have to, here, I'll show you the unmount command. There, now we've unmounted that file. So in order to do that, the reason why DOS didn't do that tab to complete Unix thing is because, I don't know if you remember back in the day, but if you typed in the wrong command in DOS, it would fire up the disk and do a bunch of baloney and then finally go, I don't know what you're trying to do. I don't recognize the command. So because DOS automatically tries to load whatever you typed in, it has to go through the directory listing like file by file and find out if it really can run what it is you're trying to run there. So in order to do what you're saying, the autocomplete, I have to load the entire content of the disk. And if it's an SD card, that's a lot of file names, store it in memory, and then compare when I do the autocomplete with the tab, compare what they're trying to do with everything that's in memory. Or I don't keep it in memory, and then every time someone hits tab, load, everything. So I think it would be too slow. I would really love it if it did that, but I think it would be better served to just have it do some like wildcard stuff. So you could go like, instead of typing like mouse test.prg, I could just go, like type, mouse star, and it would pick the first one or whatever, something like that. I don't know. There might be a way around it. I don't know. But great idea. Love it.
So when is the 80-column Commodore 128 version of this shipping? Is that going to be what, day after tomorrow you'll have that done?
Well, the interesting thing is I already have a version running on the PET. Cool. I've stripped out literally everything that's useful just to get it to fit into 32K. So the problem with that, here, maybe I can let you see me while I'm talking. Here we go. So the problem with that is obviously memory, and I'm writing in C and I don't have a lot of extra memory. So the question is, can I optimize the code so that there's enough room left over to do useful stuff on the PET? So if I can do that, that's awesome, because that code I can port back to the 64 version because of the way I wrote it. So that would be cool. In terms of porting it to the 128, I haven't done that yet, but because it has so much more RAM, that should be pretty easy. The way I wrote it again is you might have to change some memory location stuff for, the hardware detection and whatnot, but everything else should be pretty easy.
That would actually be really clever, even on the PET. That would be fantastic, since we don't really have file browser on the PET. You kind of have to do everything manually when you're using like one of the SD to PETs that Future Was 8-bit has out, and it can get a little bit clunky. So having an interface like this on the PET would be a lot of fun, even if it was missing some of the more advanced features. Just getting the basics in there would be really clever.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you. I'd love to do that. It's all about timing and resources and whatnot. But yeah, this came about because I was trying to do like simple things, and I got frustrated because it always seemed like I needed to load some, like I'd have like, oh, I want to do some file management. Oh, okay. Well, it's really annoying to do that with a stock 64. If you have a fast loader, there's lots of shortcuts that make it easier, but it's still like not off the top of my head easy. I was always looking up, okay, how do I format a disk on a PET? Okay, how do I format the disk on the, oh, this will format. There's a format command. I forgot to show you that one, but it formats. So yeah, so I had all these little annoying things, like little simple things I wanted to just do, and I'd have to jump to different programs, and I was like, frustrating. So that's where this came about. And the first version actually didn't take command line arguments. You type in a command, and then it would ask you a question, and then you would type in, like, so if it was copy, it would be like, okay, where do you want to copy from? Okay, what do you want to copy? Okay, where do you want to copy to? So I then went back. Because again, I was just trying to write something to solve some immediate problems. And then what I found was it worked really well, and it was really easy to add new functionality. It was horrible spaghetti code, and I'd have to ask a question and then answer it, and all that stuff got way out of control. And so then I went back and rewrote everything so that it would take command line arguments, so that I could do something like copy this from here to here, or set this drive to this drive number. So and then I'm like, oh, well, maybe I could do some hardware detection. That'd be cool. Hey, maybe I can make it do the PET chime. Hey, maybe I could like figure out what kind of machine it's. Do you want to here? You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go grab, if anybody cares, and by all means, just cut me off if you don't. I'm going to go grab another 64 just to show you it detecting a different machine. So this machine here, hopefully you can see that. So this is detecting Commodore 64, NTSC. Here's the kernel revision. Here's the VIC chip. Here's the SID chip. Okay. So I'm going to go get a different one, and we're going to check it out. One sec.
Into the back room of Commodore 64s.
Yeah, we want to see the back room.
We all have one.
Where did he go?
Maybe you had to like sign it out.
Should do an open doors Commodore event.
Oh, I don't know. That might be a little embarrassing. I think I have too much stuff. I recently did a repair-a-thon, and I fixed up about 20 C64s for a project I'm working on.
Geez, you win. I only have like 5 of them.
Are you doing C64 networking?
No, I want to make a version of PetSynth that runs on all of them through one MIDI keyboard simultaneously. So it's like a wall of Commodore 64. So I don't know if you saw Look Mum No Computer did a giant wall of synthesizers, and they were just synthesizer modules. So I want to have a wall of Commodore 64s, and when you play one note, they all 20 of them fire. So
I approve.
Make it so.
So here, if we scroll, if I lean the camera down, oh, I got to make sure I don't unplug that. Sorry, I don't want to rip the USB wire out. That would be bad. So this is, you can tell with the legends here, a C64C revision 250 469 motherboard. So we turn it on here. There we go. Oh, I never responded about the cartridge thing. The cartridge thing would be super duper cool. There are some parts of that make things tricky. So by having the program as a program that's on the disk, the program can run another program, and then that program can run the original program. If it was on a cartridge, the extra programs, when they finish doing what they're doing, would have to then jump to the cartridge again. And so that, which is, I mean, possible, of course. I just don't know if that's the best way to do it. So I'm not sure. Okay, so now, hopefully you can read that. It says Commodore 64C, NTSC revision 3 kernel, and then MOS 8500, VIC2 8562, and SID 8580. So it detected that it's a different machine. And I never intended to do any of this hardware detection. I just thought, oh, something like NeoFetch would look cool. And then I had to do some drive detection stuff for changing the drive letters. And then when I saw how it was kind of, and it was actually really, it was really weird because I was calling code to reset the drive to be able to retrieve the string that would tell me what kind of drive it was. And I had to put a pause in the program to give the drive time to reload itself, because every now and then it wouldn't work. The code wouldn't work, and I didn't know why. And then I finally figured out that it was a timing thing. Like I was resetting the drive, and that takes like a half a second or something. So I couldn't reset the drive and then immediately try to read it and get the status string. Also, you can't close a drive once you've reset it when you normally would send a command and then close the channel. Well, once you've reset the drive, that channel's closed because the drive's reset. So little things like that. But anyway, so I wanted to detect the SID for, I don't know why, but I just went down that rabbit hole. And then when I got it working, I'm like, oh, cool. What else can I detect? And that turned into a whole thing. Does that need to be in the code? Probably not. There should probably be like a separate program that does this, and then, and then you run it. But yeah, so you can see here, it's done that. So now let me go see if I can quickly find a 128 and let's see what the output does. I think it works. It should work. It might not work. We'll find out. All right. Okay, my 64 power supply is right here, and my 128 is right here. So here, did I plug that in? Oh, I did. Awesome. This is the one that's super annoying because it's so close. All right. So as you can see, we've got 128. Whoops, sorry. And I've wrapped the cord around the camera. Okay, so let's give this a try. All right, now so you can see Commodore 128, NTSC, R3 kernel, 8502, 8564, 6581.
Love it.
I also have one of those bus cards for the 64 that lets you use IEEE 488 drives. And it does work with those as well and will detect them. I think there might be a couple of quirks I need to figure out, but the last time I checked, it worked with those as well.
Sorry, did you explain how you get that information from the chips?
No, I did not, but I can. Okay, so in order to detect if it's a 128 or not, actually, I should pull up the code just to make sure here, because I kind of forget some of this stuff now. 1 second. Hardware.c. And where is it? Okay, so according to my notes here, okay, so CC65 has a get CPU function. And that function tells you if it's a 6502 or 65C02 or 65816, 4510, 65SC02, 65CE02, HUC 6280, 2A0X, and 45GS02. So the first thing I do is I look at that and see what it returns. And then I look at the SID, and the SID detection routine is a separate thing. If you Google like how to detect the SID, there's a bunch of code out there, and I just converted, like I just rewrote some C code to do what the, no, actually it was more involved than that. We'll look at that later. So I figure out what kind of a SID it is. Now, if the SID is a 6581, then I know that that system also is probably going to have the 9-volt, the other version of the C65 VIC chip, right? I know you can get converter boards and do stuff, but I based my hardware detection on stock systems because this wasn't, I didn't intend this to be the be all of hardware detection. It was honestly just, hey, I wonder if I can make it do this, and it worked. All right, sweet, let's leave it in there. So by using the SID, I can figure out what video chip is probably in there and what kind of machine it probably is. And then for detecting if it's a 128 running in 64 mode, or if it's a real 64, I look at memory address D030, which is always 255 on non-Commodore 128 6502 CPU. So there's a certain memory location, and it's always 255. And sorry, let me put my phone on sleepaway time here. So yeah, so if you look at that part of memory, it'll tell you if it's in if it's a 128 or not.
Thank you.
Yeah, for detecting the kernel, yeah, the kernel, there's a couple of memory locations that you can check for that. And if it detects a revision 1 kernel, I believe the code will tell you that it'll say C64, but early revision motherboard, because only the very earliest ones had the revision 1. NTSC PAL, I know there are proper ways to do that detection, but I just look it up in the kernel. That works like most of the time, but that's not necessarily the best way. I know that. Yeah, let's see here. The PAL NTSC flag is at 2A6 in hex. So I look at that for the region. And then, like I said, the SID routine. Actually, let's look at that, because that was, what do I do for the SID routine again? Where is it? Detect SID. Okay. So what I'm doing for the SID is, oh, right. Okay. So I disable the VIC. I set the frequency of voice 3 to FFFF. And then I test the memory location for a certain value. Just like the code I originally got this from that was in assembler. It's on Codebase. Here, I'll just put it in the chat. I basically took the assembler code, one sec, that I'm pasting to everyone right now. Here we go. I used that, and then what I did was I check it 255 times. So I do the check over and over and over again, and I actually increment some counters. So I'm actually taking, I'm not doing the test just once. I'm doing it a bunch of times, and then based on the averages, I can be fairly confident if it's an 8580 or if it's a 6581. So that's actually why it's a little bit here. If I run sys info again, watch. No, sorry. I thought there'd be a pause. There isn't a pause. It takes like a second to scan the SID. It's not fast. But again, this wasn't like, I'm not coding some awesome demo that's going to be super fast and take up like 2 bytes of memory. And this is all in C. So I didn't really care about how long it took to detect it. But and you can get really sophisticated. There's ways to detect if you're running an emulated SID or if you're running in an emulator and all. I went down the rabbit hole. There's even people, there's a utility that will allow you to scan a Commodore 64 and it'll tell you like the revisions of each of the chips. And I was gonna disassemble it and see how it worked, and it was PAL only. And I needed to stop going down the hardware detection rabbit hole. But it was fun because it was like, oh, well, I could do this. Well, maybe I could do this. Well, what could I do with this? So yeah, it was neat. It was fun. Here, I should set the profile to 128 here. Let's see, profile set. 128 VIC2. There. See, and now I can run system info again. And that's using the color palette. Oh, I didn't set the time. Any other questions?
What's your day job?
What is my day job? I'm always doing stuff. The last thing I did was a couple of cryptocurrency startups. And right now I'm actually working on a YouTube channel for the news, for tech news. So look out for that. Hopefully on Tuesday will be my official first episode.
Floppy disk based, or has he got a cartridge for this thing?
It's just software. There's no cartridge at the moment.
soon as you're done with that pet version and the full Commodore 12880 column version by tomorrow afternoon, are you planning on putting any like REU support in there?
If
Maybe
somebody
copying
wants
back
to donate one, sure.
Good answer. Good answer.
Actually, one of the things that was driving me crazy developing this is I have two 1541 drives, and then I have an SFD 1001 drive, and then I have a PET drive, a 2031 or whatever, IEEE drive. So my SFD 1001 drive is all the capacitors are bad, so I have to change them. So I couldn't use that for testing. I wanted the 1541 support to be spot on, but then for the one drive I have, the alignment was out. And so and then there were a bunch of other problems. So I have to do a realignment again, and then it'll be fine. But I had another 1541 drive, new in box, mint condition, everything was felt. I kept it in great shape. It always worked. I pulled it out, didn't work. Tried to realign it, wouldn't work. Took it apart, couldn't figure it out. Took the head apart and figured out that there was a wire in the head. And what I think is in the cold in storage, one of the wires in the windings snapped, and there's just no fixing it. Like I even found, like I tried resoldering the little wires in the drive head, because sometimes that'll snap, and I was able to do it, but it still didn't fix the problem. So the actual head is borked. So if anybody has a 1541 drive that even half works in the Toronto area, let me know. Actually, it'd be nice to get other drives so that I could test it with more. See, it's too bad we couldn't do it, non-Zoom style, because then I could just bring copies of this and see how it works with other drives. It should work, right? It's using all the drive commands except for when you copy from drive to drive. I have custom code to do that. Oh, I should do this again. Sorry. So it's custom code to copy files, because Commodore didn't build that functionality into all their drive commands. Oh, this will also do custom drive commands. I didn't show that off, but it's mostly the same as what you would do in Commodore DOS. You can just do it in the command line. So yeah.
That's wonderful. That was exciting to see. I really enjoyed that myself.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to downloading it and testing it out. I've got a 1581 and a 1571 and 1541, so it'll be fun to see if they all talk together, transferring things back and forth. Should work.
Very cool. Yeah. Let me know. Like I said, I gotta set up a GitHub and start putting up all my stuff. Somebody else put PetSynth on GitHub, just because I haven't yet. So I really got to get my my GitHub game figured out.
Would you link that in the Discord so we can all get a hold of that?
I haven't even set up a GitHub.
Right, but when you do, can you put it in the Discord? Cool, that's awesome.
For sure.
Right after you finish the Commodore 128 and PET version, you'll get right on that, right?
Yep. No, I'll probably post this sooner and then go back to adding features. I also managed to port PetSynth to the Nintendo, to the NES. So I'll put that on GitHub too. I'd like to make that part of the wall of Commodore whenever I make that video.
That would be really cool. Oh, and put your YouTube channel that you're putting together on Discord too, so I can sub
Yeah,
to that.
for sure.
Have you created the channel yet, or that?
I only have a 2-minute demo up, and I
Uh-huh.
haven't really been like, I've just been sharing it to friends and family because it's a test. It's not like a final thing.
Mhm.
So, like I said, by Tuesday, I wanted to put up the first like real, like maybe 10 minutes or something. I don't know if you guys ever watch Linus Tech Tips, but they have Tech Linked, which is their news program. So I'm kind of modeling it after that, but in terms of format, but in terms of style, more of like a John Oliver vibe. So
Cool. Really cool.
thanks. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can show everyone while I'm sitting here in my office.
I'm getting worried about that machine right behind you. It looks like it's just about ready to slide off the desk there.
It's fine. See, look, it's great. It's great. It's great. I got 19 more. It's awesome. Oh, there's a lip here. It won't.
Okay.
There's a lip that's.
Oh, good. I feel better. No, I did it once. I was pulling out a Commodore 64 from one of my shelves to look at the keyboard when Jim Drew announced his new keycaps things a couple months ago. I wanted to see what keycaps I had. So I went and I pulled the Commodore 64 off the shelf, and somehow the whole thing slipped out of my hand and fell like 5 feet to the ground. Just bam, just broke the case, and my heart was broken. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's too bad. Do you still have the pieces and everything?
Yeah, let me show you what I did with it. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey guys, and just we're gonna have Scott up in a few minutes.
Okie doke.
I did a whole video series on it, but it's 2 different cases now because the case was broken so bad, and the 2 cases were different colors, the 264 cases. So I decided, well, while I'm having to just piece everything together, I'm going to paint this little guy silver. And I repaired all the, yep, I repaired all the areas here. They're not perfect, but they're acceptable. And repaired all the areas, swapped out with a different unbroken keyboard, and replaced all the backside was totally smashed in, so I had to get a different backside for it from a different case, which again is why it ended up being painted silver. So it was just a fun little project. Since the alternative was basically just parting the system out, I decided, well, why not just have fun and fix it and make a unique little Commodore 64. So
that's cool. I like it.
Yep.
Right on.
You can find the video on it on my channel.
Okay, cool.
You are a subscriber, right?
Technically, I haven't subscribed to anything with my new account yet. So
just kidding.
No, but I'm not a subscriber to anyone at the moment, technically. So, but I will for sure do that. Right on.
Oh, is this about the time that the next speaker is supposed to be starting? Oh, there he is.
That's right. Well, I'm not the speaker. I'm just going to do introductions and a couple of housekeeping. Hey guys, it's 1 o'clock. So our next chat is from Scott Hutter, who is going to talk about what's new in GEOS. And a couple of quick reminders. So we do have a separate breakout room called The Lounge. You can click the breakout rooms button at the bottom of your client to go to that room if you'd like to have side discussions and not interrupt the presenter. So some reminders for Scott: if you're sharing video or audio, make sure you set that when you do share screen. And for everyone who's staying in this room, please keep yourself on mute unless you're asking questions. It just reduces background noise. Okay, Scott, are you ready? Oh, still waiting for Scott. Okay, Scott, let us know when you're ready.
I think I'm ready to go. So.
Okay, I'm going to spotlight you. Oh, I lost you in the sea of names here.
Oh.
Okay, you're up. You are the spotlight.
So, hi everybody. First of all, I want to say a quick thank you to Leaf and to TPUG for hosting this event. The virtual format has finally made it possible for me to join one of these events. I'd love to be at some of the events in person, but it's for various reasons it never works out for me, unfortunately. Just a little bit about who I am. You'll see on my little tagline down there, I'm known around the internet circuit as XR54. The name stuck from an old BBS handle years ago. I think I was just randomly typing characters, but it stuck, so I just kept it. My personal life, I'm married, 2 kids, they're grown already. This Zoom thing has this magical thing where it makes you look a lot younger than you really are, so I'll take it. I'm a software development manager for a company out of Nashville, Tennessee. The company itself does insurance type programs for retail and some other products. So I've been doing software development for about almost 30 years, and then slide into management because they're just moving too fast for me now to keep up. So I figured it'd probably be better just to tell other people what to do instead. So today I'm talking about GEOS and a little bit about Wheels and Megapatch 3 and so on and that whole arena. But I want to start by saying that I'm in no way an expert on these things, but I'm definitely standing on the shoulders of giants. In the past, you guys have, I'm sure, seen some of the presentations given by our good friend up here, Semby, aka Glenn Holmer. Really appreciate all the work he's done out there. A lot of this stuff just wouldn't be possible if not for him pulling the stuff together that he's got. There's a few others that have been involved for a very long time. Paul Murdoch has also been in the game for a long time. He was the developer of Dual Top, and he's also back doing some work that I hope to show you here today. So we were talking a little bit ago in the, I guess, the lobby room about how technology is advanced. And I wanted to particularly call out GEOS for one really good reason, and that is it has stood the test of time with Commodore as we have continued to evolve the hardware, machines, and such. The GEOS platform has also followed along with it. It started in, I believe it was 85 or 86, and here we are in 2020, and they've developed a implementation of GEOS 128 for the Mega 65. So it hasn't gone away. It's apparently not going to go away, and the upside to it all is that it's faster now than before. A lot of the complaints that people had initially, they've pretty much been worked out, and new things are happening all the time. So some of those things I wanted to talk about today. again, thanks to Leaf and the team for putting this together. I do wish everybody good health through this COVID crisis, and people be safe. So why GEOS? Well, first of all, again, I mean, the migration of user interfaces on the Commodore platform have been one of two. You have the ready prompt and you have GEOS. Now, I'm sure that there's others that people may bring up, but more mainstream, those would be your two big ones. There's Geckos, there's, I believe there's ACE is another one. Obviously, all your snapshot type cartridges have some kind of interface that allow you to do some stuff. But as far as an entire application platform, GEOS is pretty much where it is. What really drew me into GEOS is, thank you, 10 Mark on the C64 OS. What really drew me into GEOS in particular, one, I've got a long-standing interest in operating systems, how they work, what makes them tick. So I've done some OS development of my own, just tinkering around and learning some of the things. GEOS is interesting to me in that it takes a lot of what we kind of knew about the 64 and the 128 prior to its development, language extensions, libraries to solve certain things, and it builds all those things into a kernel. So it's not what today's contemporary would call an operating system, but it kind of blurs the line between the two. A good example of this, I think, that shows that where that line is blurred is a product called Becker Basic. And if you've ever seen that, it's by Abacus, and what it does is it actually adds like 270 commands to Basic, which is interesting because how do you do that and keep GEOS in memory as well? And although I haven't dug deep into it, I think it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of its own stuff happening while it keeps the kernel in memory as well. So it uses the kernel such as basically a set of libraries to do what it needs to do. At its core, GEOS is a graphics library, a disk access library. It handles some processes, and it has different levels of accessing those different areas. There's also an Apple II version of GEOS, which I didn't know about. Kind of interesting to see them doing that. And then Plus4 also had an implementation at one point. So to get away from the screen, I did want to show the background. I thought this was cute. This is the eBay sniper, and you just know that this is the face that they're making as they pick off the item that you really wanted. So, all right. So I'm going to share my screen and get my face out of the way there. Okay. So the first thing that I wanted to show here is, of course, Senby's page. This has been out there for quite a while. He keeps adding to it. He keeps working with it. What I'm really wanting to focus on, and again, the primary purpose of the talk here is to discuss where we can go, and the fact that GEOS is now open for development, more so than ever before. Everything that you need to run it, every application that you might want to run is already out here somewhere. So it's all available if you've not worked with it at all. And GeoProgrammer is out there. A lot of people, myself included, weren't too keen on using GeoWrite to write source code in. To me, it was like using Microsoft Word to write a C program. It's kind of a little bit of overkill, but that's the editor for GeoProgrammer. there's been other languages. I think there's a fourth implementation. There's obviously there's GeoBasic, there's Becker Basic, there's Cope, GeoCope, which was another basic light language. Mega Assembler, I believe, was for the Mega Patch system. So, you know, there's been an evolution of development on the GEOS platform. So, myself, I wanted to put together a resource as well for programming on GEOS, and also make it available some of the virgin diskettes that have been found. This website still, and I'll put all the links in either here or the Discord channel, but the you know, the goal of this site was to kind of pull down and distill as much info as I could. It gets love and attention when I have some time to do so. So this is a new resource that's out there, and this one would be mine. Another current resource is a Facebook group that you guys are free to join. When I find it again here. I was talking to Gideon a little bit earlier. Now, there's a lot of people that don't do Facebook, and that's fair and reasonable and understandable in where we are in today's world. But I'll tell you that, I mean, there's a lot of activity going on. I just wanted to scroll through here and show you some of the things. One of the guys on here actually has the Wheels package. We'll come back to that. But he was showing that off here. For those of you who haven't been on this group, Paul Murdaugh put together a BASIC on the MAD drawing, and it was written in BASIC years ago in one of the old magazines, and it was very slow. It took like, I think it was like 16 minutes to fully render, and it just renders immediately in GEOS. He's been doing a lot of work on some documentation we'll talk about as well. There are some games that are being developed. Daniel here has been working on a solitaire game. And so, you know, development continues. Some other games that were being worked on was, I think there was a Minesweeper. GeoChess is one that I'm kind of putting on the radar. I think it's about time that GEOS has a chess, either desk accessory or application. Every other platform in the world does. So there's GeoMines. Somebody had developed a GEOS client for the FM radio, which I thought was really cool. So, you know, this could have been done in assembly, straight assembly, without the GEOS platform. All this stuff could have been done that way. But, you know, people are starting to see that there's benefit in making that available to the GEOS platform. So, and it goes on. And I really do encourage you, if you're interested in getting involved in development for GEOS, this is the group to join. All right, let me move on to this link. There's a lot of resources today. Obviously, a good friend, DLH, if you don't know who he is, you're definitely living in the wrong universe. Every ounce of documentation that could possibly exist, he has it. So again, we're in no shortage of documentation around GEOS and even some of the CMD updates. Okay, so now to get into some other things here. This is more recent. So again, Paul Murdaugh worked on Dual Top. He was a GEOS developer, an application developer back in the day. I was honored to get to meet him here just recently in the last, I'd say 6 months or so. And this document, Hitchhiker's Guide to GEOS, has existed for quite a while. I would say, well, you know, it kind of came out of the early 90s or late 90s, I believe. It takes portions of the GEOS Programmer's Reference Guide, which was considered fairly incomplete, had some issues to it. It took some stuff out of the some other documentation that was out there, and it kind of pulled stuff in and pulled it together. And Paul has been working with a number of folks also to round this out, make it a much better. I personally would give it a different name. I would call it the final reference guide to GEOS. He's really put a lot of effort into it. He's had some really good people doing some checking and some professional reviews on it. This is a guide that I'm going to actually have. They actually have book binding services now where you can send a PDF up. They'll bind it and send it back to you. So this is one I'm actually going to get bound because it's such a good resource. And in here, he's taken a lot of stuff that came out of the other documentation, really distilled it down, talks about wheels, talks about how the GEOS kernel works, provides a list of the actual memory locations and the functions, what they do. And this is what GEOS really is. It's a bunch of these functions, and they work together to provide the interface and capabilities that we know. If you took the Commodore kernel and modified it to do these things, that's kind of the idea. So you have all these different functions in memory that you can call to do various things. It uses pseudo registers in the 0 page. So you can refer to R5 as a whole, meaning an entire 16-bit memory address, or you can refer to R5L, R5H. So you can utilize 0 page basically as if they were another 15 or 16 some odd registers. So all these methods, it'll tell you whether it's high level, low level. He goes into the detail. In some cases, he provides examples of how to use the function. So a lot of detail, a lot of work has gone into this document, and this it makes a great companion to the next thing that I'm going to show you. But everything here, it's just so well laid out. It's even you can click on a link and it'll take you to the item. I think there's a few that have some issues, but it's definitely a nice resource that you could sit down. Oh, what is get scan line? Oh, there it is. And I can read about it. All right. And like I said, this is so much work has gone into this. I think there was, I don't even remember the number of page count he had at the end of his last update. He also goes into the file formats of the different applications, how they work. Here's compression for GeoPaint and the colors. And, I mean, it's everything you could possibly imagine you might want to know if you want to get involved. So excellent, excellent resource. The next thing I wanted to show you was, in addition, maybe your 6502 isn't all that up to par. Maybe you'd like to get involved, but you're not sure about having to learn all the assembly stuff. I know all you brilliant minds out there already know assembly like the back of your hand, but if you're one of the folks that don't, CC65 is a compiler that is open source and has a GEOS library that has been developed for it. And what they've done, which is really nice, is they've taken these calls that we're talking about, and it's almost like a just a strict wrapper of each call, the primary ones. There's room for more. The beauty of the open source model for CC65 is if there's a call in here that you would like to have but is not available, they accept pull requests, and you can make a wrapper to the call set the parameters with proper registers, and you can create a C function that makes that same call. So what can you do with this, and how well does it work? Well, I'll tell you, I'm actually really impressed. My first go with this, I was working with the Ultimate 2 cartridge, 2 Plus. And one of the things that I wanted to do was I started poking around in Gideon's code, and I found some stuff about his Ethernet connection in there. And I just started toying with it with the CC65 library. And I ended up developing a full GEOS library to talk to Ethernet, talk through the Ethernet system to make connections with Telnet, to do IRC. So it was really cool. He he seemed surprised that it worked. So that was really cool that we were able to pull that off. But this was all through CC65, reading his documentation. I didn't know a lick of the GEOS internals as far as the assembly level routines at the time. It was just working with the compiler. So this compiler works really well. The documentation is sufficient to get started, but I will say if you want to work with it, make sure you also get Paul's document and some of the documentation here, because even though this is a technically wrapper functions around common functions in GEOS, there's always a few little things that you might need to know, or you might want to get a memory map. You might want to do something that maybe the library doesn't provide. And so review this. It's not difficult to follow or understand. They actually make it very easy on how to build something out. Let me move this over here. All right. The next thing is I wanted to show you, again, moving in the direction of making the system more accessible. I've created a GitHub repository where there's kind of been a movement to deconstruct GEOS, not just the kernel, but also its applications, the stuff that Berkeley has done. With some of the disassemblers out there to generate code from, it's been very interesting to see some of the applications. Michael Steele did a disassembly of GeoWrite. So there's bound to be all kinds of goodies in there of what Berkeley did to make that work. Knowing them, they probably didn't follow their own rules. So solving some of the problems that they had to deal with, I'm sure there's some really good tidbits of code in there to understand. And basically what I've been doing is going around to other people's repos and forking them into here. I'm going to skip the first one for now, but there's GeoWrite that is a disassembly and reconstruction. There's the free cell game. I think I showed you on the Facebook page. This repo here is where Paul's work for the document is going and going to ultimately end up. There's some font creation conversion tools here. I'm sure Sembi would probably want to see that because he's done some work. He's done a lot of work with fonts, and I'll come back and talk about that in a minute. This was my attempt at taking the desk accessory of calculator and doing some reconstruction of the source. Thought that would be a good exercise, take something small and just kind of work with it and pull it back out. Paul did the configure. Now this is really important. If you're familiar, great. If not, just a quick refresher. Configure is an auto exec application that will run GeoBoot, I believe, is what kicks it off, and it runs before the desktop runs. And all your auto exec programs run in the order that they're on the disk, and configure is one of these. And it's obviously an important one by its name, but what it does is it sets up the drives that are used in the system. Where this is important is that the drivers for the hardware, particularly your disks, live in here. So if you have a RAM link, you may have a different configure. If you have an IDE 64, well, actually that uses something different, but you know, all your disk drivers live in here, and they get pulled in or pulled into the external REU if you have one connected to be copied in during a switch. So this one is pretty vital to us being able to create new devices to retrofit them with Geo's capability. This is a great addition to the repository here. Just some other stuff here that I found. The CNET Wi-Fi modem, printer driver, GeoTelnet, Bo Zimmerman. I'm sure everybody knows Bo. He's got a good ANSI Telnet terminal. He also did CBM term, which is 40 column color PETSCII terminal. GeoLink 128 was a fork from, I believe, Glenn, you did GeoLink. Is that right? Yeah. So I think he took the code from you and stole it and put it on the system here, Alex, if you're on, and made sure that we had the IRC capability, which is just amazing. I actually wanted to go through that code when I was doing the IRC client for the U2 Plus cartridge, but I never got around to actually digging into that. So now the next one here is really important, and I would strongly advise you take a look at this. Michael Steele a while back did a full deconstruction and commenting of the Geo source code kernel. This is really interesting in that, along with the Hitchhiker's Guide to GEOS document that Paul's working on, as well as the CC65 documentation if you're using that, and the CC65 compiler source, which is open source as well, there's literally nothing that can't be changed and can't be updated and upgraded. And so this was probably the starting point for all of this development capability where we are today, of being able to build upon the kernel. I can't say for sure, and I wouldn't want to speak for the team that does the Mega 65, but I would imagine they would have had to have had this code to be able to do what they did. So Michael's work here, and I know there's others that were involved, that really started this out. Here we have another application. I think this is also Glenn's. This is the UIEC switch. So you can change over to different D64 images. Geo modules. This is some libraries for programming. There's some really good stuff in here, some good tidbits. I'll tell you how I do it. Again, I'm not a big fan of using GeoWrite for development. So what I'll typically do is I will either use CC65 or I'll write it in something like 64 TAS, and then you know, do a conversion and import it and then compile it. C64 CIA IDE, this is the driver for the IDE 64. And this one is actually a really important driver because it does break down being able to access IDE devices and making that available. So when you take, you know, today's modern FAT32 you know, devices, I think this is going to be a big player in helping us to get good drivers for GEOS to work with them. What you don't see here is a driver yet for the Ultimate 64 and the U2 Plus cartridge. That is on my radar for my to-do list. And I do want to mention the U64 and the U2 Plus, particularly the U64's upcoming release is going to have, if you're familiar with it from before, the last major release, it introduced a 48 megahertz mode. So you had all these different speeds you could select from. It would speed up the CPU, and just a truly amazing piece of work that Gideon did there. With the next release we're going to have, there's going to be a fast UCI soft IEC, and what that all means is it's going to support D64, D71, D81, DNP images, and it's going to be lightning fast, almost as fast as IDE64. So with that, I mean, you want that in a GEOS driver, because at even 4 megahertz you can tell a major difference. Is some of you have the accelerator cartridges, but at 32 or 48 megahertz with an IDE 64, everything is immediate. It just pops. And I actually have it beside me here. I can't get my stupid camera over there to show it, but I can click on GeoWrite 64 and there's no lag in typing at all as it changes fonts. You move side to side, there's no slow redraw. Everything is immediate. All your pop down menus, it's just super fast. Opening up something like a GeoPaint document's immediate. Opening up a GeoFile, it's just really fast. So we want that in the Ultimate 64 as well. So we're going to be working on a driver to do that, which will be great. So the point of this is obviously, if you're interested in getting involved in development, this is a good resource to go to. So again, I'll put this link out here, but these are sample applications, the kernel source code. If you have any projects that you're working on and you'd like to get them in here, just let me know. Again, I'm known on here as XR54. It should be pretty easy to find. Just do a GitHub search for GEOS. And again, like I said, the Mega 65 is running it. This isn't going away. So, the goal here is, I think somebody on our other chat mentioned that what is cool about GEOS is that you can write something for GEOS 64. It'll run on GEOS 128 with the appropriate settings. It's not a hard addition to make. So who knows where this will go. I'd like to see the +4 version updated a little bit as well. Maybe even the C16. I'm pushing it for the VIC-20, I gotta say, and the pets, I'm sorry. But who knows? We'll see where it goes. Some other things that are happening that I haven't mentioned. There is some work being done on a replacement in, this is actually an older link image here. Unfortunately, the wording here gets in the way, but there's actually a taskbar down here. Now, this is, I believe, works for Megapatch, and it's a Windows-like menu system. And so you've got your icons on the screen, you've got your movable windows. I mean, it's definitely come a long way. So if you've only looked at the pad, the old 2.0 pad, it's definitely moved on beyond that. This is, I believe this is the repository for some of the Megapatch 3 stuff and the GeoDesk stuff that he's done. So again, the stuff is open source. So if you've been interested, it's out here. One thing that I've been working on myself is a replacement. Now, I didn't deconstruct, I didn't tear apart desktop and pull the source code out. Instead, I actually had a kind of internal challenge. I wanted to see, could I use CC65 to build a really big application, or moderately complex application. And so I set out to basically replicate the functions of the desktop for 2.0, and I call it desktop 2.1, using CC65. So this is actually written in C code, and I'll show you a quick demo. What you're seeing over here in this window, this is an actual Berkeley 2.0 implementation. And so what I've done as probably the most recent build, this one that's getting ready to load here is mine, that was written in CC65. And there's a few changes that I wanted to make to it as I went. Just some little quirky things that I wanted to add or fix. So I don't know, it's at 99%. So it's taking as long as it's going to take. So it looks a whole lot like desktop 2.0. Where you can see an immediate difference is in the icons for the drives. I wanted to make those actually represent the drive that's set up and running. Another little thing you might have noticed is I always want to know how many pages were in the pad. It doesn't tell you in normal desktop 2.0. So I added that in there, the number of pages. All the menus work. They were very easy to implement. There's a slight size difference in the menus, and that had to do with the way that CC65 does the drop-down menus. You don't get an option to set the height of the menu bar. So the original, there was a slight difference in height, which I think may present a problem to me when I get to the pad color preferences manager, because it's all based upon card size of 8 bytes. But anyway, I call this 2.1, so you can see I've got an icon for that there. It has, I've set up some dialog boxes. There is some runoff. I don't have word wrap in some of the areas set up yet. So there's my little dialogue. This is just proving that it is indeed not not smoke and mirrors here. The paging, works just fine. It also does, right now I'm testing out the off pad. And what GEOS did was, in order to copy from one drive to another, you could take an icon and you could click on it and you could drag it to the other. Now you notice that little catch there. That's the distance issue. That X register, which I got to fix, but the click and select, multi-file, all that stuff is being worked on. So, but anyway, so what they did with the files is they created another directory link for anything off pad. So whenever you would drag something from the pad off the pad, there was another block on the disk that would contain that. And so right now I'm just testing some of that code, and I just added it to a menu here so I could make sure it's working. I think I set it to view by date. So yeah, it should go to that block and pull the icons for what was out there. So this has been kind of a fun project for me because I've learned a lot about all these various calls, and just a quick glimpse at the source code. So what I do, I use Visual Studio Code, and I typically have the desktop running, the desktop code here, and you can see, it has C language constructs for these things. You're not looking at a lot of assembly. The desktop vectors.c file contains basically the what happens when you drag and drop, and all that code is in here. I wrote a function that checks to see if the Commodore key is being held down when it's being clicked on. I think the code is pretty clean. There's probably a lot of areas for improvement, which is great. You know, we'll get to refinement and refactoring later, but to get something working. This is setting up the menus, the drop-down menus, very simple. Once you set up the menu structure and you inform GEOS that it, you know, here's the menu structure, you just set up your callback functions and what do you want it to do. Most of these do nothing right now. This is the one that we just looked at where I click the off-pad icons and it just calls my function of update the off-pad icons. So desktop operations are coming. These are the simple file operations: copy, move, delete, rename, format, and so on. Then the icons is rather interesting. This is where a lot of the heavy duty work is in terms of setting up the icon table. You have to create an icon table of at least one icon when building GEOS applications. And so right now I'm just using the A, B, C, and D drives for creating the icon table. Everything else is not, well, except for trash and, well, even those two, are actually just static bitmaps on the screen. And so I'm just reading, when you click on an icon, I'm reading to see if your mouse is in that particular region. I'm not treating it as a built-in icon per se, because they change. So the one that actually reads the files and establishes the icons to display is over here in desktop.c. And this one's a bit busy. This one's called update directory. And I probably need to change the name of that, but basically what it does is it loops through, it starts with the first directory entry, and this is a CC65 function. It's also a GEOS kernel function that will set the pointers in the right place, load in the buffer for the first page, the first 8 entries of the directory. And then I'm just looping through. I'm checking to see if it's not a deleted file, because it will still bring in deleted file types. I clean up the file name for a C string, so it ends instead of A zeros from the directory. I end it with a 0 at the end of the characters. Then I call get file header info, which gets the icon image, and I populate the icon data with the image from the disk. And then if there happens to be an empty directory entry, that would be where you have an empty space on the pad. So I want to also establish that as well. So I loop through until I get 8 of them, and then I'll load. This is how you load a character set. So you have a different font you want to load. This one is actually in memory. If you ever really looked at it and compared GEOS 64 and 128, 64 has a smaller font for the character set under the icons. You look up here, you see the 9 point, and this is actually a 6 point of the same font. And Glenn and I were talking about what the ID of that would be. We have no idea. So I did a bad thing and just made up a number, but that's what that is. So then it goes through and it stamps the icon onto the pad, and it calls this function called center over. What center over does, it looks for the center of the icon and it determines how to center the text underneath it. So it basically returns the X value for where to start printing the name of it. Now again, this is all open source. It's all out there, and you know, would love to see it continued further. Maybe if we do disassemble desktop, we can find how they did some things. But this is all from using it and learning it and trying to replicate what they did with a few additions and changes. So when I'm working on this project, I'll run this, and I have a little simple batch script. All this thing does is very simple to build it. It clears the screen, clears the targets. You could use a make file. It calls CL65, which includes the linker. It tells it that this is a GEOS application. It creates a CVT file. So It also takes a resource file, which is, it defines your menus and such. Very simple process to follow to develop that. And then your code, and it builds the CVT file. And then I push it out using the C1541 command into a D64 image. I don't use it, but it's there anyway. The next piece that I use to build this is I look at CC65, the compiler. What's really interesting about the compiler for CC65 is it has all the constants. It has all of everything you need to write a GEOS program is in here. And it even will show you what the functions do. So I could actually go into look at calc blocks free, and I see that when it compiles, what it's actually doing is it's calling this LDA to get the high value of these constants, stores it in register 5 low, and then it calls this function calc blocks free, and then it stores whatever came back in the X register into OS error. And so you can actually see what's going on in the compiler. And if you see something that's wrong, you can say, hey guys, I looked at the source code to the kernel, which is over here, as we talked about, and it doesn't just take those two, the XY parameters, you also have to set a value somewhere or whatever. And so you can create a pull request to update the CC65 compiler to create a new wrapper function for something. And they like to keep it one for one. So if there's a function that you need in the kernel that the library doesn't have, then they like to just create one, not necessarily wrap up a bunch of functions. So having the access to CC65's kernel library is very useful in seeing exactly what's going on, especially when debugging, because you don't know why something's not working. You can look at exactly what CC65 is generating. And then, of course, I use the kernel source code. So if I want to see exactly what GEOS is doing for this call, I can go through anywhere. And it's got wheels in here. It has GEOS 128, all the 2.0 stuff that's in here. So it's a really good resource. Take those three things together along with some of the samples that are out in the web that we talked about in this resource. Take the documentation that Paul has worked on tirelessly. I gotta give the guy so much credit for the work that he's done, the people that have helped him. And we really have a good, solid platform for the future of Commodore computing. And so with that, I think I've covered everything I can think to cover right now. But I hope that I inspired you guys to look at it as something, again, with the speed ups, Jim is working on possibly, getting the turbo cartridge, for accelerating 64s. We have the speed now. We have faster disk access. This is something that once upon a time it was a disk that came with your computer that you didn't even know what to do with. You end up formatting it and putting Pac-Man on the disk. But if we really want to make use of it, there's a lot of possibilities here. The last thing that I wanted to bring up was, once upon a moon, I had an idea. I did this with CC65 also. I had an idea that, okay, there will never be a really decent web browser experience for 8-bit Commodore computers. And some of you may disagree with me, but I think the reality is that today's HTML is pretty much locked down with SSL, so it's going to be HTTPS. Some of the JavaScript files are bigger than Commodore 64's memory. I mean, it's just the crazy stuff that comes down when you just go to a simple web page these days. And even if you could get it all down, you're going to get, maybe this much portion of the screen. It's absolutely small. So it would have to be compressed. You'd be looking at potentially a compressed image that you couldn't link on, you couldn't click on. So the whole idea of a browser just isn't really feasible unless you're on a Mega 65 or something. So the idea that I had was, what if we did a different protocol and kind of go back, look at what's available, create a protocol that allows us to draw and create content remotely. So the idea of RHML was born. It was just an idea, and I started using CC65, created a server using Node.js. And the way it works is, let me scroll down here a little bit. These are the commands. So it just sends over your modem. It sends commands *C, comma, and then there may be some text to display. You're going to move the I don't want to say pointer, but where the next point of drawing is going to be the pen, I guess, to 100, 200. So it's a very simple protocol of what's out there. Draw a circle, draw a line, set margins for text and graphics, render a bitmap. This one's interesting in that they're just ASCII art. So you can go out and find some ASCII art, and it looks for either a dash or some other character. So you put *X, comma, and then here we have hashtags, which used to be called # before kids came along, by the way, and spaces, and it would actually draw 3 pixels, a space, 3 pixels, and then 2 pixels. It did also have the ability to hyperlink to somewhere else, and it would create a button around the words "click me," and when you click it, it would send you to another place. You could do some includes, some simple includes. So you could set up basically like a web server where you could pull in a heading that shows on each of the top of your pages. The .e command isn't really necessary anymore, but this kind of breaks it down. The source code's here to everything. There's a 128 version, a 64 version. This was all done without GEOS. Now, I think the idea was sound. It had a lot of interest. Some people from the Atari and Apple communities also were interested in. They liked the idea of a retro protocol, a retro computing protocol that doesn't, we're not trying to shoehorn the web into our computers. We're actually coming up with our own cross-platform protocol. So I had some followers there on that. It did since kind of die away, but I see no reason why this idea can't extend into GEOS, and we can come up with something like a GEOS online bulletin board system, which is the next step beyond today's BBSs. So this is something that I want to look into in the future. The source code's out there; it's available. Feel free to look at it, play with it. Maybe you could take it a step further. But this is what we've got. What we have high res 320 by 200. If you're on 128, you get 640 by 200. If you're really good with a 128, you've got 640, 720, 800, whatever silly, crazy resolutions that you can convince your monitor to do. But it can be done, and we don't have to stick to the ready prompt. So with that, I got 5 minutes left, and I think that's all I have. So anybody have any questions?
Great, thank you, Scott.
Cool.
Okay, any questions for Scott?
I do. What's the roadmap for your GEOS? Do you think it'll do something better than Wheels, since Wheels isn't being updated anymore in terms of updating GEOS?
So the documentation that Paul has, along with those who still do some development with Wheels and have some understanding of what's going on in it, I want to pick their brain, and I want to get as much of that as we can. We want to disassemble and deconstruct the applications as much as we can. I think that's the first step in being able to do more with it. So I don't personally have a plan yet. I think Wheels was an amazing system that Maurice built, but I think the first step in general, no matter what we do, is we've got to be able to break it down and get the code in. So. All right, with that, thank you guys. If you have any questions, I'm around. I should be around most of the day. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. All right, let's wrap it there and take a couple of minutes for a stretch and bio break. And coming up at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we've got Douglas Compton showing off Commodore 128 and some 80-column business software.
Hey, that's me.
Thank you, Scott, very much for your presentation. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Is there a version of GeoPublish that works on the C128? I've kind of looked around for one, and I can only find it for the C64, and I'd love to use the publishing software on my 128. Anyone heard of anything like that?
So I know that it will run in 40 column mode. Somebody was saying that there was an attempt at one point to get it to run in 80 column mode. But GeoPublish is another on the list to deconstruct. I think there's some, let's put it this way, if they didn't make an 80 column version of it, it's because the normalize functions weren't very helpful. Because to do a 80 column version of any application, it's trivial. It's so simple. So for whatever reason that they didn't do GeoPublish, and it probably had to do with the vector graphic.
Viejo calvo.
Habla de español.
Calvo. Viejo calvo.
Sorry, everybody, we've re-enabled the waiting room.
I've actually gotten an email saying that could happen. Somebody's been playing around.
Interesting, because we do have a password on it, but all right. Sorry, there'll be a few minutes of banning and getting the meeting sane, and then we'll be good to go.
Besos y abrazos a la distancia para todos ustedes. Besos y abrazos a la distancia para todos ustedes. Besos y abrazos a la distancia para todos ustedes. Besos y abrazos a la distancia para todos ustedes.
Culo te parte, te la pongo hoy. Este chupete,
Well, that was interesting.
Can't they come up with something more original than just being an asshole?
Okay, so the waiting room is re-enabled.
Yeah, I'm just removing the people who I'm pretty sure is just slime. Okay, I'm pretty sure I recognize him, and
Oh, another one.
You want to get rid of him?
Yeah, what was the name of this one?
Looking now.
Yeah, I see it.
And this is why we can't have nice things.
Oh, another one.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Did we get them all?
I'm ready on the ban if needed.
All right. I will. There's one I missed. Goodbye. Really don't want to see that, dude. Believe me. Yeah, in the final edit, I'm cutting all that crap out. Jeff Grace, did you want to show that rubber chicken? He's a real person, right? Aaron Ramsey, I think, is real. Thanks, Brian. Just wanted to make sure. It's been one of those moments. It's fine with me, but it's pretty obvious. I left the security, Kyron, I left the security low on purpose because I didn't want to make it hard for anybody to get in. But next time, I may have to be a bigger hard ass. Okay, let's see who's in the waiting room. No, it's cool, Jeff. I just wanted to make sure that it was you, that's all. Nothing wrong with that at all. It just some of the video I'm seeing in the background is hilarious, but inappropriate rather than just hilarious. You will never get me to say no to a rubber chicken. I actually did hide a rubber chicken at work when I started a new job. Okay, I don't see anybody in the waiting room.
Yeah, I've also locked the meeting, so in a few minutes we will unlock it and then just vet every single person that comes in.
Sounds good to me. If you'll manage things for a couple minutes, I'll be right back. Well, Ian, if I'm hungry enough, I will have a rubber chicken. Don't worry about it. I've eaten worse. I have been to McDonald's after all. And I liked their pizza. Any more idiots come out to play?
No, well, the meeting's currently locked, so no one can even join. So I'm going to unlock it, but keep the waiting room on.
Okay. Mario Bernardo?
I think we're just gonna have to message each and every one. I can take care of that.
Yeah, Mario's a good guy. Mario's a good guy. I know him.
Okay. Sorry, Douglas. Your talk started with some fireworks.
That was a fun experience, but I think the chat is locked up too. I can't chat to anybody other than the hosts.
Yeah, we locked everything. We hit the lock button as soon as hit the fan. So
You can switch to everyone now too. On chat mode.
you should be able to now.
Oh yeah, there we go. That was a lot of fun. I've heard about that many times. We've never experienced it. I'm glad we had that.
Yeah, I could have done without it.
Yeah, likewise.
That was actually just my pre-roll advertising for my presentation. I don't know why you guys blocked it. I mean, those guys are paying me good money to advertise on here.
I would kill for a real hack rather than some clown banging away at numbers. I get to sing about script idiots. I know Mike, I'm letting him in. Anybody know Jim H?
Is that Jim Happel?
I would think so, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'll message him.
Yeah, Jim Happel, good guy.
Yeah, but is it actually?
I'm not touching it again.
Ask him a good Commodore question. That's how you know it.
Ask him a question about his virtual reality 3D goggles.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe we need a quiz, some kind of quiz that only a Commodore person would know.
Yeah, we actually have that on the TPUG Facebook group. You have to answer what was your first computer, what's your favorite disk drive.
Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe next year I'll require registered users on Zoom. Everybody else would have to use YouTube, maybe, if it comes to this again. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that would cut out all the idiots, but might filter a few of them.
So how do they even find like a Zoom that they can invade like that?
They just bang away at numbers.
Yeah, you just parse the web, right? You search Google and you search for the word Zoom, right? And you got a script that goes out there. Once you get to it's easy. It's easy.
Right. Okay. That's what I figured. Something like that. Just scouring the web.
Yeah. And once they find it, they spread it around to their friends and say, "Hey, let's get together."
Yeah.
And, mob this
Sound like
Zoom
you've done
session.
this before.
Mm-hmm. But what's the point? Remember when hacking had a purpose? What's the purpose?
None.
Purpose is telling your buddies, "Hey, I disrupted something." Right? There's dark webs where they post, "Look what I did over here."
In my day, we used to crank call people. We pick up the phone and we say, "Is your refrigerator running?" Well, then something stupid.
So then you better go and catch it.
Hi. Can I speak on a table, please?
Another purpose is looking for a business meeting and maybe picking up some interesting information.
At least that would be reasonably interesting to me.
But why wouldn't they just quietly listen in then? Why are they?
Yeah, they're just being idiots.
Yeah.
It's like crank. It's the ability to crank call a room full of people. That's what it really is.
I can say for sure that the amount of time we're all spending wondering why and talking about it, that is exactly what they want us to do.
Yeah, it's all about status, right? They probably record what they do. They post, "Look what I did" to all their buddies. It's all.
Look at those old people that we confused. Ha ha ha. We've caused them to waste time and energy not being productive. We win. Ha ha. I mean, it's really that simple.
Yeah.
Are there
here's why they're not smart, okay? Because they just did that to a room full of technical people. So if we wanted to, it's on.
Get off my lawn, you young whippersnappers. That's what I say.
Me and Kidiots, that's all I gotta say. Cannot deal with him. I just let Joey in.
Okay, and Amanda was in earlier.
Oh, Joey, hang on, I got his disc.
Oh, yeah,
I've
you
been
got
looking
it.
for him for a
Amanda
couple of years
was
now.
tonight, so I'm letting go in.
Which is this the Joe that's lost his disc?
We need like a Geo DDoS, Geo hack.
There you go.
Doesn't Zoom record their IP addresses?
Even if it does, you think they're. I mean, VPNs make that irrelevant these days.
Yeah, and then it would be on us to chase it, and I don't know if it's worth it.
I will, of course, edit that part out when we post the videos online later.
Enio, you'll be able to edit that out on the YouTube stream too. It's going to take a while since this is a long stream for it to actually post the video on YouTube, but you can go into their built-in editor and cut those sections out before it actually, the rerun of it goes live.
Okay, I'll do that later on. Just because I'm swamped at this moment.
Yeah, if there's some inappropriate photos, YouTube might automatically flag it as well.
One of them definitely was inappropriate. Two, actually.
Well, I mean, it's not a Commodore event until something crazy happens. So many of you were probably at the Chicago Expo a few years ago when the police department came not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Wow.
They there was a we were co-hosting the event. We didn't know this. The conference center was being shared with a wedding that got completely drunk and out of control. It was the official demo for that conference has a homage to it with the fire truck pulling up in front.
I remember the fire truck.
Held away in
I remember the fire truck.
Yeah. Anyway, and the wedding crashers kept pulling the fire alarm, and anyway, and it was entertaining.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah. Okay, have we reached some level of normalcy and can get Douglas doing his thing?
Yeah, pretty.
Hang on, let me just mute my mic.
The wannabe script kiddies.
At one of the World of Commodores about 5 or so years ago at the hotel, we actually had a fire in the basement, which led to a fire truck coming. There were flames visible from outside.
The old CES in Vegas used to be at the same time as the Triple X Awards next door.
All right, Leaf, just go ahead and give me the go-ahead whenever you want me to start things off here.
Okay, mods, are we good? Are you good?
Yeah, go nuts. I haven't stopped the recording.
Okay, I will switch to...
Back to hiding.
Hey.
Douglas, you are up.
Oh,
okay,
wonderful.
Actually, I just want to say a couple quick things. So
absolutely, take
yeah, you are a Zoom expert, so you can manage your video and audio sharing. Everyone else, please be on mute while he's chatting. And if you want to have a side discussion, there is the breakout room is still live. So just click on the breakout rooms and head to the lounge.
I think.
Okay, Douglas, you're up.
Wonderful. Hi there. Well, in the interest of what we just experienced, I want to throw a little more disgusting material up in front of you here. Ooh, yuck, ban him. Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Doug from 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. A lot of you may already know me. I do host a weekly YouTube channel, 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. You can look me up on YouTube, and I'll put the link in Discord too. I started out mainly doing Amiga on my YouTube channel. And then after a little while, I thought, yeah, time to get back into Commodore. So let me tell you a little story about that. I started on my Commodore journey back in grade school. I was probably 5th grade in maybe 1979 and maybe 1980. And we had this pet computer that would roll around on a cart and go to people's classrooms. And you'd get maybe half hour, 45 minutes a week in each classroom where you could play with the pet computer, play some games on it. I remember playing some games. So that kind of got the bug in me. Then a year or so later, I was at a saw a VIC 20 on display. They were showing
Sorry to
it off.
interrupt, but the video is frozen.
Oh, it is. Well, that's not any good. Everybody's or just mine?
Just yours, it looks like.
Just yours. Looks like network issues maybe
I'm
in your
seeing
side.
a movement on the screen in the Brady Bunch picture.
Oh, that's unpleasant.
We have
Right,
audio,
click on
so as
stop
long as you don't have any
video and
slide, if
start
long as you
video.
go down slides, it's fine.
Okay. How's this? Is it back to normal now?
No, you're froze, sir.
I'm frozen. Well, that's not fair because I'm back looking normal now. Let's see. Let me stop my video.
YouTube is still broadcasting audio. If you don't have any slides and you're just speaking, by all means, you're welcome to go ahead.
No, let's get this.
Maybe join the Zoom and rejoin the Zoom. Disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, I may have to do that. Okay, I'll be right back on. Don't go anywhere.
I used to watch this tech show where these guys were in the UK and the first solution, reboot.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again?
Yes, that's it.
Might want to just be aware or be prepared for, I don't know if they can do DDoS or whatever, but those same people that just got booted may try some other stupid things.
But we do have the waiting room back enabled, so I'm not too worried about the idiots. One question I do have is I'm being super careful and only recording the sessions, but YouTube and Zoom may be recording the whole thing. I can't remember the setting at this moment.
Usually the way it is with Zoom, when the whoever's recording it, when you close the meeting, it'll then save the file, right?
Okay.
So whoever's the main owner of the Zoom, whoever clicked the record button, right? When this Zoom is over and you leave, that's when the saving of the file will happen.
Well, my main question is, the conference presenters all know they're being recorded and they'll be going up on YouTube. Everybody else, does anybody have any issues if I present, say, Chiron's little section, etc.? Does anybody mind?
I don't.
What if some of us are in the witness protection program?
I think now or forever hold your peace.
I think anyone in the witness protection shouldn't have had their video camera on.
Actually, I'm in another group that records meetings, and we make an announcement that it's being recorded. If you don't want your name known, then you can supply an alternate name when you log in, or you can do it through the participants button. And you should keep your video off and your microphone off if you really don't want to be recorded.
Looks much better, Doug. Looks much better now.
I think the federal marshals supply Guy Fawkes masks to anyone in the witness protection program, so they should be all set.
I work in the medical field, so I have to ask these things. But if anybody has a problem, please let me know.
Okay, so everyone can hear me again now? They can see me doing a little
I can
dance
see
here?
perfectly well.
Okay, perfect. Now, are you sure you didn't just kick me off the Zoom meeting because I showed off an Atari?
No, I'm being a good boy. But if you
Okay.
show a deck server, I may run screaming.
Okay, let me finish up where I left off here. I was talking about we had a pet in school, and then at a county fair in Illinois. I saw a VIC-20. They were playing Amuck on it. You guys all know Amuck, that a clone of Breakout, or of Berserk from back in the day. What a great game. Got under my blood, had to have a VIC-20, begged my mother for another 6 months to get me one. We finally got it. Moved from there to Commodore 64 in 1984, and then Commodore Amiga in 1988, of which I used nonstop from 88 until 95 when I got my first PC and got into the industry and started selling them for a living. Unfortunately, most of my retro equipment went in a closet after that in 1995. I'd pull it out once a year, play with it, do a little something on my Amiga, whatnot. And I realized in 2018 that I'd been doing that for about a decade and a half or 2 decades, just playing around, pulling it out, playing with it for 3 days, putting it away, not touching it for a year. And I knew the only way I was going to get back into what I really wanted to do, which was have fun with this great retro equipment, was to do something for the community. So I started 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast in 2018. And after I started thinking, you know, I miss my Commodore 64. It was broken. I had taken it apart and sold the VIC chip to a customer in 2004. He came into my computer store with a Commodore 64 that wasn't working. I'm like, hey, I got an old one. I'll take some parts out, got it fixed. So I didn't have a working one. So I got on eBay, bought a Commodore 64. It came in. And there was another one for sale on eBay. Maybe I'll bid on that one too. And won that bid, got it in. Oh, look, a VIC-20. I think I'll order a VIC-20 from eBay. I better bid on the second VIC-20 in case I missed the bid on the first one. So I got 2. Then the Commodore 128 started showing up, and I ended up with now 3 of those, and a +4, and a Texas Instruments 99.4A, and 2 Ataris. I think you guys all understand what I'm talking about here. It cascades after you get back into this, for sure. Now, back in the day, I'd never owned a Commodore 128. I used my 64, and I actually used it probably 60% for productivity, schoolwork. I did for my stepfather. He had a business. He was a drum instructor, and he created some drum instruction books that he would sell back in the 80s. So I kept a full database of all of his customers on my Commodore 64. We'd put all their names, addresses, phone numbers, everything like that in there, and then print out labels on the Commodore 64, mail out all his stuff. And it was cool. So I used it a lot for productivity in addition to having fun on it. I wanted a 128, Commodore 128, but at that time, they'd announced the Amiga. In 85, they started talking about the Amiga, and I thought, well, I'll wait for the Amiga. And I ended up getting the Amiga in 88 and totally missed the Commodore 128. But even back in the day, I was watching it. I was reading about it in the magazines, Computes, Gazettes, and everything like that. And it always irked me when everybody would say, oh, you just use my Commodore 68 or 128 in C64 mode. That's all we ever do. It bugged me even back then because I saw these beautiful capabilities, this beautiful 80-column screen that was available, and people just weren't taking advantage of it. So even then, it ticked me off, and today it ticks me off. If you see some of my posts on Facebook or Twitter where people come out with that, oh, you just use it in C64 mode, it gets my goat. So if you ever want to really bug me, just post that in one of my Facebook groups that you just use your C128 in C64 mode, and steam will come out of my ears and everything. I immediately, once I got a Commodore 128, I started immediately thinking about cool productivity software designed for the Commodore 128 mode. I ended up getting a really, really nice Commodore 128. Let me just show it off to you here. I got this from John Kennedy at CommodoreForever.net. You guys may know him. He makes some really kind of cool Commodore hardware. And so it came with a keyboard, which is nice. It came with Jiffy DOS. Here I can turn Jiffy DOS on and off, And there's also a switch on the side where I can switch between device 8 and device 9 for the internal floppy, which is fantastic because I love to use my SD to IEC. You can see it where my little finger is pointing there with it. And as you know, there's a lot of software that will only work with device 8 when you load it up. So I can switch this to device 9, switch that to device 8. I'm just rocking and rolling. Then I got my my 1571 here. I've actually got about 3 or 4 of these now. Absolutely love these drives. And I will tell you, since I started using the 1571s, my 1541s get almost no use at all. I've got them stored away and I'm getting ready to sell them. Now this is cool. My buddy Sutek, who's I believe here in the chat, put me onto these. He showed a picture of his Commodore 128 with one of these little tempered glass stands. Just fits perfect. Put my 128 under there. Put my retro power module up here, and of course my 1902 monitor that I would normally be using today, but I need to be able to capture the video that I'm going to be showing you guys here in a little bit of the productivity software. So instead, my Commodore 128 is on the big screen up there. And briefly, I'll show you what that's all about. Follow me to the back of the computer. See that little red guy right there? Oh, come on, focus, you silly thing. What that is, that plugs into the 9-pin RGB port and has a cable that plugs into the standard 8-pin display port. And then you plug a SCART cable into it. It's got a switch on it to switch between 40-pin or 40-column and 80-column mode. Then your SCART cable here in America or Canada goes to one of these SCART to HDMI converters like we use on our Amigas. And then your Commodore 128 can display beautifully on any display with HDMI, just like so. There's my pretty mug again. And I need to give a special thank you to my friend who's in the chat right now, David Z from AZ, good pal of mine. And he actually sent me this adapter as a gift. So I really appreciate that, buddy. And I've gone and sold an absolute ton of these. I got in touch with Sven Pook, who I'll put in Discord. He's the guy that makes these particular adapters. And after I put this in my video last week, he started getting a bunch of people asking for the adapters. So he's ordered a bunch more parts, and I'll put his link in Discord. $20, literally $20 for the adapter. Then you get a SCART cable for 15 bucks off of Amazon. You get one of those SCART to HDMI converters for 25 bucks. You're in business. Any LCD monitor and any display mode the Commodore 128 can handle. Good stuff. Thanks, David. Now, so when I got my Commodore 128 up and running, of course, I jumped right into GEOS, and we just saw that fantastic presentation all about GEOS, so I'm not going to be covering that at all. But GEOS, of course, has some fantastic productivity software. Absolutely love it. And I actually use that quite a bit with my 512 kilobyte REU. But I started thinking there's other productivity software out there that's equally as cool for the Commodore 128 that people just don't talk about that much. You know, they just don't discuss the cool productivity software that's out there. So I thought I'd go on a mission and find some good stuff. Well, a couple of weeks ago, about a month and a half ago, I landed a really good deal on a Commodore 128 flat and some 1571 drives and a nice Technica monitor. And included with it was a batch of software in the original box. And that's what I want to talk about today and show you. Microsoft Multiplan. I'll tell you what, before I started looking into the productivity software, I never really thought about the fact that Microsoft had a predecessor to Excel that was available on every platform you could find. They had them for CPM, they had them for Atari, they had it for Commodore 64. And it's really, really very good quality software. I'm going to spend some time with this today. And it's beautiful because it came with the full manual and everything, which is just fantastic the way they wrote this manual.
Hey, Douglas, I think your video is frozen again.
Really? Looks okay on my end. Let's see.
Oh,
Actually, I can see it as well too. It hasn't cut out for me. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay?
It's working for me as well.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll just keep going then.
Carry on.
Thanks. The other one I found was a complete boxed copy of Fleet System 3, which is, I don't think, one of the more well-known word processors for the Commodore 128, but it turns out it's actually a pretty cool one. And so I'm going to go into some details about this one. Again, fully boxed, full instruction manual, full original discs. It's really, oh, Alan Reed. Yes, you do use that. You and I chatted just this morning or yesterday, I think. So let's take a look at some of the software itself. Let me just rearrange the old video here so we can see the Commodore 128 screen. And Douglas will shrink down. Goodbye, Douglas. Douglas will move over here. And we will re-enable Commodore 128. Ta-da! So this is the cool thing about that adapter I've been going on and on about, is now I can directly capture video from the Commodore 128 in 80 column mode on my HDMI capture card. No problem at all. Just boom, like that, captures all the video. And it looks actually pretty good and pretty reasonable. Now, of course, when we go into any 80 column software, I love to go and activate fast mode. It works with almost everything, and that extra megahertz of speed really, really makes a difference. And I know everybody knows this, but 40 column Commodore 128 software generally does not work in fast mode because the VIC chip can't keep up with it. And so it blanks the screen. So we just use fast mode, like in basic, when I write a basic program for 40 columns. When I go to read in, say, the data statements, if I got a whole bunch of data statements, my basic program will activate fast mode. It'll read in the data statements twice as fast. And as soon as it's done reading in the data statements, I go back to slow mode and the screen comes back. But an 80 column works flawlessly. Now let's get our good friend Multiplan loaded up here. Look at me, thinking Commodore 64. Oh, here I am thinking I'm typing load in instead of deload, and the cursor was just at the on the other line. How funny. It's actually still kind of strange. I mean, I know every time we turn on our Commodore 128s, we see copyright Microsoft for BASIC, but it's still kind of funny to me to think that Microsoft was coding programs for the Commodore 64 and Commodore 128 back in the day. It's actually kind of cool. So one of the first things you'll notice about Multiplan is that it uses not the A1 type nomenclature for the spreadsheet, but it has 1, 2, 3, 4 for the rows and 1, 2, 3, 4 for the columns. And this is called R1C1, I believe. And the cool thing is that Excel still supports this to this day. You can actually turn on Excel and tell it to use R1C1 mode instead of the A1 that we're all used to. So it's kind of fun. Now, Multiplan handles 63 columns by 255 rows, which is not too bad. It's big enough for most spreadsheets that I use. Most of mine, I'm only 10, 15, 20 columns at most, even for my business. And for most basic things, it's okay. Some of the other spreadsheets available for the Commodore 128 will support more rows and more columns, but this does the job. Now, I could honestly use this for probably about 90% of the work that I do for my business. I use Excel for doing things like putting together proposals, maybe putting together a little spreadsheet of expenses and things like that, doing my taxes at the end of the year. I just create some cool basic spreadsheets. This would do the job. So let's create a little spreadsheet right now. Now, what we do is we use our cursor keys to go over to wherever we want to start the spreadsheet or start our text. And since we don't have a mouse and we can't click in it, we have to tell it what kind of data to put in. So at the bottom of the
again.
For
yeah,
everybody,
Doug, I think you're having bandwidth issues or something, Doug. Even when the video was rolling, the quality on my side was just not optimal.
well, this is just really annoying.
You're unfroze now. Now I can see you move.
Okay, let me close down a few of the other things that could be using bandwidth. If my son is in there playing Fortnite right now, he is grounded. Oh my goodness. So it's unfrozen now?
No, you're froze again.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. Take a look here.
Hey, Doug, we also have some suggestions in the chat that when you're sharing your screen that you turn on an optimization for HD or video, and that might improve the quality that you're streaming from your end through Zoom.
All right. Let's see where that is. Boy, it's hardly using any bandwidth at all.
I've used that option and had it make things much worse. I think when it optimizes, it reduces the resolution even when things are okay.
Oh, really? Okay. Give me just a second here. Boy, Zoom's the only thing I have running, and it's not using much bandwidth. How is it now? Is it still frozen?
It's not frozen, but it's not optimal. It's a bit fuzzy. At least on my side. Is it fuzzy for anybody else?
Same here.
Yeah, it's a bit fuzzy.
So just quick suggestion is switch back to main full screen of just you. Let's see if it's the combination of the screens that it's having trouble with.
Okay. That's really annoying.
Mine looks a lot better now that I've gone to full screen.
Oh, it does? How's the YouTube look? Does anyone have YouTube up? Does it look normal on there?
I have YouTube running and it does periodically halt. The audio continues to run.
It's fuzzy on YouTube though. Sorry, like the text and stuff, you can barely read it. 80 column text.
Yes, it's not a prime example of the adapter.
Oh, it looks absolutely gorgeous on my end of things here.
I know.
But I'm also noticing the other graphics seem to be just as blurry as the text.
Yeah, I think he's having a bandwidth issue at the house.
Yeah, I agree.
Next time you do this from my house, Doug.
That's really strange because I've been streaming you guys all morning and everything's been going good, even when I've been chirping in. Huh. Let me take a look at some of my settings here. I apologize, folks.
What type of network do you have? Is it ADSL?
It's DSL, but 40 megabit down and 2 megabit up, so it's not particularly blazing fast.
It's a
And
Commodore
it's
100
it's
modem.
it's the 2 megabit up that's the problem. DSL is usually much faster downloading than it is uploading, and right now you're uploading.
Oh, sure. No, there's no doubt about that, but it's what I can get. And I've streamed for 7-8 hours at a time before, and it generally works okay. I'm just checking a few of my settings here. Please forgive me.
You're good at the moment, though.
Oh, it looks normal now?
I wouldn't say it looks normal. You are not frozen. It's just fuzzy. So, I mean, I'm okay with you being fuzzy as long as you're not frozen. But just everybody remember, the video looks much better.
Are you saying I don't look normal in general, David? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to try one thing here. I'm going to stop just the video for just a second, and I should be right back on in just 1 second. Stop virtual camera. So I should be gone.
Perhaps it's also an OBS thing. It looks like you're using OBS.
I am, and I'm double checking, and I'm going to see if I can lower the resolution in OBS. And that didn't work. So, I mean, while I'm fiddling with this, what other kinds of software do you guys like to use on your Commodore 128 for productivity? What do you recommend that I use?
So when Doug told me he was doing this, the first thing I suggested to him was Jane 128. Did you guys ever use the Jane 128?
I think use would be a difficult word to associate with Jane. You could click on things and wait for things to happen, kind of like hoping for a miracle from above.
I've actually found Visa Star is a database, and unfortunately the cartridge, it requires a cartridge to function. And although I've got what appears to be the ROM binary, the cartridge does some other things, so it doesn't seem to work. But that seems to be something, hopefully, that hasn't been lost to time. So anybody knows anything more about that cartridge, it could be very helpful.
Okay. I think I've got my video back up now. I've changed some of the resolutions. Can you guys tell me if it looks any different? Good, bad, indifferent?
It looks just as frozen as it did before.
It looks
So
the same, yeah.
It looks the same. And am I still frozen? You can't see me doing the Cabbage Patch here?
You're not frozen, you're moving, but the quality is real fuzzy.
It's even frozen.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell it's a spreadsheet, but I couldn't read that command, anything after the word command, for instance.
Okay. I'm going to take drastic measures and kick everybody else in the house off the internet.
Pull the plug. Pull the plug.
That's fighting words during COVID.
Change the password.
There you go.
I also managed to grab a copy of SwiftKel 128, but I couldn't crack it open. Doug asked me, has anybody had any experience with this? Is it worth opening?
I've used SwiftCalc 128. Yeah, it's really good. It doesn't compare to Multiplan, not even close, but it's nice. Yeah.
I like using Superbase, database program for the 128.
Superbase is also hard to beat for the 128 as far as databases go.
WordWriter 128. Time works.
You can go into CPM mode and run DBase too, can't you?
You can. It's very, very slow on the C128.
But it has the power.
Multiplan, you can run CPM multiplan on the 128, through CPM mode, and it's maybe a third the speed as the native C128 version.
When I was using my 128 natively back in the 80s, one of the most productive things I ever used was Paperclip 128. I would be browsing the the BBSs, right, and I'd save everything right to my buffer, but I couldn't read that fast. And I love the Paperclip 128 had the 80 column mode. I mean, it was just a text editor, right? I don't know if you call that productivity, but really let me get in there and kind of manage some of my stuff. I loved capturing text for when I was BBSing. Somebody suggested Centipede 128. Was Centipede 128? Was that some kind of a? I'm unfamiliar with that one. Anybody familiar with that one?
I think that's a bulletin board system.
Oh yeah, CNET 128 and desk term. Yep, yep.
Okay, nobody's using internet really here right now. This is really upsetting me. Okay, made one more change. Does it look any different now? Do I look any better?
No.
I know. Yeah, I didn't want to be the only one to say no, buddy.
No, that's
I
fine.
mean, my
You're
last
not-
suggestion would be, now that you've kicked everybody off, maybe rejoin. I don't know if Zoom does some like a network test when you join to see what to give. I'm unfamiliar with how that works, but now that you've kicked everybody off, my suggestion, I don't know.
Yeah, you might be right. Zoom might.
Yeah, well, Douglas did join and rejoin once already, so we can give it another go.
Okay, shall we try this one more time? And if it doesn't work, well, that's life. Okay, I'll be back on the session in just a minute. Thank you guys for your patience. This was really strange.
Pocket Writer 3. Did anybody use that for the C128?
Is that like a desktop publishing?
It was the evolution of paperback writer word processor. I think they got in trouble, I don't know, the Beatles copyright holders or something, and they were forced to change the name.
Font Master 128 was another good one.
What was that?
Font Master 128.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scott, was that you that just said that about Font Master?
Mm-hmm.
I just put into chat, just as you were saying that, I just won an auction. Nobody else bid on it. An original Font Master 128 version 1.4 with the dongle.
I was almost going to be your competition, but I have another bid out there that's going to drain Christmas. So
Right on.
And by the way, whoever's bidding on that CMD HD40, don't.
Please stop.
We need to create a safe place where we could say, "Hey guys, I'd like to grab this. Don't kill me on the price."
That's not a bad idea.
Let's see. Here's what I have as a list. I'll just run down what I have. Fleet System 3, Fleet System 4, but it doesn't load. Superscript 128, Font Master 128, Ghostwriter 128, Master Text 128, Paperback Writer 128, Paperclip 128.2, Paperclip 128.3, Pocket Writer 1, 2, and 3, ProText 128, RunScript 128 for those who use Magazine, SpeedScript 128 for those that use Gazette, Term Paper Writer 128, The Right Stuff 128. There's a 40 and 80 column version. Visa Write Classic 128, WordWriter 128, Word Pro 80 column, and then Zed 128, which is more of a text editor, but I mean it uses every ounce of 128 and REU and everything else they can get. And that's just the word processors. So
that's quite a list, sir.
yeah, I might I need to like put up FTP or something. I don't know.
A shout out to our TPUG hosts for the Pocket and Paperback software that was produced in the Toronto area. You maybe saw in chat earlier, I've been trying to collect all of the versions of all the apps just to archive them because they were so well done. And also they have some of the absolute nastiest copy protection ever to descend on a Commodore computer.
Definitely.
We're having some luck with it using SuperCard Pro with some manual tweaking. Jim Drew's been helping us because hate for that stuff to get to the point where all the magnetic copies don't work anymore and then there's no way to run it. So we're trying to get clean images.
I think, Ken, that's what happened to Visistar, which is the database. My bet is there's some RAM in there as well that they use. And I believe potentially some custom code in the ROM. Well, there's definitely a ROM in there, but I think the cartridge also has RAM in there that's used, which is why just the ROM is the function ROM is no use with it as far as I can tell. So they were definitely, I mean, we were talking in chat about CNET 128 and Centipede. CNET 128, CNET going all the way back to 10, I believe, they used external dongle. So the copy protection was crazy for those anyway. But yeah, for a lot of these big box application software for the 128, they were hardcore. You weren't going to get their software.
Everybody looks like Douglas is back.
Okay.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Very nice. Yeah.
Does
Yeah,
anybody
much better.
does anyone have any duct tape, baling wire, and super glue so I can keep this running? Okay. Does it look fairly normal now?
Looks great.
Okay. Okay. I beat it into submission then. Good. I apologize for that. Okay. I'll try to make it quick because I know that we're running behind here. So what I was saying is up at the top of the screen, we're in R1C1. In order to tell it we want to use alphanumeric characters, we hit the A key. If you look at the bottom down here where you'll see my the highlight is moving back and forth, alpha, blank, copy, delete. You can think of this like a menu in a windowed program where you can hit the letter of any of these keys to activate that particular feature. So we're going to hit alpha. We're going to type 10 mark profits. Now, the first thing you'll notice is I spelled it wrong here. Okay. And so what we've got is it's not quite wide enough to show the entire cell. So now we can hit format, width, and just change the width of the cell to whatever size we want to. So super easy. Instead of having to drag a mouse and widen the cell like that, we can just hit the 1 or 2 keys and take care of that just like that. Now, we're going to create a few more little columns here. We're going to do alpha, YouTube, advertising. And again, we don't have the space here, so we're going to widen up the columns. We're going to do format, cells, width, and we're going to go 15 characters there, a little bit off, width, and I'm off by 1. There we go. So we very easily can change the size of our cells in here, just like we can in Excel. And let's see, we're going to make an expenses column. Now watch what happens. Instead of having to hit the alpha key, the A key, if I want to continue down with expenses, just hit the arrow down and it will then stay in the last mode that you were using. So in this case, it stays in alpha mode. So we can do miscellaneous, we can do promotional, and we can do purchase retro hardware. I bet you guys know which column is going to have the largest number in it. So we're going to do total profits and then total alpha, total expense, and then how rich am I? I hit help. Okay, so we have our text set up here. Now, when we're dealing with numbers in multiplan, this is also actually really cool. We could just type a number in, like say $52 right here, a number of 52. And if we don't hit anything else, if we don't hit any of our menus, it'll assume that that's a number or a formula. But 52 is pretty boring. We want that to look like an actual number. So what we can do is we'll go back to Format, Cells. Now, we don't want to just do row 3, column 2. So if you look down at the bottom, it'll say Format, Cells. It'll say R3, C2, and that's highlighted. Now I hit the colon, and I can go all the way down to the last cell that I want to format. So that's going to be row 13, column 4. So I'm going to do R13, C4. And I'm going to hit the tab key, which none of us ever really use very much. And I'm going to be able to go down to tell it how I want to format it. Now, if you look, all there is a $sign at the end. So our friends over in Europe with their pounds and their euros and their rubles and things like that, they're stuck with this good old American $sign here. I'm going to hit that. And it changes it numerical. Now, the cool thing is, because I told it to do that across all of the columns, I can put numbers in anytime I want to. There's 67. And now it's going to interpret that as a number because I told it to do it all the way across all the columns. So let's put down, let's see, expenses. We're going to do miscellaneous, $30. And here we're going to do 45. Promotional, 50. And this one we're going to do 120. And purchase of retro hardware. Where the first half of the year would be about 680. And the last would be about 890. Wonder if I'm going to make any money this year. So total profits, we can call up columns just like we would do in Excel. We hit equal, and then we do sum. You guys recognize that. And that's going to be R3C2, 3C2. All right. And then we're going to go down here. Total expenses is going to be equal sum. And that's going to be R5C2, R5C2, and then a colon. And our last one is going to be R8C2, R8C2. All right, total expenses. Now, let's see if I made any money this year. We're going to do equals sum R10C2, C2 minus R11C2. Nope, didn't make a profit this year. I won't go ahead and fill in the other columns in the interest of time here. Okay, Now, the other cool thing about this is you can save these documents in a format that Microsoft came up with in the 80s called SLK format. It stands for symbolic link format. So when we go to save a document, we're going to do T for transfer. We're going to go to options to change the options. You tell it symbolic link. And then when you go to save it now, transfer, save, and you give it a name. We're going to call this 10 mark SLK. That's going to save it. By default, that would save it on the on drive 8. In this case, I want to tell it drive 9, comma, 10 mark SLK. Now it's saving it as an SLK file, a symbolic link file. Now here's the cool thing. Microsoft still supports the SLK files in Excel and other programs like LibreOffice. They also support the SLK file. So I'm going to switch over to screen sharing for just a moment. And tell it to share screen 1. Now, the way that I get these files over to my PC, you noticed at the beginning I had an SD to IEC card. What I do is I just use draw copy, which one of the other guys was showing off earlier, and because that sees your SD card just fine, and I copy it from my 1571 disk right over to my SD card, and then just like magic, it's on the SD card. I can bring it over to my PC and open up the document. Okay, there's my FTP site. I've saved these already on my desktop here. You guys can't see my desktop, can you? No, you can see my desktop.
I stopped seeing video about 5 minutes ago, sir. I just didn't want to tell you.
You can't see any video?
Oh, I can see your video, but it's just saying you started screen sharing, but it's blank.
I'm having the worst day. This is horrible. So you guys cannot see my screen sharing. All right.
There it is.
You're back to seeing me, not the screen sharing, correct?
No, I'm seeing 10 mark profit YouTube advertising.
Now we're seeing the OBS, and it looks
Yeah,
sharp.
great quality
it looks
video
sharp
right
and
now.
Great quality. Yeah, looks good.
Okay, you're seeing the OBS
The
stuff.
OBS,
right now.
yes, sir.
Okay, but you could not see the screen sharing. Okay, all right. I'm about ready to give up on my computer here. It's really ticking me off. In a nutshell, copy the file over. After you've saved it as a symbolic link, put it on your SD card. When you bring it over to your computer, it comes over as an editable text file. And when I copied it over with draw copy onto my SD to IEC, what it did is it put a little string of text at the beginning that says CBM 64. I had to edit that in Notepad, just erase the CBM 64 that the SD to IEC put in there. Go into Excel, go to open a file, tell it type SLK, browse to your file. The thing opens up in Excel just beautifully and actually puts Excel in R1 C1 mode. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 across the top. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 down the bottom. And it actually shows all of the data that you've input on your Commodore 128. It's absolutely fantastic. And I would show it to you, except for some reason, screen sharing's not working for me right now. Oh, well. Let's take a look real quick at word processing. We're going to open up our little word processor here. Let's quit out of here. Now, this is Fleet System 3, which was also available on the Atari platform, from what I've read. And the thing that I like about this that a lot of the other word processors don't have is it has included with it a 90,000 word spell checker, A lot of the other ones I was looking at might have a 30,000 or 40,000 word spell checker, which is probably good enough. But I thought, 90,000, that's pretty darn impressive. So it's a very, very text-based word processor, as all of these are. It's got a few foibles, but man, it actually works really, really well. You can use it in either 80 column or 120 column mode. And in 120 column mode, it'll just spill off and move the screen over when you go past 80 columns, just like your word processor does in your Commodore 64. You get to column 40 and the whole screen jumps over from 41 to 80. But in 80 column mode, the thing looks just perfect. Let's call up a file. We're going to recall. We're going to put our floppy disk in here. We're going to type World of Commodore script 2. That should call that right up from the floppy drive. Let's try putting the actual floppy drive with the data in it instead of the multi-plan software into the drive. Typed it wrong. Bring that file right up. There we go. Now here at the top of the screen, if we wanted to put in all of our custom formatting codes, like the number of columns on the printer, the page breaks, the lines, the margins, everything like that, that works just like a regular word processor, which is kind of nice. This works funny, and the only complaint I have about this software is how it deals with disk drives. When you go to open a file or save a file, it's super easy. Just Control Shift, and then you can recall, store, or insert, which basically is you take a file from disk and insert it at the bottom of whatever file you're working at right now. That works great. So if we wanted to store it, great. Drive number. Every single one of you watching this would be thinking, okay, that's going to be drive number 8 or drive number 9, just like every other Commodore program on the entire planet. No, it's drive 0 or drive 1, which, according to the instructions in the manual, means if you have a dual Commodore floppy drive where you have 2 disk drives in one unit, like on the old PETs, it's drive 0 and drive 1, and it works perfectly between the two. And he's got all kinds of code for copying back and forth between them, but it literally does not support drive 9. I can't imagine what this guy was thinking when he coded this, and I've tried everything to get it to recognize drive 9, looked all through the manual. Nope, drive 0 or drive 1 on a dual drive, which they never made for the Commodore 64 or the Commodore 128. Poof, who knows? So one drive and one drive only. Now, the other cool thing about this is when you go to save a file, so we're going to do here, recall, store, or insert. If you hit the A key, see how it changes up at the top up to ASCII? It will then save that file as a standard ASCII file. And the cool thing about that, and I think you know where I'm going, just like with the spreadsheet, once you save it as an ASCII file, copy it over to your SD to IEC, bring it over to your PC, boom, there's all the work that you did in your word processor in pure ASCII. Now, you may have to touch up a few things here and there to clean it up, but in general, I'd say about 99.9% of all my text transferred right over, no problems at all with this particular program. All the features you'd expect, like the ability to insert lines or do massive deletes of everything, it supports all of that. It also supports, if you see that X up at the top, what that will do, if we do function X, it will bring up this screen called Exchange Text, which is a separate text buffer. So from here, we could maybe import another file and it will put it in this Exchange Text screen. And then we can copy and paste between documents, between the Exchange Text screen and the standard screen, which is still there in memory. And that's kind of cool, having it the ability to switch between basically two documents like that on the fly in order to copy and paste text back and forth. Printing support's fantastic on here. When you go to print a file, we can do output. We can choose, if we chose P, it would choose to copy it to the, or send it directly to the printer. If we choose V, it does it to the screen. It will display it exactly like it's going to print out right on the screen. If we do D, it will ask us if we want to save it as a CBM file, which is just a standard file format that this uses, save it as raw ASCII, or do an actual printer dump to disk that sends every single code that the printer gets when it's interpreted, and it sends that as a text file. So if you want to do something with that and send it to the printer later, it's actually kind of cool. So I would say this would probably get about a B- as far as a word processor, only because of the weird way that it handles disk drives. If it handled drive 8 and drive 9 and I could copy between the two of them or keep my data disk in drive 9, this thing would be absolutely my favorite word processor on the Commodore 128. But as it stands, it's actually really quite good. Now we're getting a little short of time here, and that's my fault because my video was not working. I'd be remiss in not mentioning getting your Commodore 128 on the internet for productivity. Now, personally, I have the C64 NIC Plus that Jim Brain did. Absolutely love it. I use it with Kontiki sometimes for light web browsing, very light web browsing. I use it for getting on Telnet. The Kipper term is about the best program I can find out there for Telnet. And it supports great ASCII. It supports PETSCII with no problem at all. And there's hardly been any bulletin board system that I have not been able to access with my Commodore 128 and my 64 NIC Plus using Kipper term. So I recommend checking that out. I also just got from Commodore Forever my very first user port Wi-Fi modem. So I'm going to try that out in the next couple of days, see if I like that any better than the anything better than the RRNet adapter. Again, I apologize for all the little foibles and mix-ups that we had on here. Kind of stressed me out a little bit, but that's okay. What I would like to do is open it up a little bit. I know you guys have already talked a lot about what productivity software you really like in the Commodore 128. But if you have any specific questions about what I've covered today, or want to talk more about productivity software in the Commodore 128 in general, that'd be awesome. I got a couple other things I can show you too. And so thank you very much. And thanks for your patience and understanding.
Oh, thank you, Douglas.
Great job, Doug. You're unflappable.
Well, I'll have to admit, I was, it made me a little bit more stressed out than I normally would be in doing a live stream, because I've never had that kind of problem before. When I did,
weird.
I interviewed Trevor from Aeon at the Amiga Ireland this February, and they had horrible audio problems. It just echoing and problems back and forth, and but that part wasn't on my end, so I dealt with it. We got through it just fine. But yeah, with it being on my end this time, yeah, it stressed me out a little bit, but that's okay.
Yeah, thanks, Douglas. Definitely owe you a beer next time I'm in Tucson.
Absolutely.
Douglas, I'm wondering, the multi-plan stuff in particular, I think was maybe not to all of us, but to me, it was pretty new information.
Mm-hmm.
Since you do streams and things, maybe there will be an opportunity to record that segment kind of in the normal way you do it, and maybe that could be linked in to to the after the event videos that are posted, YouTube or whatever it is.
I'm actually doing probably, I don't know about this weekend, but maybe this week, an actual Chicken Head Chronicles video on productivity software for the Commodore 128. It's going to be using some of this material, but will be different enough where it'll be, you know, halfway refreshing to rewatch it. And it'll be one of
Nice.
my normal scripted ones.
Nice.
Yeah, and we're very happy to add it into the YouTube playlist.
Mm-hmm. And a couple of other ones that I got that I haven't had a chance to play with. Got a full copy of Paperback Writer 128 that I want to dig more heavily into and see how I enjoy that. I just randomly really picked this Fleet Writer as the one to do instead of Paperback Writer because it was a little bit less known, so I thought it might pique somebody's interest. Financial Planner 128 for you know, doing all that financial planning. Here's a cool one that I got with a batch. This is Technical Analysis System, and this actually works with your modem, and it's a dial-up service for downloading stock quotes and things like that over the dial-up modem. I don't think the service is still in existence, so I don't think this software is going to do me too much good.
Hey, Doug, or anybody else on, other than GeoPublish 40 column, was there ever a good desktop publishing program for the 128?
That is an excellent question, and I think the answer is not really. I don't recall seeing much of anything. I've got a good site. C128. Anybody else use any desktop publishing software on their Commodore 128?
You know, I think if I had had unlimited funds and been in the right place at the right time and had gotten all of the super deluxe CMD equipment and wheels and everything, I think it would have been fun to try desktop publishing on the Commodore 128 in that setup. But otherwise, I found it just frustrating on stock hardware because it was just so slow. But that really stresses the capabilities of the machine, I think, that kind of work.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I'm going to paste a link right now into the chat of a very useful website that lists a lot of productivity software from the Commodore 128. You know what? I'm just going to put it in Discord in a little bit. The chat window's not working. There it goes. Boy, Zoom is just really having an issue for me today.
I think one of the problem with some of the desktop publishing software was everything they released, they tried to make compatible with the 40, 80 column mode. I think if they would have focused a bit more on a desktop publishing strictly for the 80 or something, they might have had better luck. But
that's true.
Remember,
that's a really good point.
For the 128.
I don't know. Could Print Shop do basic desktop publishing if we kind of arm wrestled it to do so?
If you wanted a banner.
Yeah, print shop's pretty basic.
Okay, I didn't know if we could do 8.5 by 11 and just put in pictures and things like that.
There used to be a group of guys in the Louisville, Kentucky group, Dale Sidebottom, and some of these guys around 2000 who were really into desktop publishing on the C64 and doing these laser printed newsletters and really kind of eye-popping stuff coming out. I think they were just using C64 GeoPublish, but there used to be a group of these hardcore guys who were really into that.
And if I remember right, Twin Cities 128 was produced on a 128. There could have been some manual paste up there, I'm not sure, but I can't remember now. They used some of the Pocket series. I think they used some of the Geos products at some point, maybe.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I've seen some really gorgeous things published from GeoPublish just unbelievable that a little Commodore 64 or a Commodore 128 could have really processed something like that, talked to the laser printer, and printed it out so beautifully. It's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, and then there was some kind of thing that CMD came out with, Perfect Print or something like that, that enhanced the printing even more so. I'm not sure how it worked.
I just made this on Print Shop
Oh, really?
this morning.
Perfect Print LQ. I used to sell it.
Oh, that would be kind of cool. Probably designed to talk with laser printers.
No, it was really more for GeoWrite documents.
Yeah, it would like do multiple passes on the same line too.
And yeah, it would do like a million. It would take an hour to print a page, but it would look really super when it came out.
And chew right through your ribbon on your printer.
Oh yeah, just beat it to death.
You also needed to have a printer that was compatible or had the appropriate driver for that software. And I don't remember having it for my printer, so it was somewhat useless for me. But my friend had it, and it looked great. But as others have mentioned, it took forever to print a page, but it looked fantastic.
I think you needed a 9-pin printer to do it.
Yeah, I did. I've got a new 9-pin printer that I've been playing around with. It's the Star SL10C 9-pin printer, and I found some ribbons for it, and it does a pretty good job. I mean, I printed out the spreadsheet on it in near letter quality mode. I'm pretty happy with it. I kind of forget that it wasn't all that bad in the days of dot matrix. It was a little loud, a little slow. But the quality
here
could
it
be fine
is.
if you were patient. I'm pretty happy with how it works.
Great stuff. All right, Douglas, could we call it there and hang around for questions? But we want to get ready for Jeffrey, who's going to show us through an 80s bedroom exhibit at the VCF Museum. So that sounds cool and different.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thanks again, Douglas. And Douglas is around for questions. And there's always the lounge. So I'm just going to take you off spotlight.
Thanks.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that gives us a couple of minutes for a little stretch break, bio break.
I just put hello, and Brendan wrote me on a text. He goes, "You just said hello to everyone." I figured I did.
Okay, so let's get ready for Jeffrey. And you also might see a notification for the breakout rooms. So we're going to get the lounge reestablished for folks who just rejoined.
Oh, it's just so much easier to be there because I can walk my.
What do you need? Hey, Lee. What?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, we were having some issues, and we were in the breakout room. So, are you ready for me to start?
Yeah, just give us 30 seconds. We want to reassign the breakout rooms.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Yep. So this is your approximately 1 minute warning.
Okay.
I think I'm probably trying to put too much throughput through the bandwidth line here at my parents' home. Trying to upload a picture and it's giving me a hard time in Google Drive.
What kind of guitar is that?
A cheap 1970s guitar that's been sitting around in my basement. So it's part of our 80s display. You got to figure in the 1980s, actually most kids never have like the latest stuff. They always have like the leftovers or the giveaways.
The hand-me-downs.
Yeah, right.
So the hand-me-downs. So like you'll see that that's very prevalent as we all remembered what our 1980s bedrooms looked like when we were putting together this exhibit. So, the 1970s style, paneling was key because we knew that the kid's bedroom would probably not be the room that was redone as recent. So it would probably be something mid-70s, right? And that's, you see that all the time. Like in *Halt and Catch Fire*, if you look at the set dressings in the first season were actually late 70s set dressings with some sprinkles of early 80s. So we kind of kept with that same kind of theme, knowing that that's kind of what it was for us as kids in the 1980s. By the way, this is Corey Cohen talking. I generally don't talk on Commodore things, so.
He's one of those Apple people. You're talking about Atari. Well, Apple, they're like the whole different.
Yeah. I didn't want to have my laptop burst into flames here. So, but the question was asked. So we did have a lot of fun decorating this thing. So let us know when we should begin, and I'll turn it over to Jeff. I will be playing your humble cameraman today.
Okay, yeah, I think we are ready to go. I'm going to mute everybody except Jeff, and so, same rules. We do have the lounge breakout room set up if you want to have a side discussion without affecting the presentation. Please keep yourself on mute unless you have a question, just to minimize background noise. And make judicious use of the chat. The mod team is watching it. Okay, Jeff, you are up.
All right, thank you, Leaf. Corey.
Oh, sorry, I just muted you.
Okay.
Here we go. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Grace. I am Vice President of the Vintage Computer Federation. I'm also the showrunner of Vintage Computer Festival East. We're here in Wall Township, New Jersey, at the former Camp Evans. It's called InfoAge Science and History Museums. So it has a long history all the way back to Marconi. Marconi has a tower down the road. It started with wireless telegraphs, and then later Cold War research and technologies, radar developments, even the integrated circuit was developed here. I think the story goes, not to get off, is it simultaneously Bell Labs, and it was developed here. We also have a satellite dish down the road, Diana Project, that took the first weather picture of a hurricane, was given to Eisenhower. So that's a little bit about where we're located. So we are in the Vintage Computer Federation Museum, and we wanted to have something a little different for our exhibits. So we made an 80s bedroom. So first of all, you see the wall there. We got parts to build actual wall from Lowe's or Home Depot. And then this is actual period correct paneling for the wall. So we created the wall so that it'll be stable. So then we can put up shelves like this. We already talked about the guitar there. And we have the posters. So this is like what it would be like. We wanted to show what it would be like in the 80s if you had a bedroom, because nowadays kids, 10 years old, they don't have any idea. Because they did something similar in the radio museum in the 40s bedroom with radio. So we're going to do something similar with vintage computers. So we have Raiders of the Lost Ark, movie around that time. Back to the Future, classic movie. And Miami Vice, a popular TV show. Some other artifacts, Risk. That's my Risk board game, popular game. This was something I had made in wood shop class in the middle school. I had a little CO2 cartridge that would shoot across. Some movies from the time period, Monty Python and the Holy Grail on VHS, of course. In the animated The Return of the King and The Lord of the Rings. Thank God that we had them remake them live action, but that was what was available. And of course, music from the time period, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen, Def Leppard. And then this is my X-Wing fighter. This is actually my X-Wing fighter from the 70s from Star Wars. Missing a little top there. And Transformers, this is actually a more recent one, but just to represent a toy of the time period, Transformers. And Rubik's Cube, very popular. And surprisingly, it's kind of made a comeback with a lot of kids the last few years. We have, of course, Dungeons and Dragons books here. 1984, George Orwell, J.R.R. Tolkien, The Hobbit here, and computer games book. Assembly language and the newsroom. Newsroom was popular. I used that a lot. And of course, you had clip arts, Commodore assembly, and print shop. So that's the main idea of this exhibit, like a typical application that people would use a lot, and print shop is it. And we should actually even have the original box here. Open it up. Even has some of the original paper and discs and everything in there. So we're lucky to have a few of those copies. So the print shop came with a certain number of graphics here. I can show you different graphics here. And of course, you can make your own. Sometimes they're quite crude. And different fonts. You can do different fonts. You have a certain limited number. Looks like about 7 or 8. And then you could buy, of course, expansion packs, special edition graphics libraries. They sold different ones. And of course, you saw like public domain. People would, or maybe places would even sell like these graphics on the discs. Some other things, interesting things here. Of course, a disc hole puncher. You know, this is actually a typical modem that I might have had. Actually, I had the 1200 baud modem. And cartridges. I didn't really use that much, other than like the fast load cartridge or the super snapshot for fast loading or capturing or whatever. But they had actually made a number of cartridges, Commodore and others, because it made it a lot faster than cassette tape or floppy disk. Centipede, sometimes I have that play. Kids come in and play that. And Jungle Hunt. It's kind of fun. Some Atari games. Oh, I should have said Atari. Commodore made it. So we have the printer that we're using is Star Gemini 10 because obviously Print Shop needs to print out special graphics. And the normal Commodore 1526 couldn't really do graphics very easy. There were some sort of tricks that you can do it, but not really from the Print Shop. So I have it set up for that printer. So when you load up here, I even can load it up pretty fast. For demonstration purposes, I have Jiffy DOS on here. Makes things a lot easier for demonstrations to load things up. So that's Jiffy DOS screen. Then you load it up and come up with the loads pretty fast, much faster than you would have in the 80s. The splash screen for the print shop. And there is, I did have some trouble actually getting this thing to work because like there's different copy protections on it. There's the A version, the B version. So I'm just going to do something simple. I mean, you could do a lot of different things. Greeting cards, signs, letterhead, banner. A lot of people would do a banner where it would print out. So it takes about actually 5 or 6 minutes just to print out one page. But I'll do a sign, for example. So this was kind of a fun exhibit that we wanted to do to show people what it was like in the 80s in a typical computer in that time period, Commodore 64. That was the one that I had, that was my first home computer. So I'm very familiar with using it. So here we have the sign, and you can pick different borders. I kind of like to do one that's a little bit more fancy. Like, it depends on what you want to do for the graphics. Sometimes you want to do, let's do stars, for example. And then you choose the graphics. So as I said, there's ones that come with the disc there. And you can choose by name. You would pick which one. You have to scroll through, see more choices, and see more choices. But if you knew by number, they have the numbers on there, you could pick it out faster. Or if you wanted to get it from another disk, you would do another disk and you pop in another disk. Or maybe you don't want a graphic, but for now, I'm going to just do by name. And which one are you going to do? I'm going to do robot. Oh, go back. It's actually pretty user-friendly, believe it or not. Got a lot of choices here. Rocket ship, I did that before. Robot, so we'll do robot. And graphic size, small, medium, large. So I'm gonna pick large because it's a lot easier to see. I had done a robot before. They actually called this one Transformer. And yeah, sometimes the ink doesn't come out too well, but I do have a number of, I bought new old stock and printer ribbons, but they do sell these for typewriter ribbons. So they're actually more available than you might think. All right, so we'll do a large graphic, and then you have fonts, RSVP, Alexia. Now I wonder, I didn't research it, but I wonder if there was actually more fonts. I would think that they would actually have more fonts available. People either made them or sold them on different packs. But so let's do tech. This is a robot. And let's say the world of Commodore 2020 virtual show. Right. So that might be too much, might actually over. Center text top to bottom, I'm gonna say no. And then print, so you can send another print a number of copies, whatever you wanna do. Loads it from the floppy. Now, if it was, if you had switched the disk and your graphics were on another floppy disk, then you'd have to switch back to the print shop main disk program. So now it's thinking, if it's working, it's actually going to start printing. If it isn't working, then it'll just sit there for a while. But I also like to show the kids, like, open this up and show it actually working, because they're used to what, inkjets and laser printers and things like that. So to see actually a dot matrix printer and to hear it, it's a lot different experience.
Leave the cover up. I'll get us to a show that when it starts. When it's done thinking.
It says printing. Oh,
okay,
yes,
there we go.
Fantastic. Where's your random?
Started.
What's that? So go get a cup of coffee, come back, and it'll be finished printing. So it's printing the border first there. See, another thing to note is, yes, you had to repair the printers. You needed a little interface box to connect to the Commodore to make it work. Because normally your Commodore printers would have just the IEC cable. And as it's printing, for demonstration purposes, what do I have? Oh, he's zooming in. That's okay. I have Jim Brain's UIC. That's sort of not from the 80s, but it's sort of like something I can do for demonstration purposes to quickly show somebody. Yes, for demonstration purposes, I use this, not from the 80s, but for demonstrating different programs. Like I'll show the Bear Essentials, which is a new program, a new game. I like to highlight that to people, that people are still using these machines and still making new programs and actually even selling them for money. So I will tell people about that and the different products, like Jim Brain makes some and other people make different products. I'll tell people about those too.
Kind of relaxing, right?
Sitting relaxed. So while we're waiting for that to print, anybody have any questions while we're waiting a little bit?
Could you show the more area around from this room that you're in?
Oh, we're gonna try to do that as best as we can. So give us a moment. We're just going to need to make sure that we don't run into any cables.
People want to see the museum.
Yeah, we'll
That's
do that. I'm just going to have someone run behind me with the
cable
on the wheels.
All right.
So we're going to do that. Give us a minute, and as we say, don't mind the mess because we were setting up for this. So we're going to go, as they say, freehand.
Yeah, loved it. You guys love that 80s bedroom exhibit? It's awesome.
We also have, though, we've been using it for something else. If you remember your office cube back in the 80s, too, we've got an office cube.
Oh, wow. Nice.
That's a deck rainbow.
No, I think that PC doesn't belong.
Yeah, pay no attention to this laptop.
Pay no attention to the PC.
Oops.
Just give us a moment, and we will probably just, go freehand.
Yes.
Okay, so just getting someone to reveal my AV card around. So yes, we've got.
So Corey Cohen is fucking now.
This is Corey Cohen. I'm the business manager and treasurer for the Business Computer Federation. So as you can see, we've got everything here from Selby from the early 1970s, a TV typewriter. There's an Altair with a hand-drawn, or I should say hand-pulled paper tape reader. Inside, TRS-80. We've even got some computers. For those of you who come from Russia, you may recognize some of these machines here. If you're from Japan, we've got that as well. So there's quite a few different machines around here. PC Junior with a chiclet keyboard. So I'm just going to casually walk in. Normally we do a tour. I don't want to do a whole tour for you guys. We're going to have one of those online at some point very soon. Normally we'd have a Sol 20 here. That's actually under repair. We like to have all of our machines operational and functioning. So we have a crew of volunteers who work on that. So our BBC Micro. Many of you have seen an Osborne before, but probably not an early Osborne. This is one of the earliest ones with a separate monitor.
Commodore PET. You forgot the Commodore PET.
I was getting there. Have to be conscious of the walking distance here. We've got cables involved. So this is an Apple I replica. Obviously, we would not have a real Apple I on display if we owned one here. This one actually was used in a few different movies, this replica. So it's in the last configuration from a Steve Jobs movie that we did some work for. So we had worked on it and loaned it to them. Early Apple II. Normally, we'd have our little raised capped key here. We've taken that out because actually alcohol destroys them, and thanks to COVID, we have to wipe these machines down often. IBM PC. We've got this Commodore PET. Once again, who really thought of this?
Oh, yes. The chiclet keys.
Yeah, and if I'm typing a sentence, I got to go to the number pad for a period. Zorba, I don't remember that one, to be honest. We have some Ataris. The VIC-20, as many of you probably got started with Commodore on.
Yeah, and that's the printer I mentioned, the 1526 printer. That's the one that I had when I got it. Doesn't really print graphics that much. Mostly it's just for text.
We have an Amiga.
Yeah, it's running a new program here. It looks like Winnie the Pooh or something like that.
Graphics was better on the Amiga.
That's funny.
Well, whatever. An Apple Lisa, Apple III. We've got a bit of everything. Why isn't the Xerox on?
Well, I wasn't planning on doing the whole tour with you.
Neither was I. So we have a Xerox Star.
Yes, Xerox
Star.
Star.
This is a functioning, working Xerox Star. So we can thank the Xerox team for all of our movies of today. And we're just going to come around a little bit and turn the corner. Obviously, we've got to have an iMac. just because this really revitalized the concept of what a computer should be.
Yeah, well, we had, well, this is contrast, like the boring gray box of the PCs and the aesthetically pleasing iMac.
The thing that made computers cool, right?
Yes.
Which is why geeks are cool now.
And,
right?
you know, there was that thing where the PCs were less expensive and the Macs were like more expensive, but they were cooler. They're like really nice software, that sort of thing.
Yep. So a couple of quick things to show. We do have a Next system. So this is a Next Cube, kind of cool. If you actually look at the Next operating system, it is actually pretty much OS X. So it is the Mac operating system of today, just obviously improved on. But we're walking a little backwards here for a reason. We do have people who come into the museum and they basically stand here for like an hour and watch because we have old 80s commercials on. And you know, people enjoy that. But I really came over here to show you we even have a Cray supercomputer. So this is the brain of a Cray. And we are going to be working on bringing this guy up. We're working with some government people to get access to real software to run hurricane simulations so that we can have a nice demonstration of that. We've got a microprocessor exhibit that is currently under construction. Everything from the 4004 to a fairly modern CPU.
We have the modem exhibit too. We have
if you're into modems.
From the penny whistle, early acoustic coupler modem, the first US robotics modem, and then probably the last one that they made.
Yep. Now, see, if this was an Apple group, right, they'd appreciate that this is a real, that's a Commodore group. I don't know if they care, but this is a real
blue box.
Blue box.
This is
Thank you.
in the back. There's a blue box.
That is on loan to us, but it is a real Wozniak blue box. So kind of neat. So just coming around here, just to give you a little bit of an idea, we have sort of the older computers. This computer dates back to 1956. This is a Bendix G15, which used a modified typewriter as input and output and a plotter. This is a vacuum tube-based computer. So what does that mean? That means this computer, I'm going to open it up here. This computer is filled with vacuum tubes and predates the integrated circuit and the transistor. So it's kind of very cool, very neat thing here.
Yeah, you can see a little bit close up of the vacuum tubes and the circuits in there. And then a typical circuit board that would be in there. There would be many, many of these.
Right. And we moved just 2 years later. This is an analog computer. We have many other racks of this, but this specific analog computer came to us via MIT. We've got one of the racks flipped around so people can see the vacuum tubes here that are used for the power supplies. But basically, this looks like something out of a cyberpunk. But they would have been patch cables, and they were used to do real-time and very accurate analog calculations. And the results would be displayed typically on the screen here, which is kind of like an oscilloscope. Okay, got some more analog computers here where we can do real-time mathematics.
Yeah, the TR20, we have one of our members actually working on restoring this and getting it to work. As you can see, it's analog with all the plug boards and everything like that. So this top plug board, people would rig up, and then when it's their turn, they put it on there.
The machines were expensive. The plug boards were cheap. So you had a lot of plug boards and you had very few machines.
So everybody took turns using it.
You programmed it with the plug boards. So finally, before we hop over to an IBM mini computer here, and we've got so much more in our warehouse, it's just always space that's the issue. This here is one of the only, I think it might be the only running UNIVAC 1219B computers in the world. This UNIVAC is it's from a destroyer. It was used for fire control, basically aiming the guns and the weapons on a destroyer. It is Vietnam era. We have everything, and there's even a teletype in the end. It is operational. We have a team that works on this machine. There's video online of it running. Hold on before we get there. So it's a very cool machine. It definitely looks like something out of a 1960s James Bond movie that the evil mastermind uses to do something nefarious. So we also have an exhibit here. I'm not going to get too much into it, where we talk about computer memory and how it's improved, and everything from a comparison of a single transistor to an SD card to a single bit that would be stored in a flip-flop in an older machine. So it's something that you really come in if you have some interest in. We can talk about it and show you. So just coming right along down here, just showing you a little more of the UNIVAC. We also obviously have more videos playing in this space here, just to talk about what's going on with the UNIVAC, and has demonstrations of it running. We tend to run this machine about once a month for people who come in. We also have an IBM 1130 from 1965 on display. And what is really cool here is we have a PDP straight 8. So this is the first PDP 8, or what would be called the first mini computer, though they really weren't calling it a computer at the time, because they had a very hard time selling these things, because when you heard computer and you went to go buy a computer, if you were a business department or a school, if you said I wanted to buy a computer, they would say no, because of the amount of people required to just operate it. And they didn't understand in many corporations and many schools that you could get a standalone computer like a PDP-8. So they renamed it to data processor. So we can get in here. And by calling it a data processor, they could get away with selling it. Now, HP did a very similar thing with their with one of their machines in the late 70s, and they called it a calculator, but it had a full basic programming language. There was a way to get around the bean counters who wouldn't let you buy one. Starting to get into other things. Now, this is partially covered up, but this is a Wang mini computer with a Nixie display, as well as a terminal display. And the Nixies would look pretty much like this. They look like vacuum tubes, but if you've seen a Nixie clock, there's something else. They're kind of, it's hard to explain until you see it, but they basically have all the numbers kind of glowing as elements inside the tube. It's kind of cool to watch. We got an HP mini computer as well. Yep. I'm backing up here because I'm a little close on the Zoom, as well as a bunch of other things going on. So that's kind of a quick overview of our museum here. And once again, we do change things all the time, and we do have a rather large, shall we say, warehouse where we store things and work on things. And we're constantly trying to, get more things out and swap things out for people. So that's kind of what we do.
What time do we have here? So, Leaf.
Yes, sir.
How are we doing for time?
Well, we're. I know you're coming back at 5 to show off your robotics project still.
Yeah, I was trying not to catch that on the camera, so you wouldn't get any previews.
So we could do a little more then, but because I want to respect Jim's time, who's up next.
Okay. Sure. All right. I can always, do you want me to answer questions in the breakout room, and then you could continue with the 4 o'clock schedule?
Yeah, that would be great. And then, we can have it a little more interactive because we're coming back to the museum around 5.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Well, thank you guys for letting me do this, and I'll see you again at 5 o'clock for doing the Capsella.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. All right.
You're welcome.
That was awesome. Thank you.
That was so amazing. Oh my gosh. Such a privilege. Just thank you so much for letting me share in that. It was so cool.
We should charter a bus when COVID clears up.
Absolutely. I would be down for sure.
Oh, I totally agree.
Where are they printer ever finish?
Yeah, they're in New Jersey. Wall Township.
Well, we have done some road trips to the Info Age Science Center. It's an amazing facility. It's a lot of space history there as well, like the radar dish where they were bouncing radar signals off the moon.
Nice. Awesome.
Cool. All right, let's take just a quick break, and then Jim Drew will be up to show off some of what he's been working on. So Jim, will you be ready in a minute or two?
Cool.
Yep, I will be ready.
Excellent.
The only question I have is, did the printer actually ever finish?
It's funny because I've been playing with Print Shop all morning. Here, take a look.
It sounded like it finished.
All right.
I don't know if it was the camera angle and the lighting probably shining off the page, because I remember the pages were pretty glossy then too, so probably not great for the lighting. But it looked like the printing ink was running out. I don't know if it was just me was noticing that, but to me it looked like the printer ink was running out, but it could be also the lighting shining off the glossy pages.
Yeah. And Commodore had put out some inkjet printers towards the end of their life. Were they mainly Amiga printers, or I guess you could use Centronics?
Well, I don't know the exact answer to your question, but the first Amiga I got when I was 11, it came with a full color printer, and the cartridge was actually about the size of like a CD case, maybe a little bit less, and it had 4 little bags of ink in it, and then little rubber like gaskets, and then these needles would go in, and then it would print 1 pixel line at a time in color.
Oh my
so
gosh.
It took forever. But I was a kid who had an Amiga with a full color printer. It was amazing. And I used to use, there was a program that would let you print posters. So you would print them on multiple sheets and cut them up and tape them together. So my grade 6 speech was about my computer, and I brought the posters in and stuff. It was pretty ridiculous.
Good for you. That's awesome.
Thank you. And I found my wafer too, if anybody wants to see that. It's an uncut.
Wicked. Oh, that's amazing. I think my dad had, back when Nortel used to have the family days in the summer, and I went, they had these raffles, and they could give you like weird stuff. And there was something like that. It was a wafer, but it was like a poster of one of those wafer magnified, to, like huge, yeah. But it was like in some kind of glossy kind of either copper or gold kind of paper. But yeah, it was the neatest thing, and I'm trying to find it somewhere in the house, because I'm sure we had at least a couple of them, but maybe they rotted through time. I don't know. But I have a vivid memory of these wafers. They're huge, and they were giving them away as posters at the DNR family events once, like when I was a kid. So, but that's really great to see that you still have one of those. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah, no worries. I bought 2, and I put one in a picture frame with a little light for my girlfriend at the time as a gift, and then I kept the other one. I bought 2 because I figured I'd probably drop one and break it. So.
No doubt. Yeah, well, yeah, that's good plan for me, anyways. Too. I mean, I just try to buy 2 a lot of things too.
Great stuff. All right, I think Jim is looking ready to go. Jim, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay,
Nice.
I'm just going to mute everybody. So, as I say before each speaker, there was a breakout room with a lounge for side discussions and interrupt the presentations. If you don't see the breakout room icon, we're going to fix that in a couple of minutes. Jim knows to optimize his Zoom for sharing video and including computer audio. And everybody who's watching, please stay on mute unless you have a question, just to reduce background noise.
Thank you.
Okay, well.
Sorry, Jim. Okay. There we go.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me here. World of Commodore 2020. I've actually attended several World of Commodore shows. New York, London, where else? Pasadena, Toronto, all over the place. And I actually have cups. I should have probably got them out of storage, but I got cups for each one of the World of Commodore shows that I've been to over the years. So I'm Jim Drew. I'm the owner of cbmstuff.com. I was first exposed to Commodore computers with a PET 2001. So when they were talking about that PET keyboard and knocking it, I was like very frustrated because like that was my favorite keyboard of all time. It's what I learned on in 1977. That's when I first got my Commodore. And then I went on to work for Commodore actually in 1983 and 84 in their service division, and also the technical support representative for the state of Oregon for the schools. I handled the school accounts to get Commodore computers in the schools. And then I spent a couple of decades after that developing various Commodore hardware and software. And then I got out of computers. I focused primarily on disk copying hardware, and then I transitioned into emulation technology. I developed the world's first color Macintosh and Intel Pentium emulations. They're on the Amiga. So like I said, I got out for a long time, and back in 2012, I got into the retro scene because I was stunned that people were actually playing with their Commodore computers again. And so just like all of us, we can't seem to get away. So I got hooked into it. And so I've been making products for Commodore computers ever since. So today I've got a video that I put together showing you some of the new products that are going to be released shortly and also into 2021. Obviously, it's been a trying time for everyone. So we've had quite a bit of time to play. And so I'll show you what I've been playing with. If I can get this to optimize and share. So that should be shared.
The ICS-64 is a modern redesign of your favorite 8-bit computer from the 80s. This new version is based on several different original motherboard designs, taking the best of each version and adding some modern techniques to give you that classic retro look with the reliability that surpasses the original. This FCC Part 15 compliant design minimizes the classic's EMI and RFI noise by providing a better circuit layout, filled ground and power planes, and of course components themselves these days are much better quality than what was available nearly 40 years ago. The ICS-64 will be available in two different versions. First is a version that has all the SMT parts already soldered and ready for you to install your through-hole parts. The second version will be a bare raw circuit board. The ICS-64 uses the same bill of materials as the original KU and 250407 assembly motherboards. You can use these or a variety of other original motherboards for obtaining the custom chip, quote-unquote, donor parts that are required to complete the ICS-64. The required donor parts are the two 6526 CIAs, the 6510 CPU, the PLA, the SID, basic and character ROMs, and any discrete logic chips and connectors that you don't want to purchase new. The ICS-64 gives you a lot of features never imagined for the original. Let's flip the board over and go over all of those features. The ICS-64 features a 32 MHz microcontroller, cleverly hidden on the backside of the board. This tiny processor controls the kernel ROM selection and other advanced features. Now, just by using the restore key, you can reset the computer or switch kernel ROMs. No external switches or mods are required. Simply hold the restore key down for 1 to 3 seconds and release the key. The computer will then reset. Holding the restore key longer than 3 seconds will reset the computer and also select the next kernel in the EEPROM bank. The restore key hold duration is programmable, and there are visual indicators letting you know what operation will occur. You can select up to 8 different kernel ROMs using a 27C512 flash ROM, but a variety of EEPROM types can be used. The ICS-64 will be available with licensed Commodore 64 ROMs from Klonto, and an option to use a licensed Jiffy DOS ROM as well. CBM Stuff will even include the original licensed Magnum Load ROM offered by Utilities Unlimited. One other thing, that restore key circuitry has been greatly improved. No more having to beat on the unstop restore combo in order to break out of your basic program. You can see there's information printed on the circuit board that shows you the various ROM banks and settings. If you are building this as a raw board, you can enable any bank of the ROM you like using the convenient solder pads. These pads are large enough to solder wires to for switches if you want to go old school and have some external switches. With the SMT version, you would leave the kernel ROM solder pads all open. The ICS64 was designed to allow you to use either the stock Commodore 64 basic and character ROMs or optionally use 27C64 EEPROMs. Instructions on how to set the solder jumpers are printed on the circuit board for the basic ROM as well as the character ROM. The ICS64 was also designed to allow a variety of original custom chips. Both NTSC and PAL VIC-2 chips are supported, and you can even use either the 6567 or 8562 by selecting the primary voltage with a solder pad. So a donor VIC-2 chip can come from either a standard C64 breadband or a C64C. Even the PAL version's interlace mode can optionally be changed. So let's look at a few features that make the ICS64 really easy to build. Notice that this image shows two different joystick port connectors. That is because several different versions can actually be used. You can use the original C64 joystick port connector removed from a donor board, complete with a screw hole for mounting the screws. You can also use a slim DB9 connector with soldered tangs. And lastly, you can use a full-size DB9 connector also with soldered tangs. All of these connectors provide the proper spacing for the case. So back in the day, one of the biggest fears was damaging your computer by plugging in your joystick after having walked across that shag carpeted room. That big bolt of electricity almost certainly guaranteed that your favorite game was no longer going to do anything more than tease you with its presence. Trips to the local repair center or waiting on mail order parts are a real drag when you're trying to outdo your buddy's high score. To prevent this heartache, the ICS64 comes with TVS protection diodes located right at the joystick ports. This offers the absolute best protection for your CIA chips. Let's flip the board over and go through some of the other features. The ICS64S, or S means standard version, uses the video circuitry found in the original design, albeit with some changes. First, the clock crystal can be one of two different types, either the traditional lay-down crystal or a vertical mount crystal. Why a vertical mount? Well, if you put a socket under that vertical mount crystal, you then have the option of easily switching between NTSC and PAL by just changing the crystal, the VIC chip, and the NTSC jumper position. No soldering or desoldering is required. There is also a version of the ICS64 called the ICS64E, E meaning enhanced. The E version uses the 8701 clock chip to replace all the video circuitry. The C64C used the 8701. This version also has the ability to switch between NTSC and PAL by just changing the crystal, the VIC chip, and changing the NTSC and PAL jumper. It's a lot less circuitry to build, but the 8701 chip costs a lot more than the standard video circuitry. In keeping with the theme of trying to be as compatible as possible with original components, you can also either use a 6581 or 8250 SID chip by using a 12 volt or a 9 volt regulator while you're doing the build. The ICS64 already has the proper capacitor necessary to boost the volume for digital samples when using the 8250 SID chip. Speaking of the SID, there's a great option for those that use Messiah, Prophet 64, and other music creators and players. Both joystick port pots are available internally, complete with power and ground. This makes adding remote pots a super easy plug-in installation. Unless you purchase just the bare board, the ICS64 will come with a very upgraded RF modulator replacement. Luma, chroma, and composite signals are amplified, filtered, and balanced, resulting in an amazing video output. Seeing is believing. Using a stereo SID chip has always been a hassle of having to run an extra set of wires out of the computer. There has been really no way to deal with this until now. Next to the RF modulator circuitry is a pad labeled L, where you can solder the second SID chip's output, so it becomes the left channel. The right channel is the original SID. By using a simple 3-pin header to a 3.5mm or similar stereo jack, you can provide a convenient means of getting your stereo SID sound out of your computer. Of course, if you like RCA jacks bolted to your case, this makes it easy to take the case apart by just unplugging that 3-pin header. Moving on, you can see there's an internal IEC port. This 6-pin header uses the same configuration that some SD2 IEC devices use, which is compatible with the IEC portion of a C64 reloaded board's connector labeled CN4B. Located between the kernel and the basic ROM is another 6-pin header. This is the expansion header for the ICS64's microcontroller. One set of pins is for the LED output, and the other is labeled as aux. That can be an auxiliary input. This connector is also used for flashing new firmware updates. The LED output is for driving a WS2812 RGB LED or a string of LEDs. By default, several LEDs in a strip are driven as a status indicator for such things as the state of the restore key, for reset and kernel selection, XROM, IRQ, current ROM, and other things that can be displayed on the LED strip. It's also possible to do some crazy things, like drive a 256 LED panel to display scrolling text. Because people are using more and more peripherals, one of the shortcomings of the original motherboard design was addressed and fixed. The user port power is located a long ways away from the power input. There is a simple yet effective LC circuit placed on the user port's 5-volt output. This makes a big difference with devices that draw power in surges, such as EEPROM programmers, relay stations, Wi-Fi modems, and others. This will handle over 1 amp of current. Below the LED and aux port is the I/O port. This is a dedicated 4-pin port that you can plug an OLED screen into. This screen
you're on camera
including
now.
the 5-volt supply voltage from the power supply, the state of the IRQ and XROM lines, the restore key state, current ROM bank selected, the uptime of the computer, and a whole lot more. This is also the gateway to the menu system where all settings can be easily programmed, again using just the restore key. The ICS64 has ample spacing between components to make it easy for assembly. The color-coded diagrams, like what you see here, provide clear documentation for what part goes where. The ICS64 uses a power supply circuit with ample space for a large heatsink on a TO220 type 5-volt regulator. And there's also an option to use a DC to DC switching regulator from Recom, CUI, and others. The switching regulator is less than $10 and highly recommended because it completely eliminates the heat that a regulator normally causes, and a DC to DC regulator makes the 5-volt output very stable and quiet. Instead of using a bridge rectifier like the original motherboard design, the ICS64 uses separate diodes. This allows for using larger current versions in case you want to pull a lot of current through the user port or drive a large RGB LED panel. The Retro Repair Station is the ultimate tool for retro enthusiasts and hobbyists. It's an IC tester, reader, and flasher. It's a 2-channel voltmeter. It's a 2-channel oscilloscope. It's a frequency analyzer. It's a frequency generator and PWM driver for servos, steppers, and relays. It's a color composite video generator supporting various resolutions and test patterns. It can be completely portable, requiring no external power, and a whole lot more. The Retro Repair Station can test virtually any type of 3.3 volt and 5 volt IC, 7400 and 4000 series TTL chips, CPUs like the 6502, 6510, Z80, 8086, 8088, 8051, and many others. It uses an easy-to-use open script language that lets you build your own test parameters. The Retro Repair Station can dump any size ROM up to 40 pins. The file can be stored locally within the 3 megabytes of onboard storage, sent to a server, or stored on an external SD card. The Wi-Fi interface makes loading and saving of files a breeze, and firmware updates require no moving of files, just issue the command. The 4-pin expansion bus provides a serial port, which can turn the Retro Repair Station into a simple terminal, and when used in conjunction with a Bluetooth keyboard, you have a quick way to debug serial-based consoles, powered either through a standard USB Mini B cable or optionally a single-cell LiPo for a complete portable setup. There's an easy-to-use menu system shown through a 65K color 1.8-inch TFT display. Take the mystery out of your arcade machine, home computer, or microcontroller project. Paying homage to the original Super cartridge that I created in 1990 for Utilities Unlimited, the new Super Cart 2 is a cartridge we all wish we had back in the day. The Super Cart 2 is a standard size cartridge for the Commodore 64 or 128. It is a complete low-level diagnostic cartridge with the ability to bypass the CPU and diagnose issues with the custom chips such as the VIC, the CIAs, SID, PLA, and even the CPU itself, as well as the RAM and the ROMs. You can load program files instantly into memory from a server, internal storage, or from an SD card. You can freeze and capture the entire 64K memory map and resume from a saved state. There is GeoRAM emulation and REU emulation. Options up to 16 megabytes will be available. There's an option to use an external kernel, complete with working RAM under the image. There is CBMStuff.com's popular Y modem built in, but with a twist. SwiftLink emulation is available, but there is also direct parallel access to the modem possible, giving you up to 1 megabaud in transfer speeds. With internet access, wireless firmware updates are available. Some planned future features are a CPU accelerator and memory and I/O sniffer with breakpoint options. A small OLED display and push buttons make it easy to set up and use the Super Cart 2. The XIA is a drop-in replacement for popular interface chips used in various Commodore computers, as well as Apple II, Apple Macintosh, BBC Micro, Atari, and many stand-up arcade machines. The XIA is a cycle-exact emulator, able to emulate a variety of chips, up to 2 MHz. These chips include the 6520 PIA, 6522 VIA, 6523 TPI, the 6525 TPI, the 6526 CIA, the 6530 Myatt and Riot, the 6531 RIOC, the 6532 Riot, 6821 PIA, 8520 CIA, and the 8521 CIA. A single push button and RGB LED allows you to program the type of chip to be emulated.
Okay, so we're back, correct?
Yes, you're up.
Okay, so yeah, so this is what I've been working on, for the last few days, or a while, actually. So yeah, some questions people had right away. There'll be different colors available for the ICS 64. So you can have blue, green, purple, whatever you want to have. There's a PCB manufacturer I work with that can actually do splash colors. So you can do like a transition from red to purple to green type of thing. So
Or red to blue.
Or red to blue, right? Red to blue with lots of white. So the other boards like XIA and things like this, pretty much everything I've been doing is in black or in blue, but I can do it in whatever color I want to do them in. So yeah, I kind of got into the whole thing of fixing things and making things. And the CRX event that we have every year, we have a group of guys that get together every Friday night, and so we repair things. And Yuri is up on the screen up there. Wave, Yuri. You're up there. So this is Yuri's fault. I want you to know that. The ICS 64 and also Tony Clark as well. I wanted to make a 64 for me that I could switch kernel ROMs. I made a kernel ROM switcher board. It's a wireless type, a couple different versions of it. And I thought, I should go ahead and just make a 64. So I looked at a couple different boards that are out there. People had scanned the circuit boards. And so I started modifying one of those, and I got about probably 2 hours with the modifications. And I thought, I hit Control A and just deleted everything. So I started from scratch, and I said, okay, here's what I want to have. And then so I told the guys in the group about what I was doing. And Yuri's like, oh yeah, you got to have this, and then you got to have this. And so after, what should have been a 2-day project, 45 days later, I finally said, enough is enough. And I went ahead and made some prototypes, and that's what you saw in the video. And they work really well. It's a 64. What can you say? It's going to work if you build it right. But having the kernel ROM switching and things like that is really convenient. The display for the voltage and all various things that I personally wanted, and I figured that a lot of people probably want them as well. So and then on the retro repair station, which is something that I'm actually still finishing the code for, so it really does exist and such. That's one of those things where I need to test some chips that were bad, and I was fighting problems with various things, and so I decided to build something that I wanted, that I would use. And then the XIA thing, that came from, people know I'm working on a thing called a micro drive for like 5 years or 6 years, and it's a 1541 emulator. Originally, that's what it started out to be. Then it became a disk drive emulator, a hard drive emulator, a Tandy portable disk drive emulator, and all kinds of different things I was dealing with. But I needed to have a way to test a bug that I had in the micro drive. So I created a 6522 replacement based on this design a couple of years ago. And so I'm finally kind of getting around to getting that available. But that's a neat little thing, because as I've found, I didn't realize that 6526s are actually difficult to get now. And they go bad, obviously. That's why I put the TBS diodes in the ICS 64. And so this lets you replace your 6526s with a modern solution. It's going to work for you forever, literally. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it. If any questions about anything?
I do with the the last chip. It talked about our riot, so that would replace the chip in the Atari 2600.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, so it's basically anything that is a 40-pin compatible chip-wise. There are some riots that were 28-pin, and I think there was ones at 32-pin as well. It was kind of strange. I actually found a website with all the different peripheral chips that were made available and all the different stuff that Moss had made and revisions of their different chips. And some things are like, for prototypes, I won't actually have to do, but yeah, anything that's a 40-pin, it'll replace.
Hey, Jim, and I'm not familiar with the number of pins. So what about the TED on the +4?
Yeah, anything that uses what? Forgot what. Yes, it does work with it. That's one of the things I checked on it.
Because that's a savior for a lot of people.
Right. Yeah, the 6530 was one that for like the pets they use. There you go.
Yeah, this is actually from my my SFD 1001.
Yeah.
And what I did was, because I'm an idiot, I took a Zoom floppy, which is great, plugged it in, but as you can see, this is not for the IEEE. This is the parallel thing, and I forgot, and I blew my chip here. So
Yeah.
I replaced it with one from the other Commodore drives. But can your chip replace this, like currently?
What chip is it? What model number of chip is that?
That is the 6530.
Right. Yeah, 6530. So that's used also in the pets too.
Yeah.
In the 8250 drive and stuff. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I made it. So what that's got is RAM and ROM and I/O ports in it. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I created it. Is for that.
But like, is it like, I know it can in theory, but like, could you make one today, or is there still work to be done to implement?
Oh no, so the ICS64 is done. It's actually in production for the boards. I actually have some boards here right now. The other products that were in the video are coming in 2021 and relatively soon, I would think. The XIA, I don't have any problem getting parts for it. So I have some code stuff to finish on it, but it'll emulate your 6530. It's the reason why I made it was for the pet drives, but it's the same thing with the SFD.
What's the projected cost on that?
That chip are done is what you're saying, like all the FPGA programming or whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
is finished.
Yeah, it's all functional, right?
Okay.
The cost on the stuff. So the ICS64 raw board is going to be $34.95 for just the raw PCB. So if you want to build a regular 64, just like you were to swap your donor parts off of a board and use this design, that's what's going to cost. The full version, well, the SMT parts, which has the microcontroller for doing all of your ROM control and your voltage display and the LED display and all that stuff, as well as the RF modulator upgrade, all that. The whole entire board with SMT pre-done sent to you is going to be, I think, $59.95 for that whole thing.
50?
Yeah, $59.95.
Awesome.
$60.
Wow.
That's great.
Take my money.
Yeah, when is it going to come available?
The ICS64 boards I'll have before the end of the year.
On your website, cmbstuff.com?
CBM stuff.
The
Commodore
CBM
Business
stuff?
Machines. Yeah, CBM.
How much is your tester going to be?
So the tester is going to be $99. And the SuperCart 2 is going to be $99 as well. And the XIA, I don't know the price is going to be. There's an expensive part on it, and I'm trying to keep the price under $30. And if I can do less, that'd be great. But we'll see how it all pans out.
That would be amazing, because if you go on eBay for those replacement chips, they're about anywhere $30 to $50 now.
Yeah, that's how I got the pricing for this. When I started looking at this, I'm like, okay, am I going to price myself out of the market by having an expensive, FPGA on here, or or whatever am I going to do? So if people know the work that I've done in the past, I'm a huge microcontroller fan. So I don't do FPGA programming. I dabble a little bit, but I don't really know it. But I do know microcontroller stuff, and I knew emulation stuff. So I'm actually using a microcontroller to emulate the all those chips. So I also emulate a CPU with it as well. So besides these products, I have, I think, a total of 11 different products that I've created. These are the ones that are the closest to actually get out. I have a 6502 replacement accelerator board that I also made. I should actually demoed, I think, a couple of years ago. And so that needs to get finished as well. That kind of like coincides with the SuperCart 2 because that actually has the ability to be a CPU emulator. And it could be, I think I'll probably end up capping it either at 4 megahertz or 8 megahertz, but it's a simple CPU, but it's a kind of a free feature because that cartridge takes over the entire bus on 64. That's how it's able to become a diagnostics cartridge, is basically it disables the CPU and then looks internally at all the different chips for doing diagnostic purposes. So that's pricing, and availability is as quick as I can stuff out. The other thing I want to talk about real quick is the keycap campaign. People know about me doing the keycap campaign, the dreaded, cursed keycap campaigns. So where we stand now is obviously the keycap stuff was the data and stuff was all done a long time ago. The issue we had was right when COVID happened. The keycap manufacturer I was using is actually, they make keycaps for Asus and I think, I shouldn't say, a couple of different companies for their gaming keyboards. They also make their cases and disk drive bays and all kinds of plastics for the computer for the inside the cases. And I didn't know that till later on. So what happened is that when COVID happened, either they voluntarily or they were forced to switch their operations to making PPE. So they're making face shields and masks like that. So I got some pictures of their facility, and I didn't realize how big their machines were. They have 300 ton, 500 ton, I guess 1 megaton plastic machines. And when you look at these pictures, the people standing next to them like little tiny ants compared to these machines. And so they're able to do, huge like tubs of containers and things like that all at one time. So they're doing mass amount of PPE production. So because of that, they basically told me that we wouldn't be able to do anything until the fall. They called it fall time. And I don't speak Chinese, but Google does it well enough for me to understand that it's fall time, it's sometime in the year. And so that never really transpired. They're still busy doing their thing. So I ended up going to several other manufacturers and got it resolved. The biggest issue we've had recently was the keycap printing, and actually it works out great. So if you take a look at this keyboard, notice that there's keys missing here, the letters. That's because the process they use is called dye sublimation. And that was my biggest fear with our keycaps, was to have no printing after 6 months of use. And so that's where we've kind of been discussing this, and I think that's been resolved now with a clear coat that will actually go over top the keycap that will be in the exact pattern of the symbol itself. So it will look obvious or anything, and that should actually work. They guarantee it'll work. So we should go into production for molds, I would think probably next week. And at least it started, and I can give them a bunch of money and we'll see how it goes from there. So
quickly recap what the keycap thing is. Are those keycap replacements for like?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if you've been following. This has been yeah. It's basically it's a keycap replacements for the Commodore 64, keyboards, and these are exact replicas. If you take a look at the Indiegogo campaign that I did, you'll see the exact process I used, scanning the keycaps and cleaning everything up, and then I worked with Dan Tootle for checking. He had done some Blender versions of it, and so I was able to overlay his with mine and make some adjustments, and to make them as perfect as possible to the original look. And then the keycaps, they were scans for as the characters go, and I learned a lot about what happens in a printing process, because if you print a standard, two-dimensional character in a three-dimensional space, it actually warps. So that recess where your finger goes, you have to account for that. Otherwise, you're going to have a keycap that looks, text that's kind of funny because it's not going to be correct. So I learned about that, and been a big learning curve for this whole thing, but it was fun. It was the only thing that wasn't fun was COVID, obviously. because it would have been already done and we'd be, having keycaps by now and lots of orders. So, that's really what it is it's a replacement for all those in different colors. So if you go to the Indiegogo campaign, you'll see a link, and I can actually give you guys a link here in the chat too in a bit of, there's a website I set up that shows you a Commodore 64 case and all the different colors and the color combinations you could put together for the campaign. So you could have transparent blue with, orange function keys or whatever color key combination you wanted. And then when we were backing the event, you had the option of selecting how many different sets you wanted. Now, when we actually go to production for molds, which will be shortly, I'm going to send a survey out to everybody asking you what color combinations you actually want. And then I can put the order in for how many are keycapped. And so I think there was 2,850 thereabout sets of keycaps that were backed. So about 3,000 sets that I'll get more than 3,000 in. And then, another thing too is logistics wise, since COVID and since our wonderful tariffs we've had, a 25% tariff on plastic imports was imposed during this time. So one of the things that I am doing is having the company in China ship directly to Europe and other countries outside the United States. Everything for the US will come to me, everything else will be shipped directly from them, so I can get rid of the tariff. 80% of the keycaps are going to Germany, if you believe that, of the bulk. Say 65 or 66% of the actual number of orders came from the US, but the actual number of keycaps, 80% of the bulk or something, are actually going to Germany. So that'll work out good for me for eliminating part of the tariffs. So that's the keycap campaign. I can post a link here for you. You can look at that little keycap setup, which is kind of cool. Shout out to Dan Tootle and all the guys that helped me put all that together. And shout out to Yuri over there, whatever he's working on today, for the ICS 64 mess that he put me in. And those guys have been really good. It's been good to talk to all you Commodore people because, what I design and what I use for myself is what I use for myself. And I don't know what everybody's needs are. So it's great to get feedback from everybody. If I don't like something or they don't like something, like I saw just in the chat alone, I want it in a different color. I don't like black. And it's like, well, that's good to know because, I make everything black probably otherwise.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
So we've got a new board coming.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's fully aware of Pixel Wizard and the magic they can do. But the one thing I think we're missing now, and now we have keycaps coming.
Yep.
One thing that we're missing, which people would love to hear you say.
Don't say
it. Mechanical keyboard.
Yeah. So when I did the keycap campaign to start with, it really was my way of making a keyboard. So what I'm doing with the manufacturer for doing the keycaps is that I'm making 1.5 molds, I call it. The mold has an upper and a lower for the keycaps. So the upper part of the mold is the actual shape for each one of the keycaps. And the lower part is the bottom shape, which is really identical for most all of them, except for the plunger portion, where the keycap plunger goes in. So it actually locks in place. So that's a difference. So if you look at some of the mechanical keyboard options that have been available in the past, you have an adapter, which has been 3D printed typically, and it goes between a Cherry MX switch and a regular Commodore stem, and that's the adapter piece. And the adapter, I mean, that's a neat idea, but you got to have 66 adapters, actually 69 adapters, and you have to make them as low profile as possible, or recess the mechanical keyboard down far enough because the height of the keycaps are then off because you got the spacer between there. So it's kind of a mess. So what I'm having done is that since I already have the upper keycaps design done, I'm having a new lower mold made as well that will actually interface into the top already with the Cherry MX stem. At that point, I can actually make a standard mechanical keycap that will fit a exact copy of a Commodore keycap. It won't be wobbly, it'll be the right height, everything will be perfect in that. So that really is where this was headed in the beginning. Before anything else, I thought I need to make a keycaps just because I need to make this keyboard. And I worked with a lot of different guys. Eric Hill from Amiga Love spent a lot of time, going over the keycap stuff in the U.S. as far as pricing goes, and we both found some of the same manufacturers. And to give you an idea of the cost of this, the best pricing we got in the U.S. to do the keycaps was $270,000 for the tooling. And so that just doesn't make it, any fun at all for anybody. If you got to pay, $200 or $300 for a set of keycaps, it's ridiculous. So that's kind of was my big frown upon this whole thing originally. And so I've been working on this keyboard idea, probably for 2 years or 3 years. I think right when the other keycap campaign was announced was pretty much when I wanted to do a keyboard. So I guess that was in 2005. So it's been a long time. So hopefully now that this will all be panned out, and I'll be able to make a mechanical keyboard as well. And the keyboard that I've already done, I don't know if I've got, I got prototype here. I can show you. I'll take a picture of the prototype. It has a CPU on it and an interface port. The cool thing about the Commodore keyboard is that it uses 2 parallel ports for the keyboard. That's how it works. It's got 2 CIA ports that go to it off of 1 CIA chip. And so you've got 2 parallel ports of data transfer. So I actually made some things like you can store data on the keyboard. You can send software to the keyboard CPU to do calculations. Like I did a GCR conversion inside the keyboard that sends back. So you send data at high speed parallel and sends it back at parallel, faster than the 64 can actually do it itself because it's got a 64 MIPS CPU on the keyboard. So there's lots of little things we can do. Those are free features, I call them, because you've got a CPU there anyway. You might as well use it for something productive. And that's how I am with like all my products. If I can use it for something else, I will, because it's free. It's a free feature, just software, firmware update. That's it. So yeah, mechanical keyboard. Thanks, Scott.
Very cool.
That's awesome. I actually got those converters and made a Cherry keyboard using them with the keycaps, actually PET keycaps, and it looked really cool, but it's super wobbly. So I'm thrilled that you're doing that. That's awesome.
Yep, that's the whole wobbling of this thing. That was what drove me nuts. That's why I looked at this in the first place. I thought it was kind of cool to have a nice little clicky style. And I've got a box, literally, or boxes of different types of Cherry mix, switches. They, how they work: soft, hard, clicky, non-clicky. I mean, all the different types of things you can do with them. And so, using this as a modular type of setup, you should be able to use any kind of key switch you want that meets your needs. And some people like the clicky feel. I don't personally. I like a relatively hard keyboard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the test thing. I've got boxes of those things. Yeah.
So the guys that did the C64, they obviously had, I assume, molds for the 64 keyboards. Is there, are they like unapproachable as far as?
Oh, I talked to them quite a bit.
Yeah. Did they let you use the molds instead of having to buy new ones, or?
No, their molds are totally different. Their keycaps they're not in the right shape. They're off. To me, they're off a lot because they don't represent the exact copy of what it was. I literally, you saw the video of the campaign. I scanned the things in, I cleaned them up, and I went all these different things. I spent a couple months literally just doing that, working on that, which to me was most important thing. If you don't have the proper font and you don't have the proper shape, you don't have a Commodore keyboard. That's pretty simple. To me, it's just, you might as well go get a PC keyboard and relabel it for the special keys.
Right.
So
I didn't know what they used.
And also, if you take a look at their keyboard and you pull it apart, the stem's totally different because the switches are different. So you'd have to have a different lower mold. So you might as well make a new upper mold. I talked to them quite a bit about the trials and tribulations of what they went through with getting their stuff made. And of course, they were all pre-COVID, so they didn't have to worry about the issues that we were going through. But still the same kind of thing where their printing is done with a dye sub and then a clear coat. And then I looked at pad printing, and to me, I want everything to be UV printed because that's the ultimate way to go. If you take a look at all the iPhone cases and stuff that have these beautiful pictures and stuff on them, they're all done with UV 3D printed type of thing. where you slide your device or whatever it is you want to be printed on into it, including like golf balls or anything with recesses like keycaps will all work. And this is shot onto the surface, kind of like a spray gun, literally is. It's not very far. It's like they've got a maximum of maybe 2 to 3 millimeters of separation, but it shoots it onto it and then it runs the UV light across it and it's done. You can take acetone to it, won't come off. So it's impervious to everything. And it's really nice. It's the resolution is like insane. It's 3590 by 1440 DPI. So it's great in resolution for this. So it'd be a perfect solution. Unfortunately, it's like 5 times more expensive to print that way, and it takes forever. In fact, I was looking at doing it. So if you're familiar with the original Indiegogo campaign for the keycaps that's never been delivered, that guy was going to print all of his keycaps with a UV printer. And I thought at the time, oh, that's kind of insane. But, in the last, 6 months, I've been thinking, in 6 months, I could have printed all these, if I had them all.
Will there be a Commodore key?
Yeah, there's a Commodore key. In fact, the guys from Pixel Wizard are getting their own custom logo, as well as the guys who did the group buy. But it's not going to have the Commodore logo on it because Commodore said no. Yeah, and Commodore said no. I mean, the guys from CRX, the all these guys know the whole story of it. I got threatened by them right off the get. And so after dealing with some attorneys and all that stuff, that whole thing kind of went away as far as trying to say that their keycap was copyrighted in shape and the font was, it was just a bunch of legal smokescreen stuff. So, but there won't be a Commodore logo because that is a licensed logo. And if you guys want to do your own, that's great. There's a couple other things too that I'm doing that are Commodore related that I won't be doing Commodore logos on. Like if you followed my PET 2001 saga, I made a 0.30 scale PET 2001 exact replica. It's a plastic print, and so the faceplate on it, I can't do because I don't own the logo for it. So, and I'm not going to get a license for it as well. Now, ironically, the owner of Commodore in Italy, which is questionable if it is or isn't, at least it is for overseas, they own the rights to Commodore logo. They said I can do whatever I want. They'd be thrilled to do it. So in overseas, I actually have some capability of doing that, but it's kind of sketchy at best. So I figured for me, safety-wise, don't print anything with a Commodore logo on it, and I'll never have to worry about it ever.
Everybody get out.
Yuri, you want to add something to this?
I think what's been a big change this year with you is you've been working very hard on finishing a smaller number of projects, and I think that's what you guys are seeing here, and you're already asking for the next project and the next project. I think as I've learned to know Jim over the past few years, he's very good at starting a lot of projects because he's got a mind that's got like 5,000 projects on the list still. These 3 are very, very close, and it's been so much fun to work on that tuning board, that board that he had in the video, because it could go much farther than this. There could have been a version 25 that would have looked nothing like this anymore. But he himself drew a line in the sand and said, "Okay, this is enough. This is going to be the one that goes to press." And I think that's really interesting progress. I'm very excited about the XIA one because it's going to replace some chips that I think all of us are buying too expensive right now or robbing from other materials. I think lastly, and that's a big one, I think the testing device that he's working on will serve a lot of people outside just the Commodore 64. It will help the Atari folks, will help the Apple folks, will help a lot of the arcade folks as well. So it's a device where the community can rally as well and bring stuff in on, hey, how can we test this? How can we help create some of these test protocols, if you will? Jim, if you've ever worked with the Supercard Pro program and you've seen the documentation of the SCP file format, that is really well documented. He's done a really bang-on job on that. A lot of people have taken that and used that in something else. Again, there's good documentation there. So I'm very pleased with where you're at, Jim. Now, we just need to whip you into finishing it up so we can start buying some of it.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal for this COVID period. I kind of picked a few things that I thought I could get done pretty quickly, and that's kind of where we're at. And so I've got, like Yuri saying, I literally have dozens of different ideas that have been sitting for years, some of them, that I've got prototypes for. I mean, I have boxes and boxes of prototypes that I built. I'm like, okay, I can build that. And that's pretty much where I've always been in my life. Like, can you do it? The challenge is there, challenge is gone. Okay, I can do it. No big deal, put it in a box. Next, so I'm welcome to have ideas, sent to me. If you got ideas for products, whatever, send them my way. It probably exists already in my box and stuff. But if it doesn't, then I can look at it. But yeah, my focus really right now is just to go ahead and get a lot of stuff, especially now in the short term, stuff done and out, and then start picking these things one by one and getting them out based on priority of what people want. So
Can I have another XIA question? Do you mind?
Sure.
Okay, so just to be clear, it can emulate a 6522 VIA. PIA?
Yep, PIA, VIA, PIA. That's why I call it XIA. Yeah. Originally, I was only going to do the VIA, the CIA, and the PIA. Right. And then I started looking at all the different stuff that Moss made. And I was like, well, I'm not changing the name, but I can emulate all these things as well.
Okay, so it can do the CIAs. Can it do the PLA?
No. This is a 40-pin peripherals interface chip.
Right.
So all the stuff that was made from Commodore, then Moss Technologies, CSG and all that, those are the chips that can emulate.
Okay, and obviously not the VIC.
Right.
Right.
Just strictly the interface chips. Yep.
Super cool. The other question is, are you selling them in a way that I could, in theory, buy 10 and then decide later what I want them to be?
Yeah, because they're programmable. So there's an RGB LED and a push button switch. Yep. And so if you hold down the switch on power up, it goes into the programming menu and you can select based on the color of what chip you're going to be actually color and flashing.
Okay.
What chip it wants to emulate. And then it locks it in place permanently until you change it.
That's awesome. Okay, that's perfect. I love
it. So
it.
if you decide that you don't want to use it for a 6522 anymore, you've got a 6526 in your 64 that just went out, you can rip it out of a spare disk drive that you had it in, put it in your 64, and now fix your 64.
Nice. Perfect.
Yeah, originally it wasn't that way. And then so Yuri can attest to this. One of the things I had gone through in my changing, I originally had a model for each one of the different chips. And I thought, that's gotta be a nightmare for handling, SKUs for part numbers and stuff for sales. So I thought, okay, I gotta redo this whole design and do it this way.
Hey, Jim, I have a question.
Very much, Jim. Oh, so I want to get Jeff Brace 5 minutes to get ready.
Yep.
Jim, are you around for a couple hours yet? We're going to keep the Zoom meeting open till at least 10 tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. So everyone, please pass on your questions to Jim either in the chat or later on. Yep. And let's take a 5-minute break, and Jeff Brace will be up to talk about his C64 Capsella robotics project.
Nice. Thank you, guys.
Thanks again, Jim.
I'll go to a side room, I guess, here, huh? Breakout rooms?
Yeah, as you like.
Okay. Thank you.
So for anyone who's interested, the follow-up to my earlier story was by using this the wrong way, I blew my drive. So what I did to this one was I cut all the lines and I rewired it. So now I can use this edge connector as if it were the back of a pet, for example.
Nice.
So please don't blow your drives like I did. Jim made a great product and I just used it wrong. But if Jim, you made something like this, maybe up here on this unused edge, that'd be pretty sweet. But maybe that would be ridiculous. I don't know. But in any case, don't do what I did because I was very sad.
I almost tried to plug that into the cartridge port.
Yeah. Well, I got my SFD 1001 from Sid, and so I was like, oh, when I blew it, I'm like, what did I do? Like like I was extra sad because of that. And it turns out I could just replace the chip, and it was fine. So I was like, oh my God. But I mean, Zoom Flop is great. I love it. It's great.
Why did you use the card edge and not the IEEE connector?
Because, okay, yeah. And I even have the cable to do it. And I've done that in the past. You're right. I should have done that, but I wasn't paying attention. And again, I had my pet set up and I had a drive set up. So what I wanted to be able to do is unplug from the pet, plug it into this, do stuff on the computer, right to the disk, unplug it, plug it back into the pet with the same wire. And that's what I did, forgetting that that's not what this is for. So
I gotcha.
That's what I did.
Thanks for letting us know, Karen. How's everyone going on over there otherwise?
What is that card edge for?
Ooh.
I believe that there's some parallel port acceleration mode thing that you can do with it. I've never used it, so I kind of forget, but it's a way of doing super fast transfers. Maybe somebody else knows. Jim, you out there, Jim?
Maybe eventually.
Is it maybe a 15 pin that you can, you can mod a 1541 to have parallel support? Maybe
That's it. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, cool. There's an option for parallel support.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Unless Jim wants to correct me.
Has anybody tried embedding one directly inside of 1571? That would be cool, just to have a USB port sticking out of your 1571 directly.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would work, like if you could have it in the drive, but then still use it on a 64 and then just plug it into your PC and have them on the same IEC bus. My guess is because that would mean there's two hosts. I don't know if the IEC serial port likes that.
Right.
I know the IEEE ones, the PET ones, that's what classrooms use. They'd have one drive for like a bunch of computers. I don't know if you could do that with the 64s. Does anybody know? Bueller?
Sorry.
All right. I'm going to go get a drink.
Anybody out there? Is anybody out there?
Oh, I also plugged in my capture card. So if I switch it over, this is actually output from the RetroTink into my capture card.
Nice.
So that's the direct output from the C64. The picture's kind of crappy because I'm using a really long RCA cable and I'm splitting it and sending it to a CRT. But other than that, that's pretty good output.
It is. It looks great.
Yeah. RetroTink is about the best quality output that I can find for anything that I do.
Yeah.
I just absolutely love the RetroTink.
100%.
100%. I use it on my Amiga. I have an RGB to component connector on my Amiga that I got from a guy in Canada, and you can hook up the component connections right to the RetroTink, and that is the absolute best quality image I've ever seen on an Amiga for RGB. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yep. And fast too, no latency.
No latency. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's great. I actually converted a bunch of home movies using that. I had some old VHS tapes and some high 8 tapes and whatnot, and I've used the other USB capture devices, and the RetroTink I think is the best. I think the only thing that would be better is if you got like a Blackmagic super duper, like, thousands of dollars, like vintage equipment that, is professional level stuff. That's probably the only way you're going to get better. And again, the RetroTink's super fast, and the new one has some additional modes and support as well. Yeah, it's great.
Can you put a link in Discord for that? I'm curious about it.
Link. I'm not in Discord right now, but I can just.
Here, I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll put it in Discord.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to find something you could do HDMI into this.
What do you mean?
Well, like I've got a Ultimate 64 over here. I know it'll do video out, but it would have been nice to be able to have, because I really wanted to show you guys on the GEOS stuff how fast it, I mean, it's just unbelievably fast. But
my capture device is actually a gamer one, but it's what LGR uses for his captures. It's the Avra, what is it? Avra Media Live Gamer Portable, and that's HDMI in as well as pass through. And then I have the RetroTink. So this is basically my capture setup here.
That's cool.
And you can also get this is component, but there is an RGB to component adapter that Mike Lynn, who designed this, also sells on the RetroTink website. So in theory, you could go from RGB Amiga to this to your input on something.
Awesome. It's pretty awesome.
And that would also cover the other RGB systems like Apple II GS or what else? Yeah, any of the old 15 kilohertz RGB signals. I've actually created a couple of adapter cables so that I can plug my Apple II GS into my Amiga monitor or plug my Amiga into the Apple II GS monitor, just because I don't want to have to constantly switch monitors when I switch machines. So
nice.
Yeah, you can get a pretty versatile setup. If you get this and then you get this and then you get the adapter from RGB, yeah, it's going to be a few $100 by the time you're done, but you should be able to capture like just about anything at that point.
Dude.
Great, thanks guys. All right, sounds like Jeff is ready to go. So I'm going to looking at the back of his head. Jeff is like, not yet, not yet.
Yeah, I'm ready now, but I gotta go to this camera, right? Oh, I'm gonna get this camera.
Oh, which camera do you want, Jeff? I'll spotlight you.
What?
What's the username on Zoom?
Jeff Brace VCF.
Okay, you are spotlighted.
Awesome, great, wonderful. All right, welcome back, everyone. This time it's going to be some Capsella. There was a kit in 1986 that came out, Robotics Workshop, they called it. So this was, I guess there was other versions for other computers, but obviously this one's for the Commodore 64. And it's a kit to help people to kids to experiment with different things with electricity voltmeter, oscilloscope. I mean, there's a number of different projects that you could do. It came with a kit, and obviously you had to buy Capsella separate from this. So all it was this interface here. So this interface unit, they called it the B100. You had to open it up and put in 6 AA batteries into it to make it work. And it plugs into the user port of the Commodore 64. And as you can see, there's different functions here. This one, usually you have to turn it off. The motor's off because it's when you turn it on, it's by default, all the motors will be running. So you want to keep it off when you first connect it. But you could do other things, sensors, audio, meter, there's a whole bunch of different projects that you can do. So what I did was, and I actually had the original manual. This was donated it to us some time ago. I think it was a Commodore user group that went out of business. There was actually 3 different ones. So there was a number of different projects. We actually have the manual. I don't have it with me right now. And it did actually come with some of the parts, but ideally you would want to buy your own Capsella kits. And I picked out one project from the manual, just a simple one here. Just a simple car here, 2 wheels on the front, 2 wheels on the back. And it has the wires, so you can see the wires coming from it. You can connect to 3 different motors. This is their motor 1, 2, and 3. So this is motor number 3. And I believe this one is number 1 and number 2. All right, so you have the different motors, and then you can connect different worm drives and gear reduction to get some torque on it. And then this is a transmission, but unfortunately, the problem right now is that I can't show you running it on the floor, is that this one is damaged. It's not really steering correctly. Because I did run something similar to this at Maker Faire about 4 years ago, and it was working. And so it has a number of different pieces. So I made a simple car I got from the manual to just sort of demonstrate how it works. And as you can see, like we have people that donated different sets of Capsella to us. We have like a whole bunch of parts here and like a whole bin of parts. So people have donated over the years lots of different sets, and you can do a lot of different things, but just sort of like Lego kits. You put together the kits, and then you get tired of it, you put it away, and then eventually people want to get rid of it. So we have a whole bunch of stuff, more than enough that we can use. But sometimes also the parts are not working, they're broken. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of those transmission parts. All right, so what I'm going to do next is load it up into the Commodore 64. Just one more note. They had the last 2 wires. So there was the 3 motor wires, and they had actually a LED and infrared, so you can actually do interesting projects with that. So let me load this up. So as I explained, it goes into the user port. Unfortunately, it's very loose in here, so you have to sort of prop it up against the 1702 monitor. All right. So we plugged it in, make sure the motor's off, turn it on, and it comes with software and software disk. It has a number of different programs on there. So the first thing you got to do is, they call it Robot Operating System, ROS. And all it is a modified version of BASIC, and it allows you to do different functions like controlling the motors or using the joystick. So I'm going to show you the default. The default, the program that goes with this project is called Steering Car 2. And all right, Steering Car 2. Very short program. It's very simple, but it's supposed to do, what it's using is you're going to use the joystick, either joystick 1 or 2. And it'll use commands like motor, MOTR1, will control one of the motors, right? Motor 1, or motor 2, or motor 3, for example. So let's see if this one is actually working correctly. Turn on the motors. All right, yeah, see? All right, so I turn on the motors. So here, let me see what motor 1 does. That's the steering. So I'll turn that off. So motor 1 right now is connected to the steering, and you can put in a value between 0 is off, between 1 and 30. 30 is the fastest that you can go. And then if you put negative values, the motor would go in the reverse direction. So motor 1 is the steering. We'll go to motor 2. We'll do a speed of 10, for example. You can see the back wheels moving, speed of 10. We'll go to 20. That's 20. And 30. Let's go back to 10. And then if you do a negative value, it should go in the reverse direction. All right, so I'll turn that off. So in motor 0, it just turns off all the motors at one time. All right, so that's just a simple way of demonstrating control of it. And for controlling the joystick, there's Joy 1, Joy 2. So this one is very simple program that comes with it. I'm going to run that. So it's actually using the keyboard. So I use D key to go faster, S to go slower. And then the joystick, so for some reason the program is split between the keyboard and the joystick. Is steering with the joystick and going faster with the keyboard. So what
Jeff, can you show the steering again?
Oh, sure. We'll run it again. All right, so we're running a little faster. Steering left, actually right, left.
You're doing that with the joystick.
Yeah, I'm doing it with the joystick. All right, let me slow it down. We'll just move this. So you can steer it. So it's like a steering car, so that you can control it with the joystick. So for some reason, I said the steering is controlled with the joystick, but the speed is with the keyboard. So I had actually modified that program. Unfortunately, it's not 100% working. But what I had done, what I had done was I had tried to make it work with the joystick completely. But unfortunately, it's not working. Just like I said, the last time I used it was 4 years ago. But what I wanted to do was I modified the program so that to make it go forward, push up on the joystick, and to go reverse, go down. So that way it would change the value of the motor, positive, negative. And then to go faster, fire button and forward, or slower, fire button down. And then the steering works. So obviously the torque, the speed does not work for some reason. I don't know why. It was working last time 4 years ago, but anyway, that I had modified it so that it would work with just the joystick instead of going between the keyboard. So that way you could control it. But obviously, the biggest problem with this device is it's wired. But they didn't have wireless technology like we do now. But it's kind of fun, and it's a neat kit to play around with. I had modified that last time I was for Make It Fair, and that's it. That's my Casella. It's kind of fun project, and there's like a number of different things that you can do with this. And that was just a simple demonstration, and I'll play around with it more. I did have a robot. Unfortunately, that one wasn't working, but so. Anybody have any questions right now?
Do you think you'd be able to 3D print replacement transmission?
Oh, well, that's a good question.
I just was thinking about that with it looks all like plastic parts. So
I would think not with a consumer printer. The plastic parts, I think internally are nylon, so you probably could have Shapeways or someplace else that can produce higher quality than most home printers can do. It's kind of the similar challenge we have when you have a broken disk drive with gears. You can't really 3D print your own gears. You can print prototypes of them, but you have to send it out to be 3D printed. So you probably could do that. We do have access to a laser scanner here for doing high definition laser scanning of 3D parts. So we probably could do that because I donated one to the local hackerspace here at InfoAge. So that was actually why I originally had purchased it, and to do gears and drives, and then send away for them to be printed. So we have that capability.
Get on it.
What was that?
Sorry, what was that?
I just said get on it.
Get on it.
We'll put that in order of project number one.
Yeah, there's a lot of other projects, but it takes someone to just go through all the parts and see what's working, what's not working. try different things, you know.
I'll be honest, the losing of Maker Faire probably affected us being forced to do it. We probably would have been forced to do new gears for one of our Maker Fairs because we tend to run through different projects. And I don't want to say the word recycle, but we sort of do.
Well, yeah. So what we
doing
did was, I believe it was 4 years ago, 2016, we had Trenton Computer Festival, and then we had Hope. We did it at Hope, and then we did it at Maker Faire. So Hope was in July, so it was March. World Maker Faire, it was in September. So we did actually, I used it 3 times, and each time was getting better each time. So yes, like you said, if you're forced to be able to present it somewhere, and so the idea of that time was robotics. One person did the Lego robotics kit, and there's actually one for Commodore 64, but I think it's very hard to find with the Legos one. And then I did the Capsella one. And so we did it for all 3 shows, and we're forced to, you know, quickly come up with something that worked. And so I like got this box and like, I don't know how to use it. And then I learned how to use it, and each show got, you know, a little bit better and
But we would have
better.
been forced, I think, to, as I said, after a few years, we recycle themes. So we'd go a couple of years. So we would have run into, if they still have Maker Faire, World Maker Faire, we would have run into doing this project again.
Yeah.
And by then we would have probably had to take a few months and produce replacement parts.
Yeah.
Because we've done that, right? Where we've run into projects for these kind of shows, you know, after 3-4 years, we may come back to the same theme. So we just sort of need another show where we're forced to do it with some notice, and probably wind up doing that.
And now it's better because then we get new volunteers who can help me with the mechanical part. I'm more like the programmer. I know more about the programming part than the actual mechanics of it. But I sort of learned from other people, you know, because I'm not a mechanical engineer, but you know, I can learn a little bit here and there. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I think something else that would help these Capsella gears a lot, and we were talking about it off camera, is to just kind of open them up, clean them out, and replace the probably dried up or not at all lubrication in there. Probably put something more modern, synthetic in there.
Yeah.
That would quiet it down a lot and extend the gear life. And probably make them just operate a little better.
Yeah.
Maybe we could use a micro oiler or something. To get
Oh, yeah. There's one more thing that I noticed. Like, you know, if you look at this, they show a lot of different types of projects you can do. And some of these, you would use a device like this, and you could actually put like the 2 AA batteries in there, and you don't need the wire at all. It'll be self-propelled. And I don't know how you stop it, but it does have the capability. And another thing I noticed was,
I think what we're saying is please don't eat your old toys.
And this looked like the way you can actually program it. It reminds me of something like the modern Lego Mindstorms, like that. A little module you can connect to it and run it like that. So somehow I didn't look into it, but I thought that was pretty cool. You might be able to program it somehow to like go up, down, left, right. I don't know, but you know, it's interesting. You find all these little modules in here, and then this module here has sound and light you can do to it.
So are you assuming that the wires are just for powering up that car?
Yeah, the motor wires, but it could probably do it to light up things or something like that, you know.
Powering up the car, and I guess sending the control power right to each motor. So there's probably something that could be done if we really wanted to, even using period correct infrared sensors and other things, because you know, you were able to control things like heat kit robots remotely. They were just a lot more expensive than the Capsella, which was really more of a product you buy your kids versus heat kit robot you would not buy your kids.
Yeah.
Unless you had a very large wallet.
Yeah, the theme was, when we did a Maker Faire, was 80s robotics. You know, that you had robotics in the 80s, and this was what it was like. It's crude compared to today's standards, but you know, it's fun. You know, kind of fun.
Still cool.
Yes, even for me. You know,
where is our heat kit robot? We have to go find that.
You mean the Hero robot?
Hero, yeah.
The Hero
Heat Kit
robot.
Hero.
So we do have that. It was
We need to bring that out.
it was damaged or not working.
No, the arm needed repair.
Yeah, there was something like, you know, we had one of our members who knew how to fix these things. There was like a number of issues, and
yeah, we'll get more robot stuff going. People like robots.
Yeah, that would be fun to have.
Maybe we'll get the Commodore talking to that.
I don't know. I don't know if you can.
I'm sure
it's possible because Commodore can be used to control a lot of different things. You know, I talked to us. There was a Philadelphia school that was actually running the AC with the Commodore, I think 128 actually.
I think a 64 or something was used, or a VIC-20 was used in the subway systems in New York or something.
Yeah, and you can see a simple controller.
Yeah, it's either subway or maybe the regular Amtrak trains. Are there any other questions for Jeff? Because I know it's between us and you guys. I would have said before COVID, we're between you and the bar, but now I think we're between you and grabbing a drink out of your fridge.
We could also show them, if you guys are interested, we can show you I have the Geos 128 working. You guys want to see that? What do you think, Lee?
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, we have time. You're good till 6.
Over.
Well,
you can grab the cart.
right. Well, while he's setting that up, we are going to have a special music premiere at 6 to kick off the evening party. So I'll provide some details in a minute.
All right, so
we're coming around. By the way, we had multiple camera operators during the last segment.
So
having fun playing with the camera.
So when the museum was shut down during COVID back in March and April and May, I got the Commodore 28 working and Geos 128 because I'm used to using Geos 64 version 2.0. So we got Geos version. I call it Geos. He goes Geos. So I guess that everyone says it differently. Geos. I got it working on the 128, and to make it easier for us, I could have used a disk drive, but I used a 1541 Ultimate Share that I bought used from a friend because he upgraded to I guess there was a plus version of that. So yeah, it's using the mouse and it's using the micro SD card. So I mounted the operating system to drive A and applications to drive B. So you can run GeoPaint. Well, it's fairly fast.
Hey, why isn't our 128 signed by Bill Hurd?
Well, this one was donated by one of our members. We actually think we may have one signed by him somewhere.
If we should have Bill sign it next time he's in.
Yeah, we were intending when we were going to have a live show for East, we were going to have Bill see it and sign it. This is one of the main reasons why we just set this up. So you had GeoPaint, and you run it. All right, I'm going to just cancel that because I want to show you one more thing. So, GeoPaint will run in 40 column mode. And so then I was running GeoWrite and I was like, what's wrong with the screen? Why is it not working? And I think I was using a different monitor. I don't think I was using this one, the 1902. So here, I'm going to go, when it comes back up, I'm going to go to GeoWrite and I was like, what's going on? And I had never known about 80 column mode. So I was like, well, how do you do that? So you can go to GeoWrite 128, and it's going to prompt you to what? So and actually was supposed to prompt me, but I guess I had it in 80 column mode. So I was like, what's going on? Why is it working? So I had to get a 1902 monitor, which was RGB, and so that it can support 80 column mode. And then it had a little switch there you had to switch it to. So I learned a lot of things because I'm usually, my first computer was a Commodore 64, so I didn't know much about the 128. It's kind of like, it's better, but not a lot of people used it. Not a lot of people made software for it. So we wanted to come up with what is one of the best software they can get. And Geos was one of the better software. It was really a great package to be able to basically do Windows for an 8-bit computer. So I chose that. And so I learned a lot. I learned that, all right, you need to 80 column mode, you need the RGB monitor, you got to do the switch. And I think there was some function where you press the key 4080 column display to make that work. So I was just happy to get that working. My other task that I didn't figure out yet was there's an upgrade version of this, and there's like a patch. So I still have to figure out about that. There's like some sort of compressed file and how to make it patch the GeoWrites to version 2.1. So it was a great fun project, and I was glad to get that working. One of the better software that is made for the Commodore and 128, because like I said, the 128 is neglected in some ways because everybody had the 64, all the games were written for it. Even though 120 had more memory, it was just like, well, why program for a 2-year computer? So that's it. I hope you guys like that.
I guess we're going to end on a Commodore history now.
Oh, this is Kim 1. We took off the cover so you can actually see the inside.
This is a rare Kim one that has a cover.
Yes, yeah. So
factory case.
That's one of the things that you find, like the Commodore 128D, which has a separate cable, or the SX64, which is a separate cable. Anything that is loose from a computer is likely to get lost. So why is this one rare, Corey?
Well, it has all the ceramic chips. So this is an earlier.
Ceramic,
this is a pretty early one.
Yeah.
This predates having the Commodore logo on it, and also because we actually have the blue plastic case that most of them don't have. So someone had actually bought that. It didn't come with it. You purchased that.
Yeah. And a side note, we have a 6501 microprocessor in our exhibits too, which is kind of rare. There was that controversial chip.
With all the documentation on the 6501.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's pretty neat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that ends our Commodore history.
Well, yeah. Thank you guys for inviting me to World of Commodore. I hope I can get there in person someday. Hopefully you guys have it live in next year. And thank you, Lee, for inviting me to do this. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I really want to get up there to be with you guys. I was glad. Thank you for letting me on the Zoom sessions that you have every month. That was great to get to know a lot of you guys. I already knew some of you already, but I'm glad to know some new people there. Any questions you guys have on anything? All right, well, that's it. I'll hand it off to you, Lee. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that is our second to last formal presentation. So at 6 o'clock, we're going to launch a exclusive preview of a new track from Sajtron with a bunch of SID tunes. And at that point, we'll shift the meeting from being all academic like we are, and let's just hang out in Zoom. The meeting will be open for several more hours, and chat Commodore and retro and everything else. So we'll that'll get started around 6.
Does anybody want to see my core memory and vacuum tubes?
I would.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see the
Straight up, bud.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do this. Yeah.
This is my vacuum tube.
Okay, so
First an actual vacuum. Nice. Yeah, probably about the same in here.
So I have a collection of IBM Logic modules. So here's one, and you can see there's some old school resistors in there and this like copper thing.
What is that?
These are IBM Logic modules. So what would happen is you'd have a bunch of them with vacuum tubes in these little trays. And then these things, this would be like an OR gate or an AND gate or whatever. And there'd be a bunch of them, all in these little trays, right? They'd all, maybe 5 of them in a row, right? And they'd plug into a board, and then those boards would plug into the gigantic room-filled computer. And I have one with a vacuum tube here, which I keep separately. Let's see here. And so there we go.
Oh, neat.
And so you can see there's the vacuum tube. And
I just spotlighted you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Is that in focus? I think that's as focused as it's going to get. So yeah, so these would be, like I said, all in a row. You'd get a bunch of them, and then they'd be on like a card, and then that would go into a rack that would be in a big thing, and then there'd be, you know, refrigerator sized things of these things that fill a room, and that's your ENIAC or whatever.
Does it still work?
I don't know. I've never tried it. But these are out of some old IBM. And then the next.
We have a few more hours here.
What?
We have a few more hours. Try to hook it up. See what happens.
Hook it up to what?
I don't want to, because I might roll them, and then they'd be all stinky. And no. 1 second, please. So this is an IBM, not IBM. This is from Univac. Okay.
Oh.
So this is a core memory module. And so if you get it close enough, I can get it at a good angle, you'll see. The focus sucks, sorry. Maybe that's in focus, but these are all little tiny donuts. And that's a core memory module. And then these would be, you know, stacked up, and that would be your memory. So here, I'll just let you see it one more time here.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Cool.
And I've seen there's a project, someone they have a web page where they tried to get this working. So they actually wired up a circuit, and they were able to set a bit and flip a bit and read and write a bit in these little donuts. And again, these little donuts are like this. If I can find a big one.
I hope they backed it up first before they started messing with it.
Yeah. Here, I'm trying to see if I can find, maybe I don't have them. Here we go.
I think a lot of those were made by hand too.
Yeah, they get old ladies that were good at like crochet and petty point and stuff. So this is a big ferrite donut, and that's all this is, just really, really small. So this is a big version of all of these.
One time when I was
basically an SD card.
Sort of.
So that core
I have something related to that coming up. So next I have, let's see here. I have some punch cards. And there's some, I think there's recipes on the back. Oh. And then I have some tape here. This is, I'm gonna unravel one of these.
Paper tape.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can see, but that's rusted on paper clip there. And here we go. It says tape number 6, load data, FOFO, rotate data 4 bits out each pass. So
I used to use that a lot.
That's incredible. Wow. That looks like something you can put through a music box.
Yeah, that is super cool.
I wonder what it would sound like putting through a music box.
Back in the 90s, my brother was taking a CNC programming course, and they were still using that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, so we have that paper tape. We load that into our Univac, and we also will print it out from our teletype on our P2P8. We have a program running where you can type in whatever you want, and it'll print out the letters onto that paper tape.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I was using that in the U.S. Army.
Nice.
Love to see that.
Teletype.
Okay, so next up, I have, I was showing this earlier, but an uncut wafer.
Oh, yes. That's awesome.
So I'll try to get a good angle with the light here, maybe. Maybe not. Here, I don't know. It might not be in focus. But, so yeah, so there you go.
That's awesome. Nice. Thank you.
And then I have the world's first USB key.
What? No.
Well, not like the actual number one first, but like the first model of USB key flash drive was the IBM disk on key.
Oh wow. Incredible.
This is an 8 megabyte disk on key.
Nice.
And it still works.
That's awesome, bud. That's awesome.
A little bit of history there.
Is it actually the first one? Because I thought there was a company called USB Drive that had the first.
No, I believe if you look, disk on key is the original first and patent holders.
Nice.
I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's it because I looked it up at one point. Because I got this in a collection of stuff. Like I bought some old computers and this was just in there randomly, and I'm like, oh, it's an old USB key. And then I looked it up, and as far as my research could tell, disk on key worked with IBM, and this was the first USB key.
Nice. Did it come with the original software too?
What software?
Oh, it didn't come with any installation driver software or anything like that?
No.
Oh, wow.
The early ones definitely needed it. I had a booth at Comdex, and I think it was 2000 or 2001. And I got my hands on what I thought was the first USB key, but maybe more commercially available.
Yeah. Cool.
And I think I still have one. And I've got a receipt for an 8 megabyte USB key. And it was like, I don't know, like $800. But all I had was I had this USB key, and I was sticking it into a USB port, and a drive letter would appear. And I'd pull it out, a drive letter would disappear. And I had crowds around my booth.
Wow.
People were in awe of this thing.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Now I have. So I have this collection of x86 processors with exposed dies. So this is an 8086. Okay. And I will take the tape off so you can see the core.
Wow.
Which on this webcam looks like garbage.
Looks fine. That's great.
And then after that, I have this 286. This one right here, which I have them taped up so they don't get damaged. And this one looks very cool.
Nice.
Neat.
Cool.
Get a good angle. There we go. You can kind of see it there.
It's got the gold pins on it and everything. Yeah. Looks good.
All the gizmos.
Yeah.
And then we got a 386.
No kidding, man.
386.
Nice.
There, you can kind of see it there.
Nice. Yeah.
And then a 486.
Ah. Where Bill Gates accused everyone of being a pirate.
And
there's a lot of
I have.
That's awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
One second.
What is it?
A Pentium.
Ah.
Oh yeah.
I won't take both of them out.
Cool.
Is that the one that has the Pentium bug on it?
I don't know. I don't think so.
There's a Pentium bug?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What
Pentium inside cannot divide.
There you go.
What? It can't divide?
It got wrong answers when it was dividing certain pairs of numbers into
Oh no.
Math is hard.
No kidding. I thought I was bad. Holy crap, now I can feel better about myself. Thanks, Pentium.
Pentium Pro.
I actually know researchers
yeah.
who lost their data because of that.
Oh, wow, that's brutal.
This is scuffed up right here.
Yeah.
But the processor part is in good shape.
Nice. That's awesome. Beautiful.
So there you go.
Great.
Tyron, could you go back to that first memory board, the core memory that you showed us?
Yep. Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
I was wondering how many wires in each direction there are. It looked like maybe 32. 32 sideways and 32.
Yeah, let me see if there's a number. They might be numbered. Nope. Here, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Okay,
Wow.
so
To be all the same.
32 times 32 means that is in your hands a whopping 1,024 bits of memory.
Wow.
Display RAM.
1/8 of a kilobyte of memory.
Wow.
So we could drive a Commodore 64 display if every cursor was like on or off.
It's hilarious. So wait, that's RAM?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. That's awesome. It looks like a CPU, but it's actually RAM. That's just wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that.
No problem.
That's so amazing.
So, Karen, do you know how that was mounted in the machine? I see what looks like edge connectors on all 4 sides.
Yeah, that's where my confusion was too. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, they would be stacked up. They would be stacked. And so my guess is they probably had like edge connectors or I don't know.
Some kind of gated close or
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head.
I can only guess. I can imagine something, but I don't know if it would be actually real.
Like edge connectors that had contacts on both sides that would sandwich and bolt down between. HP did that in a lot of their old calculators.
Yeah, you'd probably mount it first and then install the other connectors or the other mounts to adapt to the rest.
Kind of like putting risers in between each of the wafers.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, the other really cool thing about core memory is it's non-volatile. So that may still have data on it.
Right.
Wow.
Maybe.
It's magnetized, and as long as the magnetism hasn't faded, then you still have the same bits on there that they were last time it was running.
Wow.
Well,
it's one reason some computers sent into space used core memory instead of anything else, so that if they had a brief power interruption, they would survive.
Probably contains the text. We want to talk to you about your auto insurance.
I'll make sure to have my engineering 3D print one of those for for the departments here.
Yeah. The other day I asked Kyron if he was joining in on Saturday and if he had anything to show. He said, "Yeah, I'll join in, but I don't have anything to show really."
Well, now I'm doing it from this room. All my stuff's here. So I bought a pet at the last World of Commodore, and it came with a card system inside it. So I ripped that thing apart.
Oh my gosh.
So I stripped all the components off the board so I could completely image it. It's from Control Microsystems.
Wow.
And this is the back plane. I ripped that off and I removed the connectors. And so how it would work was it had like 2 of these, and then these cards would slip in here, and that's your pet expansion.
Nice.
I pulled the ROMs, and I have dumped the ROMs. So this apparently had another control board, and this would just break out. So how this would work was this would have this on the bottom, and that would plug into the expansion port on the pet. And then these would come out, 2 of these would come out, so it would look kind of like this.
Oh, yeah.
And then this card had 2 6522 vias on it, and that would go in. And then it had another connector at the back, and that would go into this board. And all this board does is take the pins from the vias and drive them so that you could drive external equipment of some kind. So it's just like these are little opto isolators and then some buffers up here. And then this was the external connector here. And then these had another programming language in addition to BASIC. I forget what it was. PCL, yeah, which is like an industrial control language, some proprietary thing. It was really hard to find any information at all about it. So at some point I'm going to make a video because I also reverse engineered all the pins. I wanted to see how it worked. So I figured that out. And
what did the board look like you pulled out? Did you show that for a second?
Well, here's the blank board.
And that was in the pet?
Yeah.
How was it connected?
So again,
like a daughter board?
This board and this board this went into the expansion port. So on the pet internally, like IDE connector sized connectors are there, right? Like about this size. There's like 2 of them on the pet. So this would go on there, and this would come out here. And this was their like system, and then they would sell you cards that did stuff, like expansion cards that would go in. Right? So it was kind of like that. And so this was obviously a pet that was in a controlling industrial equipment of some kind. And then I reverse engineered the connector, and for the most part, it just broke out all the signals that were on the pet, except there was one trace on the board, and I have that in my notes. I just forget what it does. But I think it had to do with, where is it? I won't waste your time, but I'm going to do a video on how this worked. And then I was bored, so I actually made up my own version of it because I didn't like how they did it. Because modern hardware, if you could, because it would be cool if this existed. Yeah, so I redesigned it based on their design, but different.
Nice.
And because it would be cool if you could have a system like this, because they still make these connectors. You can order these off DigiKey, right? So the idea is you make the system, you plug it into the pet, and then you could put on like your serial port board or your MIDI board or just a generic microcontroller mapped to memory, and then you can do all kinds of cool stuff with the pet. So yeah, so that's something I was going to maybe do a video on, but I came up with these designs so that I could etch my own version of it. And the only change I really made was I made the pins match the connector more closely, didn't do the weird stuff that they did for some stupid reason, and put power on it. So the idea would be that on the side of mine, there'd be a power connector to the cassette port, and then you could drive the chips directly. So I don't know. So yeah. So I promised Steve Gray and others at last year's Commodore that I would dump the ROMs, and I took it a step further. So
nice.
And if you search the internet, there's like one ad for this system, and I could find no other information. So
Is
once
Steve here?
I don't know.
Steve, you here? Steve Gray.
Might be in the other room. He was on earlier.
All right.
So those the tube and the 4 or 5 other tube holders.
Yep.
I just from the look of them, if they were on an IBM computer, it was probably a 650. I think that the tubes for the later ones like the 1401 and 1620 and 1710 were smaller tubes and didn't have as big a holder either. I got offered a 650 one time, and I turned for free, and I turned it down. It's hard to turn down a free computer, but it weighed 6.5 tons and used a couple $100 of electricity a day.
Yeah, that's
so I figured I couldn't afford it even if it was free.
No kidding.
Oh, and one other thing I was showing earlier, in case some of you missed it, I've set up my capture stuff. So this is actually a feed from my Commodore 64. And so you can see the picture quality is pretty good, even though I have a splitter and a super long cable. If I unplug my monitor, it'll improve the picture a little bit. But I still have a giant long cable running across the room here to the capture stuff. But that's what this stuff looks like.
That's awesome.
And if I were to build an S-video adapter for that, the picture quality would be even better.
Yeah, I got a Chroma go to my Retro Tink, and it looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello.
So what else? Oh, I made some of these adapters. These are serial port adapters, and this will work on the user port of a Commodore PET or a Commodore 64 or Commodore 128. And it's really simple. And then if you put like a USB 5-volt serial port on it, then you can plug that into your PC and send serial data and turn it into a serial terminal.
Nice.
What? Super cheap.
Yeah,
So
those-
actually
that's very useful.
there's a terminal program for the PET that works with this, but this adapter will work in a 64, and many of the terminal programs on the 64 will also work with this.
Where's your store?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
So I actually wrote a program that would send cryptocurrency prices to my vintage computers.
Nice.
So that I could turn like a PET into a stock ticker or something.
Good for you.
With the
Amazing.
prices right now, you could do how many Bitcoins to how many VIX.
Yeah, I'd have to pull pricing data from eBay and get the latest VIC prices.
Hey man, everything is cloud computing these days, so make a call out and get the data back and display a weather map. Who cares? Whatever it is.
Yep. Yep.
I like to use my pet for packet radio.
Nice. Very cool.
That adapter will come in handy for that if it has the standard RS-232 or serial line levels.
All right, it's almost 6 o'clock, so I'm not going to keep going, but I could probably go indefinitely.
Yeah, save some for tonight.
I got some silly stuff too to share, but
Okay.
I don't know if
I promised Saj I'd show his video at 6. I got a
Oh
sneak
yeah,
peek.
absolutely, yeah, for sure.
It's
Whenever everybody wants to see some silly stuff, let me know.
Yeah, and also Dan has wants to show some stuff with fast fingers, so we'll do that after.
Oh,
Saj.
just quickly, I found the receipt for those USB keys. 2002, 128 megabyte. Yeah. Yours was 8 megabytes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 128 megabyte. Wholesale cost in 2002 was $190. And the 256 megabyte was $334.
Wow. Well, I think the original ones were like $1,000. Seriously.
Yeah. Terabytes are what? At least $100 each. $100 a terabyte now, or is it a gigabyte? It's $100 each now. I think something like that. It's been out of the loop for a while now.
I think you can get a 2 terabyte drive and a case for it for about 100.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's a little more than
you're
that.
lucky
It's more like 270.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, like 200 per like 100 per terabyte. So it's at least $200 for a terabyte or so.
I bought a terabyte drive a decade ago for $84, and with the case, it came to just over 100.
Yeah, it's that's a good deal. Yeah, you were lucky.
Kingston is making a 1 terabyte USB flash drive.
Oh wow!
By the way, a Bitcoin today in Canadian dollars is 24,320.31. But I don't know what the price of a VIC-20 is, so I can't tell you how many Bitcoins per VIC-20.
That's an interesting
VIC-20s per
conversation right there.
Somebody asked that question 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, Kyron, could you expand on that by any chance?
Oh, we could here. Let's take a look at the eBay. Let's find a VIC-20 on eBay. What's an eBay price for a VIC-20? Probably like $100 for something that isn't a total ripoff. I'll go nearest first, and let's take a look here. Okay, so somebody's selling one in original box for $256. They'll never sell that. Let me pull up sold. You never look at the asking price. They're all stupid. Everybody's an idiot on eBay with this stuff. They're not selling them. They're just listing them at a crazy price.
You have to check the sold items.
Yeah.
Box.
That's what I'm doing. Okay, here's one. Early Commodore VIC-20 original box, 42 bids, sold for $173 Canadian.
Not bad.
So if we ignore shipping, right, and if we're using the Canadian prices, let's see here.
So the VIC-20 is about 0.007 Canadian dollar. Sorry, bitcoins. 0.007. 007 bitcoins.
That's nice.
With a decimal point to the left of the 00.
So how many bitcoins do you get for a bitcoin?
Okay, folks, I'm just going to interrupt briefly because I promised Sastron I'd put this right at 6 so some of his friends could tune in.
Cool.
This is... Okay, can everyone see that?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I had one of those.
Sastron is a SID musician. I'm not terribly familiar with his stuff, but check it up on YouTube. It's pretty amazing. He has the most amazing retro music set up in his room for live streaming that I've ever seen. And he's sent in an exclusive World of Commodore track called Chip Drop. So I'm going to play through that and jump in the chat. Let me know if you can hear it all right.
I'm not hearing the audio.
Yeah, I hear someone typing. I don't hear any music. You should
Yeah,
probably
no
mute
audio.
all us and rewind and.
Yeah,
ding,
it's
ding, ding.
it's super quiet. Like it's there, but it's super quiet. Like I heard the modem earlier, but now the audio is super quiet.
I think it's the song. I don't think he started yet. Synthcart makes the screen do things when he plays, and he hasn't started playing yet.
No, it sounds great here. I think I screwed up. 1 second.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
yeah, no worries.
All right, I'm wrong. Sorry.
Benefit of the doubt, right?
Hey,
Yeah, as soon as people said modem sounds, I thought I was good.
Michael, you put yourself on mute as well.
I will.
At least mute everybody else, at least.
Here we go.
Mute me.
That part I can hear.
Wow, that was pretty impressive.
That was awesome.
Good
Love
job,
it.
Saj.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just going to share one last thing. He's got his logo and a QR code.
Cool.
Very, very last frame.
Satchtron.
Yeah, maybe you can throw that in the Discord or somewhere. We could.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the groove in that one a lot better than his last one he did for Las Vegas. The last one he did.
Dick.
Great stuff. So
Thank
some of you who were paying attention to the video probably saw a few instances of fast fingers in that video. And the creator of Fast Fingers, Dan Laskowski, has just joined us and wanted to show us a couple things.
Oh.
Dan, that's your cue.
Okay.
And remember that you promised to keep it short.
Yes. How short? How much time do you have?
Oh, well, we're here for a bit, but I don't know.
I won't be rambling on. I'll try to make it quick. Okay. All right, here. Just want to show you my studio here real quick. I have a 64 up here. That's on a, we're looking at a black and white display because I don't have any, and it's running Fast Fingers over there. And there's the 64. There's the my new cartridge and my new Fast Fingers MIDI interface. Are you seeing this as a mirror image? I'm seeing a mirror image on my screen.
No, we see
That looks fine.
No, it's
yeah,
fine.
Time looks fine. You're good.
There's a setting in.
All right, okay.
For that.
Anyways, I have some things recorded that I did. A couple things here, like on the Fairlight. This is the studio, anyways. A lot of junk in here. A lot of old garbage. Let's put it this way. Oops, wrong spot. Okay, I'm not used to doing this. Let's put it this way. It's nice it's really cheap to buy this old stuff, but I'm spending too much time on maintenance. Right now, I just found out yesterday a channel went on the Fairlight, channel 9. So, okay, I'm going to get to the point. I wanted to, one of the songs, the first one is the song that I did on my video on my channel on YouTube when I first got my new MIDI interface done, and it's like it was done just to be an intro for my videos, so it was done only to be like 20 seconds or something. But here I'm going to play a little bit more of it for you, as much as you can tolerate. And I'm going to get this stuff done early on the Fairlight because the Fairlight makes a lot of noise. It's got 4 fans. And okay. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yes, we can.
Of course, it's not with a mic. It's not with direct. It's a microphone. Just to show you the display. Okay, that's a little boring, but you know, I could hear drum track in my head going along with that. That's what that needs. But I couldn't put drums on it because this is supposed to be just strictly Commodore 64, and I don't like the drum sounds in my program. So, okay, so there's that. And then my daughter, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Toe Jam. Is anybody there familiar with it? I guess they get together in Toronto once a year to throw together quickie programs. And my daughter made some kind of they were working on video games, and she was working on a video game, and she asked me to make her a track up, and I tried to do it real quick. I gotta close that and open the other one up. And I'm going to try to explain a little bit about some of the weirdness of MIDI. The nightmare of MIDI, I should say. All right, I didn't, when I did this for my daughter, I didn't have the MIDI sync or anything like that working properly. And so I just, and this had to be done like within 3 or 4 hours. So it's pretty rushed. But, and Christine told me she wanted certain things, and she was the producer, you might say. So I had to listen to what she wanted. And this is supposed to be for a video game. This is with the Commodore. I got it. Turning it down a bit. All right. So anyways, okay. So I wanted to go into a little bit about, uh-oh, where's my picture? Leaf messaged me. Okay. Where did the screen go? Can't see you guys.
Oh, we can see you.
Okay, if you can see me, that's the important thing. I don't know. I don't have any feedback though on the. Okay. So the thing I wanted to explain with MIDI in the old days. Okay, let's see. I'm kind of disoriented now. New tips. Why is it asking me to update Zoom? Okay, anyways, when Sarge was recording, I don't know if you can see that screen. Can you see that screen? Because I can't, I have no feedback now.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, that's a Cubase screen.
Oh, cool. Right on. Nice. It's been forever.
I usually use Cubase to compose with, but as Sarge was mentioning, there's a little tricky, weird thing going on with Cubase. Normally, when I put the when I shift locked on the Commodore. Normally, what happens? I don't know if you're seeing the top of my head or what. This is really disturbing.
Yes, we see the top of your head.
Huh?
Yes, we see the top of your. We see your face, sir.
All right, whatever. Anyways, I'm not going to be a star anyways. Not at this age. Anyway, anyways, real quickly. What was happening is when you hold down a key on and you lock that shift lock key, it's supposed to play a sequencer as long as your finger is on the shift lock key. I'm having a problem for some reason. I don't know why with Cubase, but it's not playing. It's not playing the note the whole time that the note is being pressed in Cubase while recording. So when I play back, so I was just trying today with Sonar. I managed to get Sonar to work. Let's see here. You can see the screen. I'm gonna see if I can get Sonar. Alrighty. Okay, so it's playing it, but it's not playing the whole thing. Now here's Sonar. Can you see that? And I was going to explain a little bit. Okay. So, so if you're trying to sync up to MIDI with my sequences, and there's 512 sequences now in Fast Fingers, I'll get this cup out of the way. 512 sequences with Fast Fingers. What happens is all you have to do is have a note hold down and then switch keys. So I'm going to play this. And what you were hearing was supposed to be drums, but it didn't translate properly onto Sonar. It's actually drums on Cubase. So now for some reason it's working there. Yeah, but now it's only playing part of the note. Anyways, that was one thing I wanted to show. I'm going to shut down the Fairlight so I don't have to yell over it. The basic ideas with the Fairlight, if I can, in the old days when we were recording, I used to have an 8-track recorder, and I used to have an 8-track recorder, and reel-to-reel recorder, and then we used to put a sync track. I used to use only 6 tracks, and I used to use track 7 used to be an empty track, and then track 8 was a clock sync track. With the Fairlight, I can also do the same thing. So I have MIDI playing on the on the PC, and the Fairlight playing all of the audio tracks. Of course, yes, we know today's a modern day, and you can put audio tracks on Cubase and in Sonar. But the thing is, the Fairlight has such a nice, smooth, creamy sound compared to the I'm doing this stuff old school, which means I'm syncing up I'm syncing up I'm syncing up the Fairlight and MIDI together. So the Fairlight is the master clock, and when it starts, the other thing starts, right? So if I put the generator on, and I set up Cubase to sync to the generator. Now, let's take these. Let's shut that track off. I don't want to hear it. And I'm not going to show you this too long because these two songs are not meant to go together, but just want to show you to illustrate. I'm using this box. When they're hooked up to this box, they're synced. Okay? When you stop it, it stops. That's how the sync works. I don't know if anybody's still there, but and it's a lot of trouble to get things working right. Is anybody there?
We're all here. There's 40 people watching you, Dan.
Okay. I just wish I could see this. It's
You
telling
can
me
watch yourself on YouTube after.
they want me to update Zoom to 5.242. That's what they're telling me. Okay, I know. I don't want to. I wanted to to put something out there anyways for you. And I knew I had these tracks ready, and um, I'll get to see this later, I guess. And I'm happy that Saj likes working with fast fingers. He mentioned something to me, and I'm still working. I'm still trying to figure out all of the. So when you're using a sequencer like Cubase or Sonar, usually you can. And Sonar now is just called Cakewalk, and it's free. I haven't done too much with it. They've added too many new features to it, but um, it might have to do with filtering a bunch of junk out of the MIDI stream, because Fast Fingers only reads program change, velocity, and notes. That's really all it reads. I didn't put any clock sync in there, and that's what Saj has been asking me for, was a clock sync. And I was telling him, well, you don't really need a clock sync, because every time when you're recording live, you're holding down the note. Cubase will record when you're holding down the note, and then when that note is showing as a single long line, when it's played back, it will trigger the sequencer the same way, but it's not working exactly that way. So that's it for today. I can see myself now. So
Cool. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, stick around. We'll there was one question in the chat. People want to know where they can get Fast Fingers.
okay, yeah, okay. So right now, Fast Fingers, I've got a few different colors available. My supplier in the States, I'm kind of cut off from crossing the border. I used to get all my plastic in Detroit, but I think I have some reddish orange adapters and some black adapters, and I might have yellow adapters and cartridges. To get it, you go to musicinit.com. There is music in it, MUSIC, musicinit.com. And there'll be a link at the top that says click here, for Fast Fingers and MIDI. And or if you want to go there directly, it's musicinit.com/fastfingersphp. And you can see everything about Fast Fingers, all the YouTube videos. Like the YouTube videos I do are a lot slicker. They're a lot more organized. All the bugs are worked out. I mean, this is the first time I'm doing this on Zoom. So please bear with me. I'm not a Zoomer. All right. I'm a boomer, not a Zoomer. All right.
Well, we've had quite a day on Zoom, so we get it.
All right. So I hope I added something this time. I'm sorry I wasn't there last year. Really sorry, especially not. But I didn't have the cartridge finished last year. I was really scratching my head. It took a lot to figure out how to do the bank switching and everything. So I ended up, I think I'm using over 28K of the 64K on the chip for the cartridge, because I have 512 sequences on there. And they're pages of sequences. And that's how it's set up anyways. And so if anybody wants to see those videos, they're up. They're all on YouTube. There's links on them on that page that I gave you. Are there any more questions?
I posted a link in the chat, by the way, so everyone can see it. The Fast Fingers link. No, great stuff. Thank you, Jen.
And those are not my greatest pieces of music. I might add, those are quick and dirty. That's quick and dirty music. I have another piece I'm working on, but it's not going to have any Commodore in it at all. It's a big orchestral piece. My wife sang it. She did it over 30 years ago. I never released it, and I'm trying to reconstruct it now with with real instruments, and it's a real chore. It's actually probably going to take me way longer than anything I could throw together today. But okay, so I'm going to let you guys go, and whatever you're moving to next. I don't want to take up all your time.
Hey, thanks, Dan.
Unless there's questions.
Yeah, stick around for questions. Yeah, that's the end of our formal presentations. So we're going to just keep the Zoom meeting open as well as the lounge breakout room. And so people are free to hang around, have a drink, and chat, show up what they're working on, and move back and forth between the rooms. Ennio and myself and the rest of the mods will hang around as well. And yeah, I feel like this is the time I should be heading to a Swiss chalet, which we used to, just a World of Commodore tradition.
Well, thanks for putting this together. This was a fun day.
Yeah, thanks everyone for your patience and support as we dealt with some of the worst of Zoom, but we came through.
Like I said earlier, this is my first time being with you guys, and I guarantee if it goes live, I'll be there. This was awesome. I totally appreciate it.
Yeah, and all the videos of all the past presentations from the last 10 plus years of World of Commodore are up on YouTube.
Thanks, all. Yes, rock. Thank you.
So for the people listening on YouTube, we'll be ending the stream now, but you are most welcome to join us on the Zoom channel. Please check out tpub.ca for links.
You know, one of the benefits of doing World of Commodore this way is I don't have to carry my pets anywhere.